Chapter 45-58. Xiaolong was a simple-minded person. To him, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had long become the most important people in his life. They were his closest family. Now that De Huang Dog's life was in danger, Xiaolong would be very happy if he could contribute his strength. Xiaolong used his fingers like a sword and made a cut on his wrist. Fresh blood gushed out from the cut and was sent to De Huang Dog's mouth. When the immortal blood was dripped into De Huang Dog's mouth, De Huang's life force became extremely vigorous. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of golden halo. Xiaolong was not stingy with his blood. He kept sending it to De Huang Dog's mouth. Buzz. The golden halo on the surface of De Huang Dog's body became more and more vigorous, directly forming a large golden cocoon. De Huang Dog, who was in a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. "Look, De Huang is awake." Mu Yibai exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful bloodline. The immortal blood is too abnormal. It can practically bring the dead back to life. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Xiaolong's undying body was extremely domineering. As long as such a body didn't grow, as long as such a divine body didn't grow, it would definitely become an overlord in the future and dominate the world. That's enough. Xiaolong, stop. Jiang Chen said. Xiaolong had already given him a lot of blood. Even though it had an immortal body, it still couldn't sustain such a consumption. If it continued to consume more blood, it was highly likely that its origin would be damaged, and that would be a huge loss. All right. Xiaolong moved his arm away. Seeing that De Huang Dog had woken up, the little guy's face was filled with joy. Looking at Xiaolong, the injury on his wrist was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not even a scar was left. Such a godly operation was more than just abnormal. It was simply abnormal to the extreme. The legendary undying body is indeed domineering. Mu Yibai couldn't calm down. What kind of weirdos did his sister meet in the Hurricane Sky realm? Jiang Qin, Long Shisan, De Huang Dog, and now there was an immortal body. The matter of Xiaolong's immortal body must be kept a secret. Otherwise it will bring disaster to Xiaolong. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Teacher, don't worry. I understand. Mu Yibai nodded. The undying body was a very important matter. Once it was spread out, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Countless greedy gazes landed on Xiaolong, because such a bloodline was too tempting. If someone could obtain Xiaolong's bloodline, they would immediately soar into the sky. Not being able to hide the secret of the immortal body would be disastrous for the little dragon. Damn it. De Huang Dog opened his eyes and cursed, "Where's that old fart? He almost killed me." De Huang Dog, you're awake. That old fart was killed by Big Brother. Xiaolong said excitedly. It's too easy to just kill him. Damn it. De Huang Dog's anger couldn't be appeased. Xiaolong, it's all thanks to you this time. This Lord Dog owes you a favor. De Huang Dog raised his paw and patted Xiaolong's shoulder. He knew how he woke up the most, and he had heard everything about the undying body. Therefore, when he looked at Xiaolong, his eyes were filled with shock. De Huang Dog, what are you talking about? We're brothers. There's no need to talk about favors. Xiaolong chuckled. Not bad. You're a smart kid. Lord Dog didn't dote on you in vain. De Huang Dog's face was filled with gratification. De Huang, how do you feel? Jiang Qin asked worriedly. At this moment, De Huang Dog was still extremely weak. Although his life was no longer in danger, he still looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. My soul has suffered heavy damage and my origin is in a dead state. Even the undying blood couldn't awaken my origin. If I want to recover completely, I'll need other means. De Huang Dog shook his head. Although his life was no longer in danger, he was not much different from a cripple. He didn't have much combat strength. If he wanted to recover completely, he would have to awaken his dormant origin, which was not an easy thing to do. Then what should we do? Xiaolong put away the pleasant surprise on his face and became worried again. I know a treasure that can help De Huang recover. Mu Yibai said. What is it? Jiang Qin and Xiaolong said in unison. Regeneration saliva. Mu Yibai said. I know this kind of treasure. It's a kind of essence qi that was born between heaven and earth and transformed into saliva. It's very rare, and I'm afraid it can only be born in a high-end world like the everlasting world, which is at the top of the universe. It has the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and regrowing bones, which is why it's called regeneration saliva. Ibai, you mentioned regeneration saliva. Do you know where to find this treasure? Jiang Chen looked at Muibai. If he could really find regeneration saliva, not only could he completely recover De Huang, but he could also make De Huang undergo an unprecedented transformation. Yes, there is regeneration saliva in Imperial Spirit City. However, it's not an easy task to get it. Muibai frowned. Where is Imperial Spirit City? Jiang Chen asked. A treasure like regeneration saliva was naturally not easy to get. Jiang Chen did not expect to get it easily and without paying any price. As long as regeneration saliva existed, it was a great opportunity for Jiang Chen and De Huang. For his brother, Jiang Chen would go through fire and water and do everything he could to get it. Imperial Spirit City is under the control of the elves, and the regeneration saliva is in the Imperial Spirit City Lord residence. However, the regeneration saliva is treasured by the Imperial Spirit City Lord. It's wishful thinking for outsiders to get their hands on it. More importantly, the Imperial Spirit City Lord is a big shot of the elves, and his cultivation is at the 7th heaven of Star Lord. He's not someone we can deal with right now. Moreover, entering Imperial Spirit City is equivalent to entering the territory of the elves. You can imagine how dangerous it is. It's almost impossible to move an inch. Muibai shook his head helplessly. Although he knew about the existence of regeneration saliva, it was almost impossible to get it. We still have to go, Xiaolong said with determination. We definitely have to go. Not to mention a mere Imperial Spirit City, even if it's the lair of the elves, I'll still go. However, before we go we have to make some preparations. Jiang Chen said. What preparations? Muibai asked. The elves are against the human race, but they might not be against the demon race. Jiang Chen smiled. That's not the case. Demon beasts are a rather special race in the Crimson Afterglow Astral. Because there's no general name, they can't be considered a big race. Whether it's the human race, the feather race, or the elves, there are demon beasts, Muibai said. That's right. That's it. I already have an idea. Chapter 45-59. Big brother, don't keep us guessing. Tell us your plan. Xiaolong said urgently. I will hide the aura of the human race from my body and release the aura of the true dragon. That way the people of Imperial Spirit City will think that I am a descendant of the Eternal Dragon clan. Even the city lord of Imperial Spirit City will not suspect a thing. Jiang Chen said. Master's right. The true dragon aura on you is very pure and rich. Moreover, the Cosmic Dragon clan is high and mighty. They only exist in the highest level of the eternal world. There will be no Cosmic Dragon clan in the small Crimson Afterglow Astral. If you appear as a rare Cosmic Dragon, the elves will not dare to slight you. Even the city lord of the Spirit City will have to treat you as a guest of honor. It will be convenient for us to do things, Muibai said. If someone else had said this, she would have scoffed at it. Hiding a human aura was not that easy. It was difficult to hide one's aura from a 7th heaven star lord. But when it came from Jiang Chen, Muibai did not doubt it. In fact, she believed it without a doubt. She knew Jiang Chen's abilities all too well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was omnipotent. More importantly, Jiang Chen could use the dragon transformation. The powerful true dragon aura was enough to prove that he was a noble dragon. When a cosmic dragon appeared in the Crimson Afterglow Astral, no one would dare to slight him. Although the Cosmic Dragon clan had fallen because they offended the Eternal Lord, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not something that a mere Crimson Afterglow Astral could afford to offend. I want to go too. Xiaolong grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. You can't go. Ibai can't go either. I will have to do it myself. Jiang Chen patted Xiaolong's head. Xiaolong, your big brother can conceal his human aura and use the aura of a true dragon to conceal his aura, but we can't. We don't have the ability to alter the aura of our origin. Once we reach the Imperial Spirit City, forget about entering the Castellan Manor. I'm afraid we'll be killed by the experts of the Fairy Clan before we even reach the city gates. Muibai said. Although she really wanted to help De Huang Dog find the regeneration saliva, she really couldn't do it. If she didn't do it right, it would be self-defeating. At that time, not only would she not be able to help Jiang Chen, she might even become a burden to Jiang Chen. All right. Xiaolong pursed his lips, disappointment written all over his face. However, Xiaolong knew very well that Jiang Chen and Muibai were right. Other than Jiang Chen, no one else could make it to the Imperial Spirit City. If they followed to help, they would only be a burden. Teacher, when do you plan to leave? Muibai said. There's no time to lose. We'll leave immediately. You and the Crown Prince can slowly investigate the matter of the spies in the imperial capital. Jiang Qin said that in his heart, the safety of the entire imperial capital was not as important as the recovery of his brother. Teacher, don't worry. We won't act recklessly. We'll wait for you to come back and take charge of the situation. However, you have to be careful on this trip to the Imperial Spirit City. After all, that's the territory of the fairy clan. Once you're exposed, it'll be extremely dangerous. Muibai said. Little Qinzi, I'll go with you. De Huang Dog said. Yes, I originally planned to bring you with me. You can recuperate in the Dragon Palace. Once I get the regeneration saliva, I can give it to you immediately. Jiang Qin said that he had to bring De Huang Dog with him. Now that the imperial capital was not peaceful, Jiang Qin would feel more at ease with De Huang Dog by his side. Anyway, with the Buddha prison palace, he could protect De Huang Dog perfectly. Moreover, he was looking for the regeneration saliva for De Huang Dog. Once he got the regeneration saliva, he could give it to De Huang Dog immediately to avoid any accidents. Oh, there's one more thing. In 3 months, it'll be the annual competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. There will be good prizes. If you're interested, you can participate. Muibai said. It'll be good to see the talents of the imperial capital. I'll be there on time. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He didn't care much about this kind of competition. If he ran into it, he would participate. If he didn't, he wouldn't regret it. After all, he had participated in too many competitions like this. Unless there was a particularly attractive prize, it would be hard for Jiang Qin to be interested. The most important thing now was to go to the Spirit City to look for the regeneration saliva. Muibai opened the void door of the small heaven and earth and pointed the direction to the Spirit City for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin let De Huang Dog enter the Dragon Palace. Then he used some magical means to hide his human aura. What he revealed to the outside world was the revered true dragon aura, which was high and mighty. The Spirit City was one of the more important cities of the elves. It was not far from the Elven Mountains, the hinterland of the elves. For the first time, Jiang Qin transformed into a real dragon man and flew above the endless mountains. The Red Mid-region was vast and boundless. The 3 major races each occupied a region and fought ceaselessly. Let's go straight to the elves' lair. Exciting. De Huang Dog chuckled in the Dragon Palace. Stupid dog, you still won't stop after becoming a cripple. Talk less. Takes energy to talk. You're a low-level trash now. Jiang Qin mocked. How dare you mock Master Dog? Master Dog, what? Bite me? I'll take a dump in your Dragon Palace. You've won, Brother Dog. Jiang Qin was defeated once again. Once again he understood a fact. Even if this dog became a cripple, he still had to submit to him. Who could stand the dog wanting to take a dump at the drop of a hat? Master, with your current strength, you can try to open the 3rd level of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Black King's voice suddenly sounded. Yeah, let's try and see what's in the 3rd level of the Buddha prison palace. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. If the Black King hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about this. If there were more Dao laws in the 3rd level, the benefits would be endless. The Black King's cultivation could once again advance by leaps and bounds, and the De Huang Dog would also benefit greatly from the Dao laws. Jiang Qin's divine consciousness swayed and probed the 3rd level of the Dragon Palace. With a loud bang, the 3rd level of the Dragon Palace suddenly opened. In the enclosed space, there were 6 Dao laws floating, and the profoundness of each Dao law was more profound than the previous 2nd level. It's still Dao laws. Naturally, Jiang Qin was happy, but he was also a little disappointed. This was because the Dao laws were completely useless to him, but to others they would benefit greatly. Universal King-level Dao laws. Apart from containing supreme profoundness, there's also Dao law energy. It's very rare. Kid, if these Dao laws were to be circulated, it would definitely cause countless people to fight for them. De Huang Dog said. Unfortunately, they're useless to me. You guys can divide them. Black King, you take one, De Huang, you take another, and the rest will be left for Xiaolong Monkey, Crown Prince, and Ibai. Chapter 4560. Thank you, Master. The Black King was extremely excited. He knelt before Jiang Qin and worshipped him. His cultivation was already at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of Star Lord. He had already used up all the laws of Dao. Now that he had obtained a new law of Dao, the benefits were too great for the Black King. With this law of Dao, the Black King could reach the fourth heavenly layer of Star-Lord in the blink of an eye. It would not be long before he reached the fifth heavenly layer. In fact, the Black Monarch's current cultivation was still recovering. He had once been a powerful Star Emperor at his peak. Now that he had Long-Foota's Dao Law, the Black Monarch's cultivation was recovering at least 10 times faster. De Huang Dog was temporarily in a dead state due to the damage to his origin. He could not circulate any energy, but he could slowly comprehend the law of Dao. Once he obtained the regeneration saliva and solved his problem, De Huang Dog would have a solid foundation and soar to the Star-Lord realm. When the third floor of the Dragon Palace was opened, Xianxia could sense the fourth floor just like how he sensed the laws of Dao on the third floor. He felt that the fourth floor of the Dragon Palace would contain what he was truly looking forward to. The laws of Dao would no longer be useless to him. I'm currently at the 8th heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. If I want to open the 4th floor of the Dragon Palace, I'll probably need to become a Star-Lord. Hopefully I'll gain a lot from this trip to the Imperial Spirit City and increase my cultivation again. Xianxia thought and continued on his way. After crossing a mountain range, he had completely entered the territory of the elves. Xianxia also became more cautious. In the quiet mountain range, 3 gigantic waves suddenly exploded. After that, 3 fairies flew up from the ground and blocked Xianxia's path. The 3 elves seemed extremely cunning and had extraordinary cultivation. One was at the 9th heavenly source realm, while the other 2 were at the 8th heavenly source realm. They looked at Xianxia with malicious intent. What a strong demon chi. Who cares if it's strong or not? If you want to pass through here, you'll have to pay the toll. The 2 elves were conversing. Xianxia was speechless. Damn, he had run into robbers again. They were waiting to rob him. It seemed that it wasn't his bad luck. Everyone who passed through this mountain range would be robbed by these 3 elves. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. I don't have time to waste, Xianxia said in exasperation. He was bent on getting to the Spirit City and had no time to waste here. Oh, this kid is quite arrogant. What are you being arrogant for? This is our territory. If you want to pass through here, leave behind your treasures. That's right, a toll. Whether we pass or not, we have to pay a toll. Since we're here, we have to pay. The 3 of them spoke one after another, not taking Xianxia seriously at all. Let me tell you some bad news, Xianxia said. What news? An elf asked innocently. You've kicked an iron plate, Xianxia said. What do you mean? The other elf blinked twice. Idiot, coming out to rob with that kind of intelligence, Xianxia sneered. He didn't even move, but he arrived in front of one of the elves and slapped him across the face. Slap. A slap landed on an elf's face. The elf at the 8th heaven of the heavenly source realm did not even have the chance to react. His head was smashed by Xianxia's slap. He did not even have time to scream. What? The other 2 elves hurriedly exclaimed. They stared at Xianxia with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They finally understood what Xianxia meant when he said that they had kicked an iron plate. This kind of strength was not something they could afford to provoke. Slap. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He gave the elf another backhand slap. The 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin realm elf didn't stand a chance at all. He immediately followed in his companion's footsteps, or worse, his body smashed to pieces. Spare me, my lord. The 3rd elf knelt down, trembling as he kowtowed repeatedly. He did not have any of his previous arrogance. What a joke. Even a 9th heaven of the heavenly source realm was slapped to death. How could he still be arrogant? How can you be a robber with this bit of courage? Useless. Xianxia shook his head. He walked over and stomped him to death, then continued on his way. That's too cruel. For all the same, be nicer. De Huang Dog could not help but say, at least torture them before killing them. Looks like they should be glad that they didn't fall into your brother Dog's hands. Otherwise, they would have to experience a fate worse than death before they die. Xianxia was speechless. The 3 elves were really unlucky. They originally thought that their prey had come. After all, they were quite strong in a place like this. As long as they did not run into a tough opponent or a Star-Lord expert, they would not make any mistakes. Even if they made a mistake, they could at least rely on the environment and the elves' concealment methods to save their lives. Unfortunately, they got off to a bad start and ran into Xianxia, a truly unreasonable person and the ancestor of the world of robbers. In the end they could only die a tragic death. With Jiang Chen's speed, it did not take him long to arrive at the Spirit City. The Spirit City was grand and extraordinary. A statue of an elf with wings was carved on the city gate. Outside the city gate, elves came and went everywhere. Just like the human cities, they had to pay a certain amount of origin stones to enter. Jiang Chen descended from the air, arrived before the city gate and swaggered in. At this moment, a dozen or so powerful auras swept past in the sky, flying out of the Spirit City. The one at the front was a wealthy young master. His cultivation had already reached the first heaven of the Star Lord realm. Such a level was considered a Star Lord genius in the human race. A young Star Lord was one of the best in the elves, so it was only natural that he was valued. Beside the wealthy young master were all Star Lords. The most powerful old man was already at the peak of the fourth heaven of the Star Lord realm. How enviable! Countless pairs of eyes looked up and landed on the wealthy young master. They could not hide the envy in their eyes. "Brother, who is that person?" Jiang Chen asked. "You don't even know him. Are you new here?" One person looked at Jiang Chen. "My first time here." Jiang Chen chuckled. "That is the young city lord of the Spirit City, Yukuan. Look at his extravagance. He has so many Star Lord experts accompanying him when he goes out. How enviable." The person said enviously. "The young city lord of the Spirit City?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and he immediately thought of something. "Brother, how many young city lords are there in this Spirit City?" Jiang Chen asked. "How many?" "Only this one. He is the city lord's baby. He is usually kept in his mouth, afraid of melting, and in his hands, afraid of falling. Otherwise, how could he have so many Star Lord experts accompanying him when he goes out?" The person said. Chapter 4561. The look in Jiang Chen's eyes was filled with mischievous ideas. "Kid, what evil ideas do you have now?" The Huang dog couldn't help but ask. "How hard do you think it will be to get the rebirth saliva from the city lord's mansion even though we've come to the Imperial Spirit City?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "As hard as ascending to heaven." The Huang dog didn't deny it. It was indeed as hard as ascending to heaven. The city lord of the Imperial Spirit City regarded the rebirth saliva as a treasure and guarded it like his life. With his current strength, it was almost impossible for him to snatch the regeneration saliva from a seventh heaven Star Lord in the elves' territory. Unless a miracle happened. Then it's simple now. Jiang Chen's smile grew wider. "F***ck, you're targeting the young city lord. That's evil. I like it." The Huang dog snickered. Working with Jiang Chen was always so happy. "That's right. If the young city lord's life is in danger and needs the rebirth saliva, or even the rebirth saliva alone, I'll help him refine the rebirth saliva into elixirs. Then everything will fall into place and the rebirth saliva will be within my reach." Jiang Chen said. "But you can't do it yourself, right? If you do, you'll be exposed." The Huang dog asked. "Of course I won't do it myself. Black King, when will you become a fourth heaven Star Lord?" Jiang Chen asked. "Master, right away." The Black King's aura suddenly shook as he spoke. With the help of the Dao rules, it could be said that the Black King had a new opportunity, allowing the Black King to immediately break through to the fourth heaven Star Lord. "That's enough. Let's catch up. Later you kill everyone around Yukuan and leave a wisp of his divine soul to ensure that he doesn't die. I'll take care of the rest." Jiang Chen arranged. "Okay." The Black King didn't disobey Jiang Chen's orders at all. He turned into a shadow and floated out of the Dragon Palace, silently chasing after Yukuan and the others. After the Black King left, Jiang Chen quietly followed him. He was about to enter the Imperial Spirit City, but he stopped as well. The Imperial Spirit City was not attractive to him at all. Jiang Chen had initially thought that he would at least need to find out more about the situation here after he arrived at the Spirit City, and then look for an opportunity to strike. He was afraid that it would take at least half a month if not 10 days, to thoroughly understand the Spirit City. Who would have thought that he would find an opportunity as soon as he reached the gates of the Spirit City? Furthermore, it was a heaven-sent opportunity, the best opportunity. Such an opportunity was hard to come by even if he were to go out of his way to look for it. This was a deal that was delivered to his doorstep. With such an opportunity, why would Jiang Chen bother to understand the Imperial Spirit City? Whatever the Imperial Spirit City wanted to do had nothing to do with him. 1,000 miles away from the Spirit City, in the skies above a barren mountain range, a group of people who had been chatting and laughing suddenly stopped in their tracks. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared as well. This was because in front of them was a dark-skinned man with a body like an iron tower. He was blocking their way with a murderous look on his face. The black man was none other than the Black King. Although he set off later, he was extremely fast and he was one step ahead to stop them. The Black King's order was to kill these people and ignore everything else, so he didn't ask Yukuan and the others where they were going or what they were doing out of the Imperial Spirit City at this time. Not only did the Black King not care, but even Xianxia didn't care. After all, this was the elf's territory. He just wanted to get the regeneration saliva as soon as possible. Everything else didn't matter. Everything was centered on the ultimate goal. Get out of the way, don't block the way. A middle-aged elf at the first heaven of Star-Lord took a step forward and shouted at the Black King arrogantly. The Black King didn't move. He didn't even look at the elf. He was completely ignored. Seeing this, the elf couldn't take it anymore. Anger rippled from his body. What was this place? This was the Imperial Spirit City's territory, and there was someone who dared to block the young city lord's way. This was a death wish. I told you to get out of the way. Are you deaf? The elf roared. I thought about leaving you alive. The Black King said calmly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like an unparalleled god of death, and his eyes were shining. His words almost made the group of people's noses crooked in anger. Was this a robbery? This was clearly looking for trouble. Leaving me alive? How arrogant. Yukuan laughed immediately. This was the first time he heard someone speak to him like this. You're not an idiot, are you? Do you know who we are? How much courage do you have to block the way of the young city lord of the Imperial Spirit City? One person sneered, completely treating the Black King as an idiot. A bunch of idiots. The young city lord is nothing. I specialize in killing the young city lord. The Black King snorted, much more arrogant than the people in front of him. It was not that the Black King was pretending to be arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Not to mention that he could completely crush them with his current level of cultivation just based on his experience. These people in front of him were small fries compared to those who used to hang out with Long Futu in the Eternal World. Damn, I don't know where this idiot came from. He's just a tiger that has become a spirit and he dares to come here and show off. Kill him. An elf could not take it anymore. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the Black King in the blink of an eye. His fierce fist tore through the void and smashed towards the Black King's face. Bang! Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The Black King did not see how, but the elf's head exploded. He died on the spot. It was a tragic scene. Whoosh! Seeing this, the expressions of Yukuan and the others changed drastically. One by one they began to release their powerful aura, not concealing their killing intent at all. The nature of the situation had changed completely. The guy in front of them was no idiot at all. He was lying in ambush here to deliberately pick a fight. He came up and killed people even though he knew who they were. It was obvious that he was targeting them. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the young city lord of the Imperial Spirit City? You dare to pick a fight here? You're courting death. The level 4 Star Lord expert spoke. The more powerful one was, the more they could see how terrifying the Black King was. He was the strongest here, so he could naturally tell that the Black King was not easy to deal with. Therefore he mentioned the name of the young city lord, hoping that the Black King would back off. I said, the one I want to kill is the young city lord. The Black King's face was still dark as he said coldly. Cut the crap. Kill him. No, leave him alive. I want to know who killed me. Yukun Lung said and gave the order. Yes, young master. Chapter 4562. My son suddenly has a fever of 38.6 degrees. I won't be updating for the rest of today. I'll update at 4 tomorrow. Sorry. Dragon marked God of War. Everyone, don't wait any longer. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 4563. Crack crack. The Black King's fists flashed and his palms made cracking sounds. His fist, which was covered in black light, swept across. He took the initiative. Bang bang bang. All screams rang out as the Star Lords died one after another. None of the elite elves of the Spirit City were a match for the Black King. None of them could even take a punch from the Black King. All those below the third sky of the Star-Lord level were killed with one punch without exception. In the blink of an eye there was only 1/4 Sky Star-Lord left. That elite's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he looked at the tower-like Black King. He had already seen how strong the Black King was. Although they were at the same level of cultivation, the gap between them was self-evident. In other words, this elf couldn't do what the Black King was doing. Who exactly are you?" the old elf asked in a trembling voice. "The one who will kill you," the Black King said indifferently. He threw another punch and reached the old elf in the blink of an eye. The old elf roared and used all his strength to resist. With his special movement techniques of the elves and his fourth sky of the Star-Lord level, he could totally choose to run away at this moment. But the old elf couldn't run. If he did, Yu Kuan, the young city lord, would definitely die. Given Yu Kuan's first sky of the Star-Lord level, no matter how talented he was, there was no way he could escape from the Black Man. The gap between their strength was too huge. They weren't on the same level at all. "Ah!" The old elf also let out a blood-curdling scream. Half of his body was blown up by the Black King's punch. The old elf was terrified. He couldn't believe that there was such a fierce person. Before the old elf could do anything else, the Black King threw another punch at the old elf's head. The speed of this punch was too fast. Even if the old elf was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone the old elf who had a broken body. With the last scream, the old elf was also killed. The masters of the Spirit City, who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago, were all killed in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and only the dumbfounded young city lord Yu Kuan was left. He was completely scared out of his wits. Shua. The Black King moved like a ghost and arrived in front of Yu Kuan. A tremor ran through Yu Kuan as he recovered from his shock. Beads of sweat rolled down his face and his face went pale. He was so scared that he had nowhere to hide. He wanted to flee, but the Black King's power was so intimidating that he couldn't even move. As the young city lord of the Imperial Spirit City, he had lived like a prince since he was a child. He had never seen anything like this before and he was scared out of his wits. Don't kill me. You can have anything you want. My father will give it to you as long as you don't kill me." Yu Kuan begged for mercy, showing no signs of resistance. "Resistance, my ass. Even a level 4 Star-Lord couldn't take a punch from this guy. How could he fight back with his small body? This guy could crush him to death with just a finger." The Black King was cold and emotionless. He completely ignored Yu Kuan's begging and slowly reached out his black hand to grab Yu Kuan's head. "Don't kill him yet." At this moment, a voice sounded in the Black King's mind. It was Xianxia. "Let him send a message to father," Xianxia said. "Kid, send a message to your father and ask him to come here," the Black King said coldly. "What?" Yu Kuan was stunned. He didn't understand what Xianxia meant and he suspected that he had misheard. "Hurry up or I'll kill you," the Black King threatened. Okay, I'll summon him now." Yu Kuan said the word twice in a row, but he was already cheering inside as if he had found a life-saving straw. He was scared out of his wits just now and regretted not sending a message to his father. He didn't expect the Black Man in front of him to ask him to summon his father on his own. This was a golden opportunity. One should know that his father was a level 7 Star-Lord Supreme Expert. This Black Man couldn't deal with him at all. Logically speaking, this guy should be avoiding his father at all costs, so why did he want him to summon him? However, Yu Kuan couldn't care less. This was a good thing for him. As long as his father came, he would be completely saved. Yu Kuan was too confident in his father. He believed that as long as his father was here, the Black Man in front of him could only surrender and his life would be saved. No matter what the other party's goal was, Yu Kuan had no other choice. Yu Kuan flipped his palm and took out a blue messenger talisman. He infused his divine sense into it, and the talisman exploded with a bang, turning into blue smoke and disappearing. "I've already summoned my father. Can you spare me?" Yu Kuan looked at the Black King. "Sure." "Really?" "Of course." The Black King's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly made his move, slapping Yu Kuan's chest with a bang, and his entire body caved in. What? Yu Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura began to weaken completely and his eyes lost focus. Yu Kuan grabbed the Black King's clothes, his face full of unwillingness. "I really didn't kill you. I gave you a chance to live." The Black King smiled, a cruel smile. According to Jiang Chen's instructions, the Black King's palm completely crippled Yu Kuan. The injuries Yu Kuan suffered were even worse than the De Huang dog who had absorbed the immortal blood. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, and his dantian was also shattered. His life force was almost cut off, and only a strand of his spirit was left hanging on to his last breath. However, if he wanted to recover, it would be extremely difficult. Even if he had the regeneration saliva, it would be far from enough. The Black King carried Yu Kuan's body and slowly let it fall from the sky. It landed in the mountains below and then came to the side of Jiang Chen not far away. "Master, how is it?" The Black King chuckled. "Black King, well done. The city lord of the Imperial Spirit City will be here soon. Quickly go into the Dragon Palace and hide." Jiang Chen patted the Black King on the shoulder. The Black King had done what he wanted to do. Next it was Jiang Chen's turn to perform. "Okay." The Black King responded and flashed into the Dragon Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace was a treasure left behind by the universe level. Hidden inside, even a powerful Star Emperor would not be able to detect the slightest bit of aura, let alone the city lord of the Imperial Spirit City, who was a 7th Heaven Star Lord. In the distance, several powerful auras appeared at the same time, flying in this direction. "The city lord of the Imperial Spirit City is here." A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, and he quickly completely concealed his aura, temporarily hiding. This place was only 1,000 miles away from the Imperial Spirit City. For a Star Lord expert, it was only a blink of an eye. Chapter 4564. City Lord, there's such a strong smell of blood. A Star Lord at the 5th sky said. "City Lord, look over there. It's the young master." Another said. The eyes of the Star Lords fell on a body lying in the mountains. Although the body was covered in blood, they could still recognize that it was Yu Kuan. "Pai's son." The city lord of Imperial Spirit City, Yu Chonglu, shouted and flew to Yu Kuan's side. Yu Zhonglu lifted Yu Kuan up with a single hand. With a wave of his divine sense, he had already examined Yu Kuan's injuries clearly. The more he examined, the more sorrowful Yu Zhonglu's expression became. The hand that was holding his son was trembling violently. Who did this?" Yu Chonglu roared like a wild beast, shaking the heavens and earth. All the demonic beasts in the mountains were startled and fled in all directions. "City Lord, everyone else is dead. No one is alive. The person who did this is so ruthless. It's at least a level 5 Star Lord, maybe even a level 6 Star Lord. Every attack was instant kill. Even the young master's level 4 follower couldn't send out a distress signal in time. Our city lord didn't offend anyone. Who is it that has such deep hatred for him that they would do such a thing?" The few experts were filled with grief and indignation. After inspecting the battlefield with their strength, they could almost imagine the situation of the battle and how tragic it was. Yu Chonglu will definitely take revenge. Yu Chonglu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred. "City Lord, how are the young master's injuries?" Someone asked. "It's over. It's all over. His meridians are all broken, his internal organs are all shattered, and his dantian is shattered. Only his spiritual soul is still alive. He's not dead yet," Yu Chonglu said gloomily. The experts looked at each other and remained silent. They didn't dare to speak. "City Lord, can he be saved? I don't know if the rebirth saliva can save the young master." Someone probed in a low voice. "We have to try. He's my only son. Although the rebirth saliva is precious, it's not even worth half of my son's hair." Yu Chonglu said. He loved his son too much. For the sake of his son, not to mention the precious regenerative saliva, he would even sacrifice half of his life without hesitation. At this moment, a figure leisurely streaked across the sky. "Catch him." When Yu Chonglu saw that figure, he immediately shouted. Anyone who appeared here at this time was worthy of suspicion. Swish swish. Including Yu Zhonglu, everyone soared into the sky and blocked that figure. That figure was none other than Jiang Chen. "Why are you blocking the way?" Jiang Chen said indifferently without the slightest hint of fear on his face. "Kid, who are you? Did you kill our young lord?" A Star Lord asked. "Young master? What young master?" Jiang Chen blinked twice, his face full of ignorance. "Alright, he didn't kill him. He's only at the 8th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm," Yu Chonglu said in annoyance. Although he was furious, he had not lost his rationality. He would not believe that the 8th heavenly source guy killed his son and so many Star Lords. I'm just passing by. Jiang Qin shrugged. Kill him. Yu Chonglu said Lung Lung. Why kill me? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. You came at the wrong time. I'm not in a good mood. You should be buried with my son. Yu Chonglu said matter-of-factly. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. As soon as Yu Chonglu finished speaking, Jiang Qin roared and turned into a blood-red dragon, swaying back and forth in the void. This is a true dragon. Oh my god, it's a true dragon. What a powerful true dragon chi. Could he be from the Universe Dragon clan? Impossible. The Universe Dragon clan exists in the highest level of the eternal world. They're above the major star fields. How could they appear in the tiny crimson afterglow star boundary? That's hard to say. This is clearly a true dragon, a universe dragon. It's very likely that he's from the dragon clan of the crimson afterglow star boundary. Looking at Jiang Chen's transformation, including Imperial Heavy Tower, everyone was stunned. The supreme cosmic dragon, even the elf race didn't dare show any disrespect to him. I don't care what the fairy clan does in the crimson afterglow star boundary, but the universe dragon clan is not someone you can afford to offend. If you want to kill me, think about it carefully. Jiang Chen's voice was muffled, but his words were extremely intimidating. That's right. Although the tiny fairy clan was tyrannical in the crimson afterglow star boundary, they were on a completely different level compared to the powerful universe dragon clan. Since you're a friend of the Universe Dragon clan, it's my turn to greet you. Yu Chonglu's tone changed instantly. He didn't dare to provoke the cosmic dragon race. Regardless of whether it was true or false, or whether the cosmic dragon race really existed in the crimson afterglow star boundary, the thing in front of him was a dragon. Roar. Jiang Qin let out another dragon roar and turned into a human. You're the city lord of the Imperial Spirit City? Jiang Qin looked at Yu Chonglu. That's right. Yu Chonglu said. I see that your son's injuries are not light. Can I take a look? Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Yu Kuan, and he began his real performance. Sure. Yu Chonglu said. He was not at all afraid that Jiang Chen would do anything improper. He did not care about his opponent's cultivation. Even if he was a universe dragon, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Most importantly, Yu Chonglu was at his wits' end regarding his son's injuries. The regenerative saliva was his greatest reliance, but that was all. He had no confidence in saving Yu Kuan. Since the one in front of him was a universe dragon, he might be able to give him some substantial advice. The universe dragon was a supreme race that existed only in legends. They might have inherited many secret techniques. Jiang Qin grabbed Yu Kuan's wrist, and after a quick examination he could not help but sigh. What a pity, what a pity. The young city lord is so young. I'm afraid that even with my alchemy skills and my true dragon chi, I will not be able to save him. Jiang Qin shook his head, turned around and left slowly. Alchemy skills? When Yu Chonglu heard about alchemy skills and the true dragon chi, his gloomy eyes immediately lit up. Sir, please wait. Yu Chonglu quickly caught up. City lord, I'm unable to help your son's injuries. Jiang Qin said. Sir, are you an alchemist? Yu Chonglu asked expectantly. Due to the physical limitations of the elves, there had never been an alchemist. Hence, alchemy had always been the most precious thing to the elves. Of course. Actually, it's not impossible to cure your son. I know of a regenerative good fortune pill that has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. With the addition of my true dragon chi, even the dead can be brought back to life. Unfortunately, if you want to refine the regenerative good fortune pill, you need a rare medicinal ingredient. Without this medicinal ingredient, even the gods can't save your son. Chapter 4565. Hearing that, Yu Chonglu felt that there was hope. Having hope was better than having no hope at all. In order to save his son, he was willing to do anything, no matter how difficult it was to obtain. He would do everything he could to obtain the herb. Although the Sidhe clan did not have any alchemists, they had a lot of herbs in their storage. Most of the time, the Sidhe clan would use herbs to heal their wounds and increase their cultivation. The herb that I am talking about is born from heaven and earth. It has the essence of heaven and earth. It is called the regeneration saliva. As long as I have the regeneration saliva, I can refine the regeneration good fortune pill. Together with my true dragon chi, not only can I save your son, but I can also transform him into a peerless genius. Jiang Qin was full of boasting. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin had coincidentally appeared here, coincidentally said that he knew how to concoct pills, and precisely said the name of the regeneration saliva. This could be considered as a flaw that would inevitably arouse suspicion. However, Jiang Qin was not afraid at all, because he knew how complicated Yu Chonglu's heart was. He would never let go of any chance to save his son's life. Moreover, Yu Chonglu was not afraid of him. In Yu Chonglu's eyes, he was just a small shrimp in the heavenly source realm. Once he reached the spirit city, he would not be able to do anything. Everything was under his control, and he did not have to worry about Jiang Chen's evil intentions. That's great, that's really great. Yu Chonglu was excited. His mood had undergone a complete change. He was originally at his wits' end, but suddenly there was a glimmer of hope. What's great? Could it be that the city lord can find the legendary regeneration saliva? Jiang Qin sneered. To be honest, I might not have other precious herbs, but I happen to have a drop of regeneration saliva. Yu Chonglu laughed loudly, his face filled with pride. Oh, there really is regeneration saliva? Jiang Qin purposely revealed a look of disbelief. Of course. Yu Chonglu said. Regeneration saliva is a rare treasure. The city lord is actually willing to take it out. It shows the deep affection between father and son. Jiang Qin chuckled. Young master must be joking. Although the saliva of rebirth is precious, my son's life is even more precious. I beg for young master to lend me a hand and save my son. I will never forget your kindness and will definitely repay you. Imperial Lord cupped his fists towards Jiang Qin. City Lord, you don't have to be so polite. You don't owe me anything and I won't help you for nothing. If you want me to help your son refine the regeneration good fortune pill, I have conditions. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth began to reveal a trace of a smile. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to extort a large sum of money, wouldn't it be a waste of his effort? What are your conditions? Please state them, young master. Yu Chonglu said. I want origin stones, grade 5 origin stones. Jiang Qin said that he had almost used up all the source stones he had. At most he could only support him until he reached the Star Lord level. After he became a Star Lord, he would have to worry about source stones. Now that the rich man in front of him was in front of him, how could he not slaughter him? Okay, that's not a problem. The thing that we elves lack the least is source stones. Tell me, how much does young master want? Hearing that the other party only wanted source stones, Imperial Lord instantly let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the other party would ask for something that he couldn't afford. 10 million. Jiang Qin stretched out a finger and shook it in front of Imperial Lord. What? Whether it was Imperial Tower or the surrounding Star Lords, all of them cried out in shock and looked at Jiang Qin with malicious eyes. 10 million, this is daylight robbery. Isn't this a little too much? Damn, 10 million, that's grade 5 origin stones. Only Star Lords use source stones and he asked for 10 million. I've never seen so many grade 5 origin stones even after I reached the 5th heaven of Star Lord. Angry, everyone was extremely angry. 10 million grade 5 origin stones, this was indeed a bit too much. Source stones were something that every cultivator couldn't live without, no matter if it was the human race, feather race, or the elf race. Under normal circumstances, a Star Lord would be lucky to have enough grade 5 origin stones for his own cultivation. 10 million, even a 7th heaven Star Lord couldn't afford it. Only a big shot like Imperial Lord could afford it. After all, he was a city lord and had a lot of wealth. Little brother, 10 million grade 5 origin stones, isn't it a bit too much? Imperial Lord looked a bit displeased. Too much? City Lord, in order to save your son, you are even willing to use the regenerative saliva, let alone some source stones. City Lord, please think about it. If it's okay, I will immediately refine the regenerative good fortune pill for your son. If you don't agree, I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you any longer. However, I have to give you a friendly reminder, your son's injuries won't last long. Jiang Qin said slowly. Little Qinzi, so sinister, I like it. Inside the Dragon Palace, De Huang Dog laughed loudly. He really liked Jiang Chen's way of doing things. Hee hee. The Black King also laughed, feeling more and more admiration for this new master. Jiang Qin turned around and was about to leave, but he was once again stopped by Imperial Tower. All right, I agree. 10 million it is then. City Lord, you are straightforward. Jiang Chen laughed. 10 million, I agree. But don't play any tricks. If you can't save my son, even if you are from the universe dragon race, I won't be polite. Imperial Lord threatened. Naturally. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. How should I address little brother? Imperial Lord asked. I am Long Qin. Jiang Chen used the Long character as his surname and the Qin character as his first name. Alright, Brother Long, come with me to the city. Imperial Lord gestured to Jiang Chen. City Lord, please lead the way. Jiang Chen said. The group majestically walked into the spirit city. Master really has a good plan. I admire you. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Black King admired Jiang Chen's plan from the bottom of his heart. He had only seen Yu Kuan's group walk out of the spirit city, and he had already thought of such a profound plan. It was practically flawless. First he made a move, then Imperial Lord appeared, and then Jiang Chen appeared. With Jiang Chen's heavenly source cultivation base, Imperial Lord had no doubt that his son's death had something to do with Jiang Chen. After all, they weren't even on the same level. No one would believe that Jiang Chen could kill so many Star Lords. Then Jiang Chen revealed his identity as a member of the Universe Dragon race, intimidating the other party so that they didn't dare look down on him. Then he used his identity as an alchemist to lure out the regeneration good fortune pill and the regeneration saliva. Everything went according to plan. Then he demanded the astronomical price of 10 million grade 5 origin stones for revenge, extorting and blackmailing. This kind of scheme was completely ruthless. Chapter 4566. Imperial Spirit City, City Lord Residence. Imperial Tower took out his peerless treasure, regeneration saliva. A drop of regeneration saliva was worthless and there was no market for it at all. Could not be bought no matter how much money one had. Just like at this moment, Imperial Tower's hand was trembling as he held the jade bottle of regeneration saliva. His heart was bleeding. Brother Long, this is regeneration saliva. Imperial Tower carefully handed the regeneration saliva to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took it, unable to hide his excitement. Before coming, Jiang Chen did not think that it would be so easy to get the regeneration saliva, to the point that the owner would take the initiative to give it to him. City Lord, aside from the regeneration saliva, I need 99 other medicinal ingredients. Jiang Chen listed out some medicinal ingredients and asked Imperial Tower to prepare them. One had to admit that the Imperial Spirit City was truly rich and overbearing. Although the elf race did not have any alchemists, the amount of medicinal ingredients stored here was not small. Imperial Chong Lu took out all of the 99 medicinal ingredients that Jiang Chen had listed. Brother Long, the medicinal ingredients you want are all here. Can you start refining the regeneration pill? Imperial Tower said anxiously. I can start refining the pill at any time, but City Lord, why don't you give me the origin stone first? Anyway, I'm in the City Lord's mansion now, so you don't have to worry about me taking the origin stone and leaving, but I'm different. For the sake of safety, I have to get the origin stone first before I can be at ease. If the regeneration good fortune pill is successfully refined, and the City Lord goes back on his word, who can I cry to? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Kid, you want the source stone before refining the pill? Isn't that too much? A Star Lord expert could not help but yell. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so loudly to me? Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated as he glared at the Star Lord. What did you say? The Star Lord was instantly enraged. He was a 6th heavenly layer Star Lord, one of the strongest existences in the Spirit City. Even Yu Chonglu had to give him some face. There had never been anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, not to mention a heavenly source expert. How could he possibly accept this? Who do you think you are? What? You don't look convinced. I can save the young master's life, what can you do? Jiang Chen did not give him any face at all. You, the Star Lord expert was furious. He wanted nothing more than to slap Jiang Chen to death, but he had to swallow his anger because Jiang Chen was right. He could save Yu Kuan's life, but he couldn't. This was what Jiang Chen was relying on. Also, don't look at how arrogant the other party was and how he didn't put him in his eyes. However, there was nothing he could do. If he were to slap the other party to death, Imperial Heavy Tower would probably slap him to death as well. Alright, stop arguing. I'm going to prepare the origin stones. Imperial Lord Lung Ling said. Right now he also had the impulse to slap Jiang Chen to death, but for his son he had to endure, who asked the situation to be more powerful than him. Kid, you'd better save the young master. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of the Imperial Spirit City, even if you're from the Universe Dragon clan. The level 6 Star Lord expert said through gritted teeth. Old man, I know you want to eat me right now, but I like to see you hate me but can't get rid of me. If I were you, I would obediently shut my mouth right now. Don't seek humiliation, because even if I ruthlessly humiliate you, you can't do anything to me. Jiang Qin sneered, still not giving him any face. The old elf was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The energy outside his body surged and his eyes were full of killing intent, but he still shut his mouth tactfully. He had to admit that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. Even if he gritted his teeth, he didn't dare to do anything to Jiang Chen, so he might as well shut his mouth. Otherwise he would only be asking for humiliation. Not long after, Imperial Heavy Tower returned, took out a universe ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Long, here are 10 million origin stones of the 5th grade. Imperial Heavy Tower's heart was bleeding, but he still had to smile. The City Lord's heart was bitter. City Lord is straightforward. Next, please prepare a sealed room for me. I will need 3 days to concoct the regeneration good fortune pill. Jiang Chen said. That long? Imperial Heavy Tower was startled. City Lord, do you think alchemy is a simple matter? What's more, it's a miraculous elixir like the regeneration good fortune pill. If it was someone else, it would take at least half a month. 3 days is already very fast. You don't have to worry about your son's injuries. At least his soul won't be destroyed within 3 days. Jiang Chen said. All right, immediately prepare a room for Brother Long. Yu Chonglu didn't doubt him. Although he didn't know how to refine pills, he knew how difficult it was. The higher the grade of the pill, the harder it would be to refine and the longer it would take to refine it. Furthermore, this was the City Lord's mansion, and there was an inescapable net all around. Imperial Heavy Tower wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen playing any tricks here. Playing tricks here was no different from courting death. Within a secluded room in the City Lord's mansion, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Little fellow, hurry up and give me the regeneration saliva. De Huang Dog's voice rang out from within the Dragon Palace. Eat my ass. I need to refine pills. Jiang Chen was annoyed. Fuck, could it be that the regeneration good fortune pill you mentioned is real? Is there really such a pill? De Huang Dog asked. Of course there is. Do you think I'm joking? But I've never seen the regeneration saliva before, so I didn't care too much about it. After Mui Bai told me about it, I found the regeneration good fortune pill. I wasn't exaggerating when I said its effects were real. Since I have it, I naturally have to refine it. Once I refine the regeneration good fortune pill, you will truly be reborn. Its effects will be at least 10 times better than just consuming the regeneration saliva. Your cultivation base will probably directly break through to the Star-Lord realm. Jiang Chen said. Damn it, it sounds so exciting, but why do you need 3 days? Isn't alchemy a piece of cake for you? De Huang Dog wagged his tail excitedly. 3 days is to buy you some time to recover. Once you've recovered, we can make a scene in this Imperial Spirit City. Wouldn't that be fun? Jiang Chen chuckled. You're getting more and more devious. You've truly inherited my teachings. De Huang Dog was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's way of doing things. Jiang Chen unleashed a violent flame and began to refine the regeneration good fortune pill. Outside the room. City Lord, this kid won't be playing any tricks, will he? Someone asked. If he dares to play any tricks, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place. 10 million 5th grade origin stones. Damn, my heart hurts. Chapter 4567. City Lord, do you think we can recruit this little fellow? After all, he's from the Universe Dragon race and he's also a powerful alchemist. If he could join us, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, said one of the elves. Yu Chonglu's eyes brightened. Yu Chonglu's eyes brightened. This old elf was correct. What the elves lacked the most were alchemists. Whether or not Long Qin was from the Universe Dragon race wasn't important. After all, the Universe Dragon race had practically never existed in the Crimson Cloud Star realm. But an alchemist was different, especially one who could refine a divine pill like the regeneration good fortune pill. They definitely weren't easy to deal with. Being able to refine the regeneration good fortune pill meant that the majority of medicinal pills wouldn't be difficult for them. If Yu Chonglu had an alchemist as his subordinate, the benefits would be unimaginable. But very quickly Imperial High Tower's eyes dimmed down, suppressing this ridiculous thought. Impossible. This person is arrogant because he's from the universe dragon race. He saved my son, but he's also negotiating conditions that touch my bottom line. There's no way I can use such a person. Yu Zhonglu shook his head. Although he desired to become an alchemist, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't lose his mind. He believed that he was a good judge of character. A man like Jiang Qin would never join his side. City Lord, you're right. Such a person won't submit. Even if he stays, he won't be loyal to us. Although he's an alchemist, it's not like we can make the City Lord listen to him. One person snorted, extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Qin. City Lord, in my opinion, once Long Qin refines the regeneration good fortune pill to save young master, we should directly kill him and take back those 10 million grade 5 origin stones. So what if he's from the universe dragon race? This is the Crimson Cloud Star realm, not the peak of the eternal world. He's probably just a remnant race that popped out for some unknown reason. If we kill him, we'll do it silently. Do you think the universe dragon race will be able to find trouble here? That's right. Furthermore, rumor has it that the dragon race has offended the Eternal Lord. They're not having a good time now. When his subordinates said this, Imperial Hightower's expression also began to darken. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent and coldness. He was already brooding over the 10 million grade 5 origin stones, and now that he had been provoked by his subordinates, his desire to kill became even stronger. Imperial Chong Lu didn't reply, but the look in his eyes proved his determination. Inside the room, Jiang Qin had a clear view of everything. He'd heard every word of the conversation outside. You want to take drastic measures, but unfortunately you ran into me. Jiang Qin sneered. Initially, he planned to wait for De Huang to recover his cultivation and then leave after causing a scene. But since this imperial heavy building wanted to target him, then Jiang Qin would not be polite. In any case, there were still 3 months before the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions. Jiang Qin had plenty of time to play with them. Boom, raging flames began to sweep out, covering the entire room. The flames formed a large net. Within the large net were layers of restrictive spells, sealing and concealing everything in the room. With Jiang Qin's restrictions, even a 7th heaven stage star lord like Imperial Hightower wouldn't be able to see through the flame net. Yu Zhonglu wasn't surprised by Jiang Qin's action. After all alchemists were prideful, and there were some alchemists who didn't like being watched by others when they were concocting pills. They had their own techniques and secrets. So Imperial Hightower didn't suspect anything. He just waited outside. Jiang Qin took out some regeneration saliva and some medicinal ingredients for the regeneration good fortune pill. He tossed them into the sea of flames. Thinking about it, Jiang Qin hadn't refined a Dan for a long time. However, for an expert of his level, even if he hadn't refined a Dan for 100 years, it would still be easy for him to refine a Dan again. In less than a quarter of an hour, the regeneration good fortune pill was completed. A fragrant pill that contained endless life energy shot out from the sea of fire. It floated in the room as if it had a mind of its own. The powerful life aura made people feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Wakaka, it's time to eat. De Huang dog laughed excitedly. He jumped out of the dragon palace, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the regeneration good fortune pill. Damn you, I didn't even get the chance to look at it. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. This was his first time concocting the regenerative fortune pill, and it was also his first time seeing it. He wanted to take a good look at the quality of the pill, but who would have thought that this dog would be so impatient and eat it right away? It's just a Dan. What's there to look at? Look at me. De Huang dog was narcissistic. I'm going to vomit on your face. Jiang Qin kicked the dog's fat butt. This guy was getting more and more narcissistic. Boom. The overbearing medicinal energy inside De Huang dog's body started to wreak havoc. De Huang dog's limbs and bones made De Huang dog want to roar out loud. Luckily, Jiang Qin set up a powerful barrier that isolated everything in the room. Otherwise, De Huang dog's actions would have been discovered by Imperial Hightower and the others. Imperial Hightower was still waiting for the regeneration good fortune pill to save his son. He didn't know that the regeneration good fortune pill had become someone else's food. If Imperial Hightower knew that his son's injuries were caused by Jiang Qin, he would probably vomit blood on the spot until there was no more blood left to vomit. After killing his own son, he still had to treat him as an honored guest and give him 10 million 5th grade source stones for nothing. Imperial Hightower had never suffered such a loss in half his life. Inside the room, De Huang's divine soul started to wake up quickly. His aura was rising continuously. In almost an instant, De Huang Dog recovered to his previous peak state. This was a freak like De Huang Dog. If it was someone else, even if they had a divine medicine like the Regeneration Good Fortune pill, they wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. No one dared to swallow the Regeneration Good Fortune pill like De Huang Dog did. After all, with his current body condition, it was hard for him to withstand the violent impact of the Regeneration Good Fortune pill. If he was not careful, his body would explode and he would die. After recovering to his peak state, De Huang Dog's body changed once again. It was like he had been reborn. His cultivation began to skyrocket. 6th heavenly layer, 7th heavenly layer, 8th heavenly layer. In just an hour, Big Yellow had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. This was not the end. Jiang Qin could not help but nod inwardly when he saw this. De Huang Dog's foundation is robust and powerful. The Regeneration Good Fortune pill has allowed him to undergo endless changes. This time he'll probably reach Star Lord. Chapter 4568. In the following time, Jiang Qin closed his eyes to rest, choosing to go into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. De Huang Dog was immersed in the pleasure of breaking through to the next realm, while the Black King also cultivated diligently after obtaining the laws. According to Jiang Chen's estimates, De Huang Dog's cultivation would reach the 1st heavenly layer of Star Lord in 3 days, while the Black King's cultivation would reach the 5th heavenly layer. It should not be a problem for him to reach the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source. With their strength, they could completely wreak havoc in the Spirit City. Jiang Qin had nothing to do anyway. There were still 3 months until the competition between the 4 battalions and 4 battalions. Jiang Qin needed to train and raise his cultivation, and the Spirit City was a very good place to do so. This was because Jiang Qin had discovered that the Spirit City was rich in resources. Just the City Lord's estate alone contained countless herbs. Spirit herbs and origin stones. Jiang Qin needed them all. The more the merrier. He didn't reject anything. The Imperial Spirit City was a large city of the elf race. The fact that Imperial Chonglu had taken out 10 million 5th grade origin stones in the blink of an eye was enough to prove the wealth of the Imperial Spirit City. This time, Jiang Qin wouldn't stop until he'd made a killing. 2 days passed very quickly. Outside the room, Yu Chonglu paced back and forth, his face filled with anticipation and worry. His son was about to die, and he needed the regeneration pill to save his life. Yu Chonglu couldn't help but worry. If Jiang Qin failed to concoct the regenerative good fortune pill, everything would go to waste. At that point of time, even if he killed Jiang Qin, it would be useless as he would never be able to save his son. After all, Yu Chonglu could not take out a second drop of regeneration saliva. In the room, De Huang Dog's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly source, and he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Star Lord realm. In addition to the great benefits and impact that the regenerative good fortune pill brought to De Huang Dog, the Tao laws left behind by Long Futu were also of great help to De Huang Dog. In this way, it would no longer be difficult for De Huang Dog to break through to Star Lord. In fact, it might even be a piece of cake. At the same time, the imperial capital of Great Forest within Vermilion Bird Camp. This was Lin Tianlin's second residence in the imperial capital, and it was as luxurious as the Crown Prince's palace. At this moment, there were only the Crown Prince and Long Xian in the Grand Hall. 13. What do you think? Have you found anything in the past 2 days? The Crown Prince asked. My eyes of fire and gold cannot see through the cursed humans of the Holy Spirit, but I can see through the disguised winged race and elves. In these 2 days, there have already been 5 people who could not hide from my eyes of fire and gold. 2 winged race spies, 1 elven race spy, and all of them are elders of Vermilion Bird Camp. Long Xian said. Hearing this, the Crown Prince clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. His eyes darkened. In just 2 days we found 5 spies from other races. And that's not counting those who are cursed. How many spies from other races are there in Vermilion Bird Camp? The Crown Prince could not hide his anger. This is just Vermilion Bird Camp and I only found them in the past 2 days. I think the situation in the other 4 constabularies will not be much better than Vermilion Bird Camp. And the fake empress is in the palace. Who knows how many spies there are in the royal family? They are plotting something big. They want to hollow out the human race. Long Xian also sighed. You are right. The human race is about to be corrupted. The winged race and the elven race are setting up a big plan, a shocking conspiracy. The human race is in danger. Once the hidden danger erupts, the imperial capital will become a wasteland and a past. The crown prince wasn't a fool, and he knew how serious the situation was. Someone who was once so friendly to you turned out to be a foreign spy who could take your life at any time. The entire imperial capital was in danger, and this was simply too terrifying. The winged race and the elven race had not truly attacked the human race. This meant that their big plan had not reached its climax yet. The crown prince had to use this time to think of a way to reverse the situation and prevent the most dangerous situation from happening. Lin Tianlin had to stop her, not just for the sake of the human race but for the sake of his dead mother. His mother's death had filled him with remorse, and if he couldn't kill the fake empress to avenge his mother, then what was the point of living? Starting now, we need to quickly kill these spies and weaken the power of the fake empress, the crown prince said. The crown prince said, "What does your highness plan to do?" Long Xian's interest was immediately piqued. He had come to Vermilion Bird Camp to help find the spies. Now that the spies had been found, if there was no big movement, it would be meaningless to find the spies. Long Xian would also feel that there was no meaning in staying here at all. 13. Go and summon the 5 elders. Remember to summon them secretly. Don't let anyone else see. I want to kill them. I want to do it quietly and without anyone noticing. In the future, if I find one, I'll kill one. The crown prince said with a cold expression. All right. Long Xian's figure flickered and disappeared. Night fell. Under Long Xian's summons, the 5 elders of Vermilion Bird Camp all came to the crown prince. The news that Long Xian had become the crown prince's trusted aide had spread throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Camp. Thus, the 5 elders did not suspect anything. Adding on that the crown prince was the person in charge of Vermilion Bird Camp, it was normal for him to summon them. Boom. The door to the main hall was slammed shut. The 5 elders looked at each other and sensed that a powerful seal had been placed around the main hall. A bad premonition instantly surged into their hearts. Before they came, Long Xian did not say that the crown prince had summoned so many elders at once. Thus no one thought that they had exposed themselves. After all, they had hidden themselves too well. But now they saw that there was more than one person who had come in, and some of them were familiar with each other. How could there be so many coincidences? The crown prince just had to summon spies from other races. 5 elders. 1 Star Lord of the 4th heaven, 2 Star Lords of the 3rd heaven, and 2 Star Lords of the 2nd heaven. This kind of combat power would be astounding in the outside world. Your Highness, what did you summon us for? The elder at the 4th heaven of the Star Lord realm asked with a friendly smile as usual. To kill you. The crown prince said indifferently. He did not hide what he was going to do next. Boom. As soon as he said that, 5 powerful presences were released from their bodies. Their expressions changed. They were not idiots. When the crown prince said that, they knew that they had been exposed. Your Highness must be joking. We are all loyal to Vermilion Bird Camp and have made great contributions to Vermilion Bird Camp. Why would your Highness kill us? Someone said. At this time, what's the use of saying such useless nonsense? Chapter 4569. A muffled grunt rang out, and before the elder could even react, the crown prince smashed his head into pieces. Blue blood flowed on the ground. Blue was the symbol of the elf clan. Laozi's face darkened and his eyes were filled with coldness and disgust. At the same time, he thought to himself that Long Xian's fiery eyes of truth were really powerful. He could even see through the spies of the elf tribe and the feather tribe. Your Highness, what are you doing? The 4th heaven Star Lord Elder's expression changed drastically. He had already guessed that the crown prince might have seen through his identity, but he still had a sliver of hope, so he had no choice but to continue his disguise. Because the elder knew very well that the crown prince in front of him was no longer the crown prince of the past. He had regained his former glory and was a 5th heaven Star Lord. He was no match for him at all. Once his identity was completely exposed, he would die. Not just him, even a 6th level Star Lord was no match for the crown prince. Unfortunately, at this point in time, such a disguise was meaningless. The crown prince had already seen through their identities. From the moment he summoned them, he had already taken the initiative to decide their fates. The crown prince didn't say anything. He grabbed the neck of the other person. The third sky of Star-Lord was like a chick in the Crown Prince's grip. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the elder roared and 6 wings appeared on his back, flashing as he tried to break free from the Crown Prince's grasp. 6-winged featherman, my vermilion bird camp really has so many feather race and elves mixed in. To think that I trusted you so much before. The Crown Prince's gaze and tone grew even colder. These were all people he was familiar with, people he respected and people he trusted. If not for the fact that the truth was right in front of him, the Crown Prince would never have believed that they were Harpy spies. Hearing about it was one thing and personally seeing it was another. Now that he personally saw it, the Crown Prince truly understood the danger the great forest human race was in. The true danger was right in front of him. Boom, violent air currents gushed out from the Crown Princess' palm. The area above the 6-winged feathered man's neck exploded, and he died tragically on the spot. Whoosh! At the same time, the other 3 elders also returned to their original appearances. 2 of them were 6-winged feathered people and 1 was an old elf. The 3 of them panicked. At a time like this, there was no longer any point in putting on an act. They joined forces and struck out a shocking power toward the Crown Princess. They then wanted to tear open space with their bare hands and escape. Unfortunately, the space in the room had already been sealed by the Crown Prince. In addition, the space here was relatively small. Whether it was the winged race's speed with their wings or the elven race's movement techniques, they were all useless. In front of the Crown Prince, the other races were absolutely suppressed. The Crown Prince's voice. The Crown Prince's aura was majestic. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he swung it left and right. With 3 strikes, 3 screams rang out as the 3 Star-Lord spies were killed on the spot. This was a fundamental difference. They weren't fighting on the same level at all. The Crown Prince could kill them as easily as killing a few ants. Looking at the corpses on the ground and the pungent stench of blood in the room, the Crown Prince's expression darkened. These people are all Star-Lords and every one of them is an elder. Even though they aren't a threat to me, I don't know how many spies there are in the dark. Once the danger erupts, the entire capital will descend into chaos. Every Star-Lord will cause irreversible damage. I don't know how many humans in the Great Forest will die in their hands. The Crown Prince said. More importantly, we are completely defenseless against these people. They are hidden beside us. Once the danger erupts, many people will be killed by them without warning. Xian said. Trust was the truly terrifying thing. Trust would cause one to be defenseless. To give a simple example, the 5 elders just now were all highly respected in Vermilion Bird Camp. If they wanted to kill any elder or genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp, it would be a piece of cake because the other party would not be on their guard. When one was completely unguarded and even treated them as an enemy of one's close friends, that was the truly terrifying thing. This was a demon hidden by one's side and a casual bite from it would be fatal. I'll take care of these corpses. 13. Remain calm and continue to dig for foreign spies in Vermilion Bird Camp. Each of these people is a cancer. We don't have much time. We need to get rid of them as soon as possible. The Crown Prince said. All right. Xian nodded. He knew that Zhou Xian had made a promise to the dead Empress Lin. Zhou Xian would definitely help the Crown Prince avenge Empress Lin. Therefore, Xian would do his best to help the Crown Prince eliminate the foreign spies. The final result of this war would be the human race's victory. They would become the true masters of the Crimson Afterglow Astral. A day later, in the Spirit City Lord's residence. In the room, De Huang Dog had successfully broken through to the Star Lord realm, while Jiang Qin had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer and only needed a simple opportunity to reach the 9th heavenly layer. The Black King was still the most powerful. The Black King had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Star-Lord realm. With the Black King's current strength, even 6th heavenly layer Star-Lords were no match for him. In the entire Spirit City, no one was a match for the Black King other than the City Lord Yu Chonglu. The Black King alone could sweep through everything. More importantly, there were already hundreds of Star-Lord demons in the Dragon Palace, as well as countless high-level heavenly source demons. Once the demons were released, the entire Spirit City would be plunged into misery and suffering, causing unimaginable damage to the city. Little Chinzi, I'm very powerful now. I'll kill anyone who dares to come. De Huang Dog boasted. Don't be arrogant. Let's have some fun with the spirit city. We'll leave after we destroy a city of the demons. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's lips. He was confident that he could destroy the spirit city with his current strength. There were still 3 months until the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition. This was the perfect time to have some fun with the spirit city. Moreover, with such a long period of time, the Black King would have no problem breaking through to the 6th heavenly layer of the Star-Lord realm. By then even Yu Chonglu would be killed and the city would be doomed. Since the demons and the feather race wanted to destroy the human race, Jiang Qin would strike first and destroy a city of the demons. The thought of it was exhilarating. Outside the room. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't the kid come out yet? A Star-Lord frowned. Creak. Chapter 4570. Brother Long seeing Jiang Qin walk out, Yu Chonglu's face was filled with joy as he hurried to greet him. Sorry for the wait, City Lord. Jiang Qin smiled. How is it, Brother Long? Did you successfully concoct the rebirth pill? Yu Chonglu asked impatiently. Of course, please have a look, City Lord. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and a fragrant pill appeared in his palm. It rolled back and forth, clear and transparent as if it was about to come to life. Everyone's eyes landed on the pill. Including Yu Zhonglu, everyone's face was filled with joy, and their eyes were shining brightly. Good pill. Yu Chonglu praised, unable to hide his excitement. Hearing this, Jiang Qin tried his best not to laugh, but De Huang Dog in the Dragon Palace couldn't. Like a good pill. This Lord Dog is going to die from laughter. If this fella finds out that this is a deadly poison, he will definitely go berserk and kill you. De Huang Dog was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. Given his skill, no one would be able to tell that he had modified the color of the poison, let alone these elves who didn't know the art of alchemy. None of them had the eyesight to see through his pill. City Lord, the rebirth pill has to be consumed as soon as possible. Any delay will affect the efficacy of the pill. Jiang Qin said. All right, I understand. Yu Chonglu wouldn't waste any time. He had been worried sick for the past 3 days, pacing back and forth outside Jiang Chen's room without a moment of rest. A group of people rushed to Yu Kun's residence. At this moment Yu Kun was still in a deep coma. Even if he wasn't dead, he was no different from a dead man. Of course he wasn't dead yet, but he was going to die soon. Even the Eternal Lord wouldn't be able to save him after consuming this rebirth heart-piercing pill. Yu Chonglu held the pill and lifted his son up with one hand before carefully placing it into Yu Kun's mouth. Right now Yu Kun was completely unconscious. Even when the pills were sent to his mouth, he wouldn't eat them. He needed Yu Chonglu to channel energy into his body. Just as he was about to transfer his energy, Yu Chonglu suddenly stopped. He frowned and turned to look at Jiang Qin. Just when Jiang Qin thought that Yu Chonglu had discovered something, Yu Chonglu opened his mouth and said, Brother Long, this regeneration good fortune pill's medicinal energy is too strong. My son is unconscious right now. Can he withstand the medicinal energy? Jiang Qin sneered in his heart. Although this old guy didn't know alchemy, he still knew a lot. Don't worry, as long as the effect of the regeneration good fortune pill is regeneration, it will only save people and not hurt them. City Lord, you just need to feed it. I guarantee that your son will have an instant reaction. Jiang Qin said confidently. All right, I'm relieved to hear that, Brother Long. Yu Chonglu had a relaxed look on his face as he placed the pill into Yu Kun's mouth. Under the stimulation of a gentle energy, the pill completely entered Yu Kun's body. Boom! A wave of black energy surged out of Yu Kun's body, bringing with it an intense stench. In the next moment, Yu Kun, who had been like a corpse, suddenly began to move. Yu Kun's body shuddered and twitched intensely. Then black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His legs collapsed and he no longer had any signs of life. Fuck! Yu Chonglu was dumbfounded. Inside he cursed. Fuck, what happened to the rebirth? Why did it seem like he couldn't be any more dead? Brother Long, what's going on? Yu Zhonglu looked at Jiang Qin with a panicked expression. What the hell are you doing? It's definitely something. Why is the regeneration good fortune pill like poison? A group of Star Lords surrounded Jiang Qin. Waves of overbearing qi shrouded Jiang Qin. City Lord, I'm doing this for your son's sake. In his current state, even if he survives, he'll be in a state worse than death. I'm helping him escape. You should be thanking me. Jiang Qin grandly said. It seemed that even if he killed someone they should be thanking him. Bastard, what did you say? You gave my son poison. Yu Chonglu was infuriated. His heart was crumbling. He had spent a huge price to invite a Yama king, and he had personally seen his son die in front of him. No, it should be more accurate to say that he had died to his own hands. After all, he had personally fed him the poison. To be more accurate, it's the life-seizing, heart-piercing pill. It's the king of poisons, the king of poisons. Once consumed, you'll definitely die. Not even a god can save you. I helped your son escape from this world's suffering. If you want to thank me, then give me another 10 million grade 5 origin stones. Jiang Chen's shamelessness had reached its peak. Within the Dragon Palace, the Black King was covering his face, while the Huang dog was rolling on the ground laughing. He praised Jiang Chen for having his own style, and what he had done was very gratifying. I have no enmity with you, so why did you harm my son? Yu Zhonglu's eyes were about to split open, and his red eyeballs were about to pop out. Look at you. Even if you eat me, it won't be enough. Since you want to know the reason, I'll tell you. I came here for the regenerative saliva. Unfortunately, the city lord views the regenerative saliva as much as his own life. I knew that I wouldn't have the chance to make you hand over the regenerative saliva, so I had no choice but to target you, Kuan. Jiang Chen laughed mischievously. Then you're saying that my son's injuries were intentional? Demanded Yu Chonglu viciously. Smart. Jiang Chen nodded. I'll tear you apart. Yu Chonglu had completely exploded. He felt like he was going to die from anger. He had nowhere to vent his anger. His powerful chi locked onto Jiang Chen. The cultivation base of a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord was not to be trifled with. Carrying a destructive force, Yu Chonglu's hand grabbed toward Jiang Chen's head. With this grab, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a cage, making it impossible for anyone to escape. The entire space in the room seemed to have been locked. Yu Zhonglu didn't unleash his true killing technique. Obviously, he didn't want Jiang Chen to die so easily. He hated this bastard in front of him to the core, and he had to torture him bit by bit, torture him to death slowly. As expected, he's powerful. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. A 7th heaven stage Star Lord's cultivation base was truly extraordinary. If he hadn't had a backup plan, he would definitely have died to Yu Chonglu. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic on his face. Swish. Right when Yu Chonglu's hand was about to grab onto Jiang Chen suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not a single trace of his aura was left behind, as if he had never appeared. Where is he? Imperial Chonglu shouted with a stern expression. His eyes looked like they could devour someone. He searched every corner of the room, but he couldn't find Jiang Chen. Chapter 4571. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk outside the door there was a deafening noise, and the entire City Lord residence was in a state of extreme shock. Imperial Tower was shocked, and a few Star Lord experts hurried out of the room, only to see Jiang Chen standing in the air above the City Lord residence with a sword in hand. Half of the buildings in the City Lord residence had been destroyed, and the entire City Lord residence was engulfed in flames, smoke, and screams. Imperial Tower, from today onwards, I will make the Imperial Spirit City restless. Laughing heartily, Jiang Chen strode off. Catch him. Imperial Tower was enraged, and a few Star Lord experts chased after Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, when they caught up with Jiang Chen was already gone. The few Star Lords were dumbfounded, looking at each other with shock written all over their faces. What's going on? How did he escape? He's only at the heavenly source realm, and he hasn't even comprehended the power of space. How could he disappear into thin air as if he was never there? I couldn't even detect his aura. This guy must have some powerful escape technique. It should be a powerful escape artifact. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to cause trouble in the City Lord residence. Everyone was shocked. A man who could escape at any time was the one who made them feel helpless. Not only them, even Imperial Cloud Tower, a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord, could not do anything to stop him. Jiang Chen had already escaped right under Imperial Cloud Tower's nose. Everyone returned helplessly and came to Imperial Tower. City Lord, he escaped. We don't know what powerful technique this guy has. Our power of space is useless against him. One person said. It's a powerful spatial artifact. It must be a powerful spatial artifact. Damn bastard, we must kill him at all costs. Imperial Tower gritted his teeth. He had never hated someone so much in his life. That guy killed his son, cheated him of his regenerative saliva, destroyed half of the city lord residence and left. He, Imperial Tower, had never seen such an arrogant person before. What was even more tragic was that Imperial Tower was at his wit's end, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. It was about to explode. City Lord, this kid has an escape treasure on him. To be able to escape right under our noses, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to kill him. Someone said. This person said that he would wreak havoc in the Imperial Spirit City, and he will definitely return. Gather all the Star Lords of the Imperial Spirit City and set up a trap in the City Lord office. I want to turn the entire City Lord office into an iron plate and completely seal off the space. When that happens, even if he has treasures, he won't be able to pass through the sealed space. Yu Zhonglu clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Yuling City was a big city of the elves, and they had never suffered such a huge loss before. How could Yu Zhonglu, the City Lord, accept this? His son was dead, the saliva of rebirth was gone, and half of the City Lord's palace was destroyed by someone. This was truly vexing. If he couldn't kill Jiangchen, how could he, Yu Zhonglu, live among the elves in the future? He would definitely become a laughingstock. Outside the Imperial Spirit City, between a mountain range, Jiangchen descended from the sky again. He had a smile on his face, and a Huang dog and the Black King followed beside him. The stairway to heaven is really a good thing. It's a pity that I only have one more piece of the stairway to heaven. It won't be a problem for me to evade the attacks of the Star Lords, but if a Star Emperor appears, the stairway to heaven will definitely be useful. It would be great if I could find another piece of the stairway to heaven. Jiangchen sighed. The stairway to heaven was a supreme treasure, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough of it. If he had another piece of the stairway to heaven and fused them together, even a Star Emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Tisk, I'm afraid that fella Imperial Tower is going to be angered to death. This time it can be said that he suffered a double loss. How delightful. The Huang dog laughed sinisterly. When he thought of what Jiangchen had done today, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Master, what are we going to do next? The Black King asked. He was very impressed with his new master, and he was very impressed with Jiangchen's way of doing things. It could be said that he admired him from head to toe. I've already said that we're going to make the Imperial Spirit City restless. Since the Sidhe clan has been disobedient, colluding with the Feather clan and infiltrating the human camp, I'm not going to let them have it easy. From now on, we're going to let go of the Imperial Spirit City. Black King, release all the demons and have them wreak havoc in the Imperial Spirit City. I want this big city to be in a state of chaos, so much so that it's out of control. Jiangchen said, like a king giving out orders. Yes, master. The Black King chuckled. He felt that following such a master was very satisfying. Night fell and shadowy figures entered the Imperial Spirit City from all directions like phantoms. The entire Imperial Spirit City was filled with screams and flames. The city, which spanned thousands of miles, was filled with demonic beasts. Every single one of them was in their true form, hundreds of feet long. Wherever they passed, countless buildings collapsed and countless Sidhe were trampled to death by the demonic beasts. It was a tragic sight. There were too many demonic beasts and they were too strong. Even the weakest of them was at the high end of the heavenly source realm, let alone the Star-Lord demonic beasts. For a time the Imperial Spirit City was in chaos and it was a mess. The prefecture had already set up an inescapable net, waiting for Jiangchen's arrival. However, Imperial Heavy Tower had never thought that Jiangchen would be even scarier than he had imagined. Jiangchen had really caused the entire Imperial Spirit City to be in a state of chaos. It wasn't just chaos, the entire city was in chaos. City Lord, this is bad. It's a mess, a complete mess. There are demonic beasts everywhere. They're everywhere and there's no way to count them. Many people were panicking. The Imperial Spirit City was facing its greatest crisis and chaos in its history. It was practically the end of the Imperial Spirit City. Damn it, why did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear? Did Long Chen summon them? Imperial Tower smashed the chair he was sitting on, unable to conceal his fury. It's definitely related to Long Chen. That fellow is from the Universe Dragon race. The Universe Dragon race is above all demonic beasts, so they naturally have the ability to summon them. Damn it, it's like poking a hornet's nest. There are countless demonic beasts everywhere. The people below were on the verge of collapse. This kind of situation had already gone out of their control. Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? It's just a bunch of demonic beasts, a mob. Send out the city lord residence's experts to let these demonic beasts know the power of our elf race. Imperial Tower forced himself to remain calm as he shouted. Chapter 4572. The western outskirts of the Spirit City was the most chaotic place. All the buildings here had been destroyed and the elves were fleeing in all directions. They were torn apart by the great demons. The Buddha's army was the bravest army in the eternal world. They had been cursed for so many years, and the resentment in their hearts had never been completely erased. Now that Jiang Chen had let them out, they would naturally kill whoever they saw. Jiang Chen's original plan was to topple the Spirit City and destroy a large city of the elves. There was nothing much to say in a war between the foreign races. It was either you die or I live. That was because if the two races really fought in the future, the result would probably be even more miserable. So Jiang Chen wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy when it came to killing the elves. The void trembled as 5 or 6 star lords of the elves flew out of the city lord's mansion, arriving in the sky above the western part of the city. Stop. Damned demons, who gave you the guts to cause trouble in the Spirit City? Roared an old elf at the 5th heaven stage of the Star Lord realm. Roar, howls filled the air. The great demons paid no heed to the old elf's howls and continued to fight in a frenzy, destroying everything in the Imperial Spirit City. Kill them all. The old elf was infuriated. A spectral blade appeared in his hand and he attacked the great demons. Swish. A black figure appeared in front of the old elf. The old elf's expression changed. The black man in front of him was like an iron tower. He was too majestic and his blood chi soared into the sky. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 4th heaven stage of the Star Lord realm, and he was only a step away from the 5th heaven stage. Most importantly, the other party's aura was simply too strong. Although he was a level higher than the other party, standing in front of the other party at this moment, an incomparably real feeling appeared in his heart, and that was that he was most likely no match for this black man. That feeling was very real. As a Star Lord, his perception was extremely sharp. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Spirit City? Where's Longchen? Shouted the old elf. Bang. The Black King didn't reply. What greeted him was a heavy punch aimed at his face. It was as fast as a bolt of lightning. It was just a punch, but it had shattered the void and was about to tear the space apart. The old elf let out an angry roar. His reaction was also very fast. He slashed the sword in his hand horizontally. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble. The sky was dark and the old elf fell into a disadvantageous position in less than 3 rounds. Although he was a level higher than the Black King, his combat power was slightly inferior to the Black King's. The Black King was an unparalleled divine tiger, and he had also absorbed 2 Dao laws of the stuffy dragon. An ordinary Starlord could not compare to him at all. For the Black King, it had always been a simple matter for him to kill enemies a level higher than himself. Damn it, why is this bastard so strong? The old elf gnashed his teeth in disbelief. The Black King didn't give him a chance to react. He raised his fists and continued to attack. The sound of air being pierced rang out as the Black King threw out a dozen punches in a row. Every punch bent the void and landed heavily on the old elf's body. What? The old elf coughed up blood. He felt like his body had been smashed by a mountain. He felt like he was about to be torn apart. The old elf didn't have much time to react before 2 huge tiger claws suddenly appeared and grabbed his arms. Face the gale. The Black King roared and exerted force with its tiger claws. The old elf let out an earth-shattering scream as he was torn into 2 halves by the Black King. Blood rained down like rain. It was a tragic sight. What? The other Starlords were all terrified. They had originally come to help kill these sea demons. After all, they were powerful and these sea demons couldn't even withstand a single blow from them. Killing them would be as easy as crushing ants. After all, they had guessed that these sea demons were related to Longchen. They had definitely been summoned by him. Longchen's cultivation base hadn't even reached the Starlord realm. Even if he had summoned a group of sea demons, how strong could they be? They hadn't expected the sea demons to be on the level of Starlords. This black man in front of them was even more terrifying. That had caused their judgment of their enemies to be greatly off. All of you must die. The Black King went berserk, taking a step forward as if there was no one around. The remaining astral lords were instantly wiped out. Not even a speck of dust was left. The Star Lords who had rushed over from the City Lord's mansion had completely become food for the Black King. On the other side, the De Huang dog's huge body was like an ancient elephant. Everywhere he went he left nothing behind. It was like the end of the world for the elves. There were at least 30 Star-Lord great demons gathered around the Black King, and they were invincible. With such a battle prowess, even 100 spirit cities would not be enough to destroy them, much less one. Doomsday. The spirit city's true doomsday had arrived. Thousands of elves had died, and the sea demons had covered the sky. There was slaughter everywhere. There was nowhere to run, and the entire city had been sealed. The Star Lords who had escaped from the City Lord's mansion were not only unable to save the city, but were also killed by the Black King as soon as they came out. They had no chance to resist. To the current Black King, anyone below the 5th heaven stage of Star-Lord was practically invincible. Within the City Lord's mansion, the Imperial Tower was still waiting for Jiang Qin to take the bait. An inescapable net had been set up here to prevent Jiang Qin from escaping. All the space had been sealed, but Jiang Qin still hadn't come. City Lord, we can't continue like this. The Spirit City is about to be completely destroyed. We have to take action. These sea demons are each more ferocious than the last. They aren't scoundrels at all. Each one of them is well-trained, and there are many Star-Lord level experts. There's also a black tiger that can kill elves at the 5th heaven stage. One person said. Damn, be asterisk starred. I will take action myself and kill this black tiger first. The Imperial Tower was enraged. As the City Lord, there was no way he wouldn't be angry when he saw the devastated Spirit City. The moment the Imperial Tower saw the Black King, his body flashed and appeared in front of the Black King. Just as he was about to attack the Black King disappeared without a trace, just like Jiang Qin before. Jiang Qin was secretly controlling the Dragon Palace. At this moment, all the Buddha army on the battlefield could enter the Dragon Palace in an instant. Even if the Imperial Tower had unparalleled strength, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? The Imperial Tower went berserk. Raging waves were released from his body, sweeping towards the other sea demons. Swoosh swoosh, something amazing happened. Wherever the Imperial Tower went, the sea demons would disappear as if they had never been there. Chapter 4573. Bastard Bastard. Imperial Tower felt like he was about to go crazy. As a level 7 Star Lord and the City Lord of Imperial Spirit City, this was the first time in his life that he felt helpless. He even felt a sense of despair. His cultivation base and peerless power were useless now. He didn't dare to release his energy to kill as he pleased. That might be able to kill some sea demons, but it would also harm more of the elf race. Compared to the human race, the elf race's population was already small. They were less than 1,000th of the human race. If he randomly slaughtered them, it would be the end of the world. Furthermore, as the City Lord, Imperial Hightower had to save the elf race, not destroy them. If you have the guts, come out and fight with me, roared Imperial Hightower. The City Lord was infuriated. Looking at the desolate city that had turned into an Azura battlefield, this was his first time feeling powerless. Ha, City Lord, I don't dare to fight you. I can't beat you. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the void like a clap of thunder, extremely arrogant. It was pitiful that Imperial Hightower, a 7th heaven stage Star Lord, could only hear Jiang Chen's voice. He couldn't even see Jiang Chen's shadow. All elves, listen up. Go hide in the City Lord's mansion. Imperial Hightower was helpless. He could only give such an order. A large number of elves began to rush towards the City Lord's mansion. For them, the City Lord's mansion was their only refuge. These great demons that descended from the sky were too ferocious. They couldn't fight against them at all. In truth, having the elves hide in the City Lord's mansion was a helpless move. But Imperial Hightower had no other choice. Only the City Lord's mansion could set up a spatial barrier to block Jiang Chen's spatial treasures. Imperial Hightower was confident that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to enter the City Lord's mansion. In fact, he was even hoping that Jiang Chen would enter. Once he did, Imperial Hightower had absolute confidence in killing Jiang Chen. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as blood filled the air. This was the end of the elf race. Countless elves were killed on the way to the city lord's mansion. But there were also experts among the elf race. Adding on the fact that they were proficient in concealment and movement arts, quite a few of them managed to successfully hide in the city lord's mansion. And Xianxia didn't have the greater demons to continue their slaughter. After all, Xianxia knew that the city lord's mansion's spatial barrier was very powerful. If his heaven-ascending stairway didn't work, the consequences would be troublesome. After all, Xianxia only had one heaven-ascending stairway. If he had another one, Xianxia, he would have nothing to fear. An hour later, the raucous Imperial Spirit City quietened down for the first time. More than half of the city had been destroyed and 90% of the elves in the Imperial Spirit City had been killed. The remaining elves crowded into the city lord manor, wailing in pain. Xianxia led his army of demons and hovered above the Spirit City. He looked like the god of death, exuding a strong murderous aura. Little Qinzi, what are we going to do now? The city lord's spatial barrier seems very powerful, said to Huang Dog. No rush. Let's play with them slowly. There's no rush. Let's play with them slowly. Xianxia laughed heartily. In the air above the city lord's mansion, Imperial Hightower looked at the distant Xianxia. He clenched his teeth, his eyes red. This was undoubtedly Imperial Hightower's most sullen day. He had never felt so vexed in his entire life. A dignified city was now being guarded by someone like a prey. Furthermore, the other party's strength was not even comparable to their own. How vexing was this? I'll definitely kill you. Imperial Hightower charged out, a 300-meter saber in his hand. He slashed it at Xianxia. Xianxia knew that Imperial Hightower couldn't fight him head-on. With their current power, they couldn't beat a 7th Heaven Stage Star Lord. So the moment Imperial Hightower charged out, Xianxia had his demons hide in the Dragon Palace. Then he used the Heaven Ascension Stairway to dodge Imperial Hightower's attack. Rip. Imperial Hightower's hateful attack was extremely powerful. His saber directly cut the void in front of him in two. A berserk spatial storm surged out with a powerful devouring power. Just as Xianxia used the Heaven Ascension Stairway to dodge Imperial Hightower's attack, an extremely familiar summoning power suddenly came from the spatial crack Imperial Hightower had created. The Heaven Ascension Stairway in his hand trembled intensely and emitted a dazzling light. It's the summoning of the Heaven Ascension Stairway. Xianxia's shock was no small matter. His eyes were incomparably bright as he looked at the huge spatial crack. He was immediately filled with endless excitement. It's the Heaven Ascension Stairway. The second segment of the Heaven Ascension Stairway has appeared. Good fortune, this Imperial Hightower really is my lucky star, huh? Xianxia roared with laughter as he found it hard to contain his excitement. Imperial Hightower's attack just so happened to split open a spatial boundary. And in that spatial boundary, there just happened to be a segment of the Heaven Ascension Stairway that was scattered. What was even more coincidental was that when he used the Heaven Ascension Stairway, it was sensed by the Heaven Ascension Stairway in the spatial boundary. Hence, the Heaven Ascension Stairway in the spatial boundary started to call out to him, resonating with the Heaven Ascension Stairway in his hand. The Heaven Ascension Stairway was the strongest trump card that Xianxia had obtained after entering the Eternal World. It was also the thing that Xianxia was most interested in. He had always been searching for the remaining segments of the Heaven Ascension Stairway, but it was a pity that he didn't find any. Who would have thought that today Imperial Hightower would open a path for him, allowing him to find the second segment of the Heaven Ascension Stairway. This was truly wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. If he could obtain the second segment of the Heaven Ascension Stairway and fuse it with his own Heaven Ascension Stairway, the might and effect of the Heaven Ascension Stairway would increase by several folds. At that time, Xianxia wouldn't even care about the spatial boundary of the City Lord residence. He could use the Heaven Ascension Stairway to pass through it at any time. At that time, even a Star Emperor expert would find it extremely difficult to kill him by relying on the Heaven Ascension Stairway. Xianxia would no longer have anything to fear in the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. Seeing that the spatial crack was about to close, Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately used his exquisite body movement technique and rushed toward the spatial crack. The opportunity was fleeting. Once the spatial crack closed, it would be difficult to find the spatial boundary again. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of being trapped inside. The Heaven Ascension stairway had its own memories. He would be able to come out just like that and return to the original place. Whoosh! With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chen disappeared. Imperial Hightower watched as Jiang Chen entered the spatial crack. His originally furious expression turned into one of confusion. What is this kid doing? Is he courting death? Imperial Hightower was stunned. That was a spatial crack. Even an ordinary Star Lord would avoid it. After entering, it was very likely that they would be exiled into the spatial turbulence, unable to find the way out. However, Jiang Chen took the initiative to rush in. Chapter 45-74. Yu Chonglu gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do now. After all, even the person had disappeared. Even if he wanted to seek revenge, there was nowhere to find him. You got away with it, you brat. Yu Chonglu said viciously. From his point of view, Jiang Chen would definitely die after entering the spatial fissure. Even if he did not die, it would be difficult for him to come out. In reality, the aura of the alternate dimension that he had unintentionally created was not thick. Yu Chonglu, who was already in a rage, did not really notice the aura of the alternate dimension. He simply thought that he had created a spatial fissure and entered the spatial turbulence. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to accurately sense the alternate dimension was because of the summoning of the stairway to heaven. Without the summoning of the stairway to heaven, it would have been difficult for Jiang Chen to notice the alternate dimension. After all, in a duel between experts, one's mind would be focused on the battle. It was rare to be distracted by the enemy's tricks. Moreover, it was very common for Star Lord experts to split open a spatial fissure. In a battle, no one would care about what the spatial fissure would do. Therefore, Yu Chonglu returned to the City Lord's residence and immediately removed the spatial enchantment of the City Lord's residence. He allowed the elves who were taking refuge inside to clean up the mess. The Spirit City was already in ruins and was almost destroyed. But after some cleaning, it was still a city. Moreover, for a city as large as the Spirit City, there were many experts. Not to mention repairing a city, even building a new one was not a problem. At most, it was only a matter of time. The people in Yuling City lamented, but those who survived felt a sense of relief in their hearts. After all, what happened just now was too terrifying. It covered the sky and it was like the end of the world. Unfortunately, while the Spirit City was working hard to clean up the mess, they did not know that the devil had not gone far. The real apocalypse could come at any time. At this moment, in the alternate dimension, in the variegated space, there were turbulent flows moving everywhere. This was a very small space, only 100 miles in circumference. The spatial enchantment was already in ruins, and it looked like it could be destroyed at any time. This was probably the reason why Yu Chonglu could easily break open the alternate dimension. A stairway hovered at the center of this space. After entering, Jiang Chen's gaze directly fell on the stairway. He did not even have the mood to pay attention to the environment. He had the stairway to heaven with him, so he wasn't afraid of entering the spatial turbulence. Even if this alternate dimension exploded and turned into nothingness, Jiang Chen could still use the stairway to heaven to escape in an instant. Moreover, there was another heaven ascension ladder in front of him. Another stairway to heaven. This is great, little Chenzi. The Huang dog appeared beside Jiang Chen and said excitedly. He already understood the effects of the stairway to heaven. It was a cheat. Compared to Buddha Prison Palace, the stairway to heaven was the key to survival in the everlasting world. That's right. The grade of the stairway to heaven is no lower than that of Buddha Prison Palace. It might even be higher. After all, the word stairway to heaven is not used casually. I only have the first step of the stairway to heaven, and it has brought me endless benefits. But based on the current situation, the first step of the stairway to heaven is not enough to deal with Star Emperor experts. If Star Emperor makes a move, he can restrict my ability to climb the stairway to heaven. If I get the second step of the stairway to heaven, I can combine the two and the effect will be more than doubled. Even if I encounter Star Emperor, I won't have to be afraid. If I can't beat him, I won't have any problems running away. Jiang Chen had an excited smile on his face. People like him rarely got excited over certain things. In the everlasting world, the only thing that could make Jiang Chen excited was the stairway to heaven. Traveling through space, a life-saving treasure, it was always successful. Little Chenzi, the front end of this stairway to heaven is obviously broken. Seems like there are still stairways to heaven like this, but I don't know where they are scattered. The Huang dog said. It would be great if I could gather all the stairway to heaven one day. Jiang Chen sighed. It was hard to imagine if he could gather all the stairway to heaven. Would he really be able to scale the heavens and transcend above the heavens? But Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it. He had to take down the stairway to heaven first. Let's go to the spirit city after I take the stairway to heaven. Jiang Chen chuckled and grabbed at the stairway to heaven with his bare hands. It was the right decision to come to the spirit city this time. The saliva of regeneration and the stairway to heaven were perfect. Buzz buzz. The stairway to heaven had a spirit of its own and let out a buzzing sound. At first, it resisted, but when it sensed the other stairway to heaven in Jiang Chen's body, it stopped resisting and was easily taken away by Jiang Chen. With the experience of refining the stairway to heaven for the first time, success came naturally to him this time, and he practically didn't spend too much time and effort before he successfully fused the stairway to heaven. Once the fused stairway to heaven was used, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the powerful power of space. Traveling through space was no problem at all. More importantly, the stairway to heaven contained terrifying spatial energy. This energy was successfully refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen, and he used the dragonization skill to convert it into his own energy. Under the impact of this energy, Jiang Chen's cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, even stopping at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. He was only a step away from becoming a true Star Lord. It must be said that the level of Star Lord was a huge hurdle for countless cultivators. It was extremely difficult to surpass the heavenly source realm and become a Star Lord. In the Crimson Afterglow Star realm, countless genius cultivators were stuck at the peak of the heavenly source realm, unable to advance even half a step. However, it was different for Jiang Chen. He had countless cultivation experiences, so the hurdle of Star Lord was nothing to him. As long as he wanted to advance, everything would happen naturally. He had completely comprehended spatial force long ago, so advancing to Star Lord was just a matter of energy. For example, Jiang Chen could control and use a spatial treasure like the stairway to heaven when he was at the heavenly source realm, or even just at the beginning of the origin realm. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to use the stairway to heaven even if they had it. This was the difference between them. Great, you've advanced again. Let's go out and slaughter Imperial Spirit City until it's beyond redemption. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. He had always wanted to see the world in chaos, not to mention that this was the territory of the elves. There's no hurry. Yu Chonglu thinks that I jumped into the spatial crack, so he definitely won't expect me to return. If I'm not wrong, Imperial Spirit City should be cleaning up the mess right now, or even rebuilding it. However, I won't go out for now. I'll seclude myself in this alternate space for 3 days to stabilize my cultivation. I'll go out after 3 days. With the stairway to heaven, we'll reach Imperial Spirit City once we leave this place. At that time we'll return and Yu Chonglu will have nowhere to cry ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Yu Chonglu is so pitiful. Chapter 4575. Nearly 60% of the Spirit City's palaces had been destroyed. It was a complete mess and there was practically no place to stand. All the experts of the Spirit City couldn't help sighing. If the city lord hadn't killed Long Qin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yu Chonglu stared at the pitch-black sky, inconsolable grief in his heart. His son was his greatest treasure, but he had been killed by Long Qin. His misfortune had practically descended from the heavens, an unexpected disaster. Son, can you see this in heaven? Your father has finally avenged you. In the next life we will still be father and son. Yu Chonglu couldn't help crying. But the enemy was dead and he had to live. The spirit city was riddled with holes and had to be repaired as soon as possible. He also had to sympathize with his pitiful clansmen. A third of them had died. 7 days later, Yu Chonglu stood on top of the city walls of the spirit city, his eyes filled with solemnity. Today was the 7th day of his son's death. And while he was grieving, Yu Chonglu finally felt some relief. The spirit city had finally been rebuilt, and as far as the eye could see, everything within 1,000 miles was still as magnificent as before, but his son was no longer around. Reporting to the city lord, the spirit city has been completely rebuilt. Should we celebrate with firecrackers? The elf elder bowed, his face full of smiles. Yu Chonglu had been about to praise him, but his smile froze. Celebrate my ass. Today was the 7th day of my son's death, and you still want to celebrate with firecrackers? That elf elder felt like he was sitting on pins and needles when Yu Chonglu glared at him. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't say anything. Pass down my orders. Guard the city gates to prevent anyone from trying to take advantage of the situation and topple our spirit city. If there are any suspicions, I would rather kill 1,000 than let one go. Scram. Yu Chonglu coldly snorted. This time his spirit city had suffered a great blow, and he had lost his beloved son. Although he had gotten his revenge, he was still depressed. He had to prepare for a rainy day. Otherwise, if danger came again, he would definitely be heavily injured. He definitely wouldn't allow the same thing to happen a second time. Bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of firecrackers resounded through the air, extremely ear-piercing. Yu Chonglu's face turned green and he roared thunderously. Who the hell is setting off the firecrackers? I think it is necessary to set off firecrackers to celebrate. City Lord Yu, you must be magnanimous. If you don't celebrate, why don't you let others celebrate? What's the big deal about a dead son? Be happy. Who is he trying to show that scowl to? I don't owe you any origin stones. Yu Zhonglu's expression changed drastically as he stared at the sky in disbelief. That nightmarish figure had once again appeared in front of him. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the bastard who should have been buried in the spatial crack would make a comeback. Long Qin. Aren't you already dead? How could this be? You actually came out from the spatial rift. Imperial Heavy Tower would never have thought that this fellow would be so abnormal. Although he was not at the level of a Star Lord, he was strange and cunning. Good. Since you didn't die, I'll kill you again. This time I won't let you escape. If I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces, I, Imperial Heavy Tower, am not human. Imperial Heavy Tower was extremely powerful. As the master of Imperial Spirit City, his status was extraordinary. But now he had been toyed with by Jiang Qin over and over again. His fury had long since reached the point where he couldn't suppress it. He had to tear him to pieces in this battle to vent his hatred. But the current Jiang Qin was much stronger than before. Most importantly, after merging with the second segment of the Heaven Ascension Stairway, he could already travel through space without any pressure. Imperial Heavy Tower's attacks were filled with killing intent, but each time he almost managed to catch Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin dodged again and again, causing Imperial Heavy Tower to fail again and again. He was practically about to go crazy. That bastard's spatial treasures were too heaven-defying. Imperial Heavy Tower trembled with rage, but he was unable to catch him. Each time he attacked, he missed by just a bit. But the slightest error could lead to a huge error. How could it be like this? Imperial Heavy Tower was filled with shock. This time he was unable to catch Zhang Tianzi no matter what he did. That fellow had grown even stronger. City Lord. My lord, you see, the elf elder was stunned on the spot, stammering as he spoke. The Black King had already led tens of thousands of beasts to charge forward. The beast tide was ferocious and unstoppable. The scene of tens of thousands of beasts charging forward once again appeared in Imperial Spirit City. The newly renovated Imperial Spirit City once again became a living hell on earth. De Huang was at the forefront, howling excitedly. He was invincible, charging in and out 7 times. It was as if the elites of the elf clan were unable to take care of themselves. Scenes of unparalleled brutality were reenacted once again. What the F***ck? Imperial Heavy Tower wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He couldn't even find any words to describe his current feelings. Wasn't this fellow a little too sick? He had no enmity with him. Why did the heavens have to toy with him like this? He had just finished renovating the Imperial Spirit City, spending a huge amount of money and resources. But in the blink of an eye, the flames of war had reignited. The entire Imperial Spirit City was filled with wails and cries. Countless beasts were ferocious and violent, rampaging about. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. I'm sorry, City Lord Imperial Heavy Tower. I might have to make a move first. The night is long, so I won't play with you anymore. This Imperial Spirit City. It's a long story. I believe that you'll repair the Imperial Spirit City until it's in perfect condition. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. Destruction is just to welcome new life. But I don't think you'll be able to give birth to a son. Jiang Qin laughed and said. With a few flashes he disappeared into the void. The power of the beasts also retreated like the tide, leaving as quickly as they came. The Imperial Spirit City was once again reduced to a wasteland. Imperial Heavy Tower stood on top of the only remaining city wall, looking at the void from afar like a fool, unable to do anything. At that moment he was so angry that he almost fainted. His face was livid and he roared in anger. He could only let Zhou Xian leave. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, scratching his ears and cheeks. He was flustered and exasperated. Where did he look like the city lord of the Imperial Spirit City? A dignified city lord. This bastard has no manners. De Huang wagged his tail and said with a look of disdain. Manners? This cur was killing his heart. It was even more painful than dismembering his body into 1,000 pieces. Yu Zhonglu even had the thought of dying. He was toyed around in the palm of someone else's hand, and in the end he still had to openly allow the other party to leave. This was the greatest humiliation in his life. Forget it. The city will be destroyed sooner or later. I won't lower myself to his level for now. I'll deal with him again in the future. Zhou Xian said with a wave of his hand. The corner of the Black King's mouth twitched. Even he was starting to sympathize with Imperial Heavy Tower. Qilin Mansion. When Zhou Xian returned, he already felt that something was wrong. The imperial capital was extremely strange, as if there was an undercurrent surging. On the streets there was not a single person. The autumn wind swept across, and there was a feeling that the wind was blowing and the leaves were falling as if a storm was coming. Chapter 4576. It's too quiet, isn't it? Why do I feel like I'm panicking? Even the imperial guards in the city are silent as if they're made of wood. Big Yellow swaggered along the streets as he spoke with a twitch of his mouth. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. The great Lin country's capital was actually so quiet. This was simply too strange and unexpected. Let's go back to Qiren province first. Zhou Xian frowned and said in a low voice. The strangeness of the capital was indeed unusual. When Zhou Xian returned to Qiren province, Mu Yibai was already standing at the door to welcome him. She looked nervous and complicated. It was the first time Zhou Xian saw her so conflicted. What happened? Zhou Xian had a bad feeling from Mu Yibai's expression. Teacher, the crown prince is waiting for you in the side hall. Under Mu Yibai's lead, Zhou Xian went straight to the side hall. He felt even more uneasy. Why are you acting so mysterious? What happened? De Huang said with her head tilted. Teacher, brother 13 is missing. Lin Tianlin's face was grim and filled with worry. What happened? Zhou Xian said in a low voice. Something had indeed happened, and it was Long Shisan. He had only been away for a few days. What could have happened to Long Shisan? Teacher, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Mu Yibai bit her red lips and blushed. Her heart was filled with guilt. For the past few days, Brother 13 and I have been secretly investigating the spies of the Feather race and the Elf race in the 4 constabularies. We've gained a lot and killed many people from different clans. However, I haven't seen Brother 13 for 2 days. I'm worried. I usually see Brother 13 every day. I don't think he would suddenly disappear. Lin Tianlin was also worried. After not seeing Long Shisan for 2 days, he went to Qiren province to find out what was going on. However, he found that Long Shisan was nowhere to be found. I don't want to hear the reason. Where's Monkey now? Zhang Chen's voice grew cold as he looked at Mu Yibai and Lin Tianlin. He didn't care who they were, even if they were the crown prince or the emperor. He only had eyes for Long Shisan. I heard from the people in Qiren province that someone saw him go out with me last night, but I was training the whole time and didn't look for Long Shisan. Teacher, I really don't know what's going on. Mu Yibai's heart was filled with self-blame, but when someone saw Long Shisan and Xiaolong leaving with her in a hurry, she couldn't help but feel uneasy and guilty. I'm worried that this matter has something to do with the demon queen of the Feather clan. The 13 brothers and Xiaolong might have been deceived. Lin Tianlin said solemnly. Zhang Qian knew that Mu Yibai would never betray them. Otherwise, Empress Lin would have made her move a long time ago and killed them all at all costs. The only possibility was that, as Lin Tianlin said, it was the doing of an enemy of the Feather clan or the Sidhe clan. Monkey may be rash, but he's not stupid. Someone must have used him. Even Xiaolong has gone missing. Looks like we're being targeted. Damn it. De Huang said through gritted teeth. His eyes were burning with anger. He and Monkey were usually the ones who quarreled the most, but they were also very close. If anyone dared to touch Long Xian, De Huang would definitely be the first to rush forward. Even the soul transfer technique is not a problem. It's not difficult to disguise as Mu Yibai to gain Monkey's trust. Someone must have made a move, that's why they're targeting us. Jiang Qin knew that Monkey and Xiaolong must have met with some trouble. There weren't many people in the entire capital who could do something like that. Moreover, Mu Yibai was Monkey's sweetheart. He must have trusted her and wouldn't have used his fiery eyes to spy on her. In Jiang Chen's words, the only person who had the ability to hide from everyone and act so quickly could only be the Demon Emperor, who was in a high position. They had touched the foundation of the Demon Emperor, and that old man must have taken action and started his counterattack. It must be that witch. Lin Tianlin was also filled with righteous indignation. He and Long Xian had secretly investigated the spies of the Feather Clan and the Sidhe clan. It was extremely dangerous and must have alerted the Demon Empress. He was also responsible for this matter. There's no point talking about this now. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold as he said coldly, I've already sent out all of Kirin Province's spies in Lin Kingdom. I believe we'll have news soon, Mu Yibai said in a low voice. Mu Yibai's heart was burning with anxiety. If anything were to happen to Xian, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Me too. Lin Tianlin nodded. As the young mistress of Kirin Province and the Crown Prince, she must have countless subordinates. Jiang Qin knew that he couldn't blame anyone for this. After all, it was Monkey's carelessness. The most important thing now was to find out where Long Xian and Xiaolong were. F***ck. If anything happens to Monkey and Xiaolong, I'll F***ck and no one in Lin Kingdom will be safe. De Huang said angrily. Monkey was his brother and Xiaolong was his benefactor who had saved his life. De Huang even treated him like a younger brother. Now that both of them were missing, one could imagine how angry De Huang was. Mu Yibai and Lin Tianlin's faces were ashen and anxious. If anything happened to Long Xian, neither of them could absolve themselves from the blame. All of a sudden, a scout from Kirin Province reported from outside the hall. Mu Yibai immediately rushed out. Reporting to young mistress, according to our scout, someone saw Long Xian and a young man being forced into the deep-sea dragon abyss. The scout said in a low voice. What? Lin Tianlin's expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he clenched his fists tightly. He became agitated. That's impossible, impossible. Mu Yibai staggered and almost fell to the ground. Not only did she feel guilty, but she also had feelings for Long Xian. Now he was trapped in a dangerous situation because of her. Mu Yibai's heart trembled. This was the first time in her life that her heart had throbbed. What kind of place is the deep-sea dragon abyss? Jiang Qin glowered at Lin Tianlin. Judging from the looks of these two, it was definitely not a good place. Reporting to Master, that place is the largest place of exile in the Red Mid region. It's located in the center of the three races. It's inaccessible like a purgatory. Countless bullies at the Star Lord level, executioners who kill without batting an eyelid, and unruly demons are all exiled there. That place is the largest death prison in the entire Red Mid region. It's even rumored that there's a Star Emperor level demon king at the bottom of the deep-sea dragon abyss. Once you enter the deep-sea dragon abyss, you'll be as deep as the sea. Even my imperial father doesn't know much about that place. Chapter 4577. That damned brat. That crazy woman, I'll make her a widow sooner or later. De Huang bared his teeth in anger. However, this wasn't the time to lose his temper. Finding that damned monkey was the most important thing right now. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I want to see my brother. Jiang Qin said solemnly. No matter what kind of place the dragon abyss of the deep sea was, he had to make a trip there. If that monkey really meets with misfortune, I want the entire Lin Kingdom to be buried with him. Jiang Chen's words caused Lin Tianlin's body to tremble. Even his throat became hoarse. Although he was only at the peak of heavenly source, he knew that his teacher wasn't joking. With his strength, it wasn't impossible for him to topple the Lin Kingdom. De Huang, let's go. Jiang Qin turned around and made a beeline for the dragon abyss of the deep sea. Wait, teacher, this started because of me. I'll go too. Mu Yibai said without hesitation. Although Long Xian had a slim chance of survival, she wouldn't give up even if she had to risk her life. This time she vowed to follow Jiang Qin even if she had to die. I'll go too, Lin Tianlin said without hesitation. As the crown prince he held a high position, but he wasn't a snobbish person. Plus, his life was saved by Jiang Chen's teacher and Dragon Zhou Xian, and he had an inextricable relationship with Dragon Zhou Xian. He had to go. If he was dead he had to see his corpse. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Tianlin. Although Shersan's disappearance was related to them, it was also because of their helplessness. It wasn't right to put the blame on them. Jiang Chen said plainly. The Lin kingdom is in turmoil. As the crown prince you've just regained your strength and your power isn't stable yet. It's better for you to stay in the capital and stabilize the court. The three of us are enough. Jiang Chen turned around and left. In a life and death crisis, every second mattered. Even a moment of delay could cause them to lose the chance to save Long Shersan. Lin Tianlin was filled with self-blame. Sighing, he realized that this was the only thing he could do. Which I'll make you pay with your blood. Blue veins popped out on Lin Tianlin's face and his killing intent surged. His mother had died with hatred in her heart and Long Shersan was in danger. The fate of the kingdom of Lin all rested in his hands. Therefore he had to remain calm and steady. At this moment in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, Empress Lin was dressed in a purple robe and had a phoenix crown on her head. She looked forward and into the distance, her eyes filled with coldness. Her beauty could cause the downfall of empires, her eyes that looked down on the heavens, her aura that was awe-inspiring to all living beings, and she had the air of a motherly model of the world. She was extremely domineering and graceful, and no one dared to look her in the eye. They couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. Two Star Lord Sixth Heaven experts knelt in front of Empress Lin, extremely respectful. Empress, the matter has been settled. He's just a disciple of Kirin province who doesn't know what's good for him. However, his strength is not bad. We also lost a few people before we were able to send him into the abyss. Empress Lin Leng glanced at the two people kneeling in front of her and said calmly, "What a good Lin Tianlin. How dare you try to deal with me? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll cut off one of your arms. Let's see what else you can do to stir up trouble. You're still too inexperienced to fight me in this imperial capital." If it weren't for her identity she would have killed Lin Tianlin with her own hands. Even if she couldn't kill the crown prince herself she would boil him alive. The place where the three races gathered, the deep-sea dragon abyss. Undulating mountains surrounded by ravines, precipitous cliffs and flowing waterfalls. The valley was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. On the left was a towering mountain and on the right was a 1,000-foot waterfall. It was a magnificent sight. It looked majestic, but there wasn't even a bird here. Evil was everywhere and it was beautiful. It didn't look like the deep-sea dragon abyss that Lin Tianlin had mentioned at all. The scenery here is beautiful, but it's a barren land. In the middle of the valley is the deep sea. There are endless dangers in the deep sea, just like the abyss of hell. That's how it got its name. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. The pressure from the deep sea is also stronger. No one can come out of the land of exiles because no one can withstand the great pressure of the deep-sea dragon abyss. Even a star emperor can't do anything about it. Mu Bai seemed to have noticed Jiang Chen's confusion, so he hurried to explain. There's no time to lose. Let's go down and see what's going on. De Huang said impatiently. There's indeed the aura of the monkey here. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, then looked at Mu Bai. Since no one can come out alive, aren't you afraid of death if you go down with us? Mu Bai shook her head with a bitter smile. Of course I'm afraid. I only have one life. But Long Shersan is in danger because of me. I feel uneasy, so I have to go. Mu Bai's determination made Jiang Chen sigh with emotion. The monkey was right about her. Mu Bai was a woman with a sense of responsibility and backbone. Jiang Chen and the others rushed into the so-called deep-sea dragon abyss without hesitation. At first Jiang Chen only felt that the deeper they went the darker it got and the less light there was. After a few dozen breaths, they had reached the abyss that was tens of thousands of feet deep. A deep blue sea gave off a faint glow. There was a trace of light. At this moment, when Jiang Chen looked up again, he realized that they couldn't go up at all. Even if they had infinite strength, they couldn't do anything. The pressure spread all over the abyss. Left with no choice, they could only go down into the deep-sea dragon abyss. As expected of the damn deep-sea dragon abyss. Only by going down continuously will there be no pressure. Even if we go up an inch, it feels like there are 10 mountains above us. No wonder even Star Emperor couldn't escape. De Huang cursed, his face full of indignation. However, with Jiang Qin around, he had nothing to worry about. Little Qinzi could come and go as he pleased in the deep sea dragon abyss. As the name suggested, they were now in the abyss under the deep sea. It was easy to enter but harder to get out. The surroundings were very spacious. Every few hundred meters there would be a puddle. It couldn't be called the deep sea at all. This so-called sea was less than half a meter deep. The surrounding dark blue water made it look very cold and gloomy. This is the so-called deep sea dragon abyss. It's not even 3 feet deep. Jiang Qin frowned. Muibai also shook her head, not knowing what to do. After all, she had never been to such a place. Chapter 4578. What luck. I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful girl in this godforsaken place. I haven't smelled a woman's scent for years. This is a treasure, and there's also a dog. We can have a good meal tonight. Little girl, come here, let me have a taste. You're mine tonight. A few skinny men with sinister expressions surrounded them in the center, looking at them covetously. Blind dog, you still want to eat Master Dog? If Master Dog doesn't tear you to pieces today, I won't be able to vent my hatred. De Huang was already angry and worried about Monkey's safety. Now that someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. You're just a dog and you want to strut around? I'll smash your dog head today. The 4-star Lord level experts attacked with all their might, charging straight at Big Yellow. Big Yellow's eyes were cold and he had a bronze head and iron bones. With just a face-off, the 4 of them were forced to retreat. Among them, the guy who threatened to smash Big Yellow's head was knocked off his feet, and his arm was bitten off by Big Yellow. His miserable screams were extremely ear-piercing, and it made one's hair stand on end. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He wasn't worried about De Huang at all. These guys couldn't do anything to him. Muibai clicked his tongue and sighed. Big Yellow's progress was just too fast. Even if she were to face these 4 fellows, she might not be able to force them back so quickly. Big Yellow was like a ferocious tiger that came down the mountain, sweeping away everything in its path. In just 10 moves, the 4 second and third Heaven Star Lords were all knocked to the ground by De Huang. Under his biting and tearing, they either had their arms or legs broken and blood was everywhere. It was an extremely tragic scene. Humph, fighting with Master Dog. Overestimating yourself. De Huang said disdainfully. Spare us, Lord Dog, spare us. The 4 of them knelt on the ground and screamed. Let me ask you, did you see a young man passing by with a teenager? Jiang Qin said. Yes, it seems like not long ago there were indeed 2 people who passed by here. A young man was carrying a young man on his back. That young man's talent was extraordinary, and he seemed to be valued by the leader of Royal Ant City. However, whether or not he was captured, I don't know. The man had long been scared out of his wits by De Huang, and he said in a trembling voice. Royal Ant City? Jiang Qin frowned. That is one of the 3 great powers under the Deep Sea Dragon Abyss, Royal Ant City, Third Fan City, and the Evil Men's Alliance. This is the territory of Royal Ant City. Looks like the monkey is indeed here. De Huang's eyes lit up. Muibai also breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly prayed that nothing would happen to Long Xian. Go. To Imperial Ant City. Jiang Qin said as he chased the few guys who were on the verge of death towards Royal Ant City. The surroundings were like an ancient city with broken walls everywhere, corroded by the wind and sand and uneven potholes. Even a broken world would be nothing more than this. Royal Ant City is right in front. The smell of corruption is everywhere. Muibai said in a deep voice as he looked around, constantly searching for traces of Long Xian. Then there is no need for you guys to exist anymore. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free. De Huang bared his teeth and directly knocked the 4 of them over, smashing them into pieces and killing them on the spot. These guys were all vicious and evil people, otherwise they wouldn't have been exiled here. They deserved to die. There's movement in front? Let's go and take a look. Jiang Qin said and couldn't help but frown. This was the territory of Royal Ant City. There shouldn't be such an intense fight in the same region. It was definitely unusual. F***ck, it's really the monkey? De Huang's eyes were sharp. He squinted and saw Long Xian being surrounded by the crowd. He exclaimed and rushed over without stopping. Jiang Qin and Muibai followed closely behind. 10 third heaven star lords with weapons in hand surrounded Long Xian. Long Xian was already heavily injured and at the end of his rope. Surrounded by the 10 people, he was in great danger. Even with the peerless staff in hand, he couldn't stop the attacks from all directions. Long Xian was covered in blood. His skin was as hard as steel and his domineering aura was exposed. However, there were too many of them and they attacked when he was in deep trouble. That was why he was in such a difficult situation. Damn monkey, hold on. Master Dog is coming. De Huang charged into the crowd. Every one of them had fierce looks in their eyes. They showed no fear even in the face of De Huang's attack. The weapons in their hands continuously slashed down and even De Huang was pushed back. Although the divine iron head art was domineering, the weapons in their hands weren't weak either. Moreover, all of them were grade 5 Genesis weapons. Although they were all broken grade 5 Genesis weapons, they were all third heaven star lords and not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin charged into the crowd with the heavenly dragon sword in hand. His sword skills were sharp and fierce and his murderous aura surged. Mu Yibai fought 1 against 2, but he was even more at ease. The 3 attacked their opponents together and finally stabilized the situation. Long Xian finally had a chance to catch his breath. Leave the rest to us. Jiang Qin glanced at the gravely injured monkey. He was already on the verge of death. How many battles did he have to go through to have such injuries? His entire body was covered in bone-deep wounds, dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Jiang Qin and the others arrive. He slumped on a rock beside him as if his soul had been sucked out, panting heavily. Jiang Qin frowned. The anger in his heart was self-evident. Mu Yibai bit her lip. This was all because of her. No matter what, she had to give Long Xian an explanation. 3 Ultimately fire. Mu Yibai's chest was filled with anger. She had seen Long Xian's injuries and felt extremely guilty. She had no choice but to kill all of them to vent her anger for Long Xian. De Huang roared again and again. Although he was only at the peak of the first layer of Star-Lord, he was no weaker than these guys. If they didn't have grade 5 Genesis weapons, he would have already smashed them to pieces. The heavenly dragon sword swung and closed in a domineering manner. It didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against 3 to 5 enemies at the 3rd layer of Star-Lord. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The dragon blood in his body boiled. He charged into the crowd with his battle weapon in hand, breaking all the Genesis weapons under Jiang Chen's domineering charge. Jiang Chen had a real grade 5 Genesis weapon in his hand. It was Empress Lin's battle sword, which was at the peak of grade 5. It couldn't be compared to the already broken Genesis weapons. Jiang Chen charged in and out. The power of the dragon transformation was comparable to that of a 3rd layer Star-Lord. His divine might was unparalleled. Chapter 45-79. Big Yellow and Mu Yibai assisted Jiang Chen, while Jiang Chen was like a sharp knife stabbing into the enemy's heart. The 10 third layer Star-Lord experts were all defeated in less than a quarter of an hour. The grade 5 Genesis weapons they were so proud of were completely shattered by Jiang Chen's sweeping attacks. Not a single one of them was left behind and their souls were scared out of their wits. Who are you? How dare you? This is Royal Ant City's territory. What are you doing? We will be annihilated. Jiang Chen did not listen to them at all. All 10 of them died to his sword without exception. Fresh blood splattered everywhere within 100 meters. Every person who tried to escape was torn apart by De Huang, their flesh and bones separated, or burned to ashes by Mu Yibai's flames. Xian was filled with excitement when he saw the 10 of them being killed. He had escaped from death and was finally able to keep his life. Damn it, you're really lucky, monkey. De Huang patted Long Xian's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Xian, while Mu Yibai did not dare to meet Long Xian's gaze. I'm sorry, Long Xian. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. This has nothing to do with you. I was careless and listened to slanderous rumors. I did not realize that the person was an imposter. My eyes were pecked by an eagle all day long. My fiery eyes of truth are really ironic. Long Xian let out a bitter laugh, feeling extremely sorrowful in his heart. Don't say that. If you didn't trust me so much you wouldn't have. Long Xian waved his hand, gesturing for Mu Yibai not to blame himself. What was the point of blaming others now that things had come to this? Moreover, Xian only had himself to blame for being ambushed. He trusted others too easily. If he really hated Bai, what kind of person would he be? Xian was more than happy that Bai was in danger because of him. Where is Xiaolong? Jiang Qin stared at Xian with a burning gaze. Although Monkey was fine, Xiaolong had disappeared with him. Now Xiaolong had disappeared without a trace. At that time, we were tricked by a person who had taken on the appearance of a young miss. She said that you were in a desperate situation, so we followed her and wanted to help you escape. However, we didn't expect it to be a trap. Xiaolong and I were chased all the way until we reached this abyss. Only then did we escape death. However, we couldn't go up no matter what. Later we found out that this is the largest place of exile in the Red Middle region. Even super experts of the Star Emperor level are exiled here. Xiaolong was captured by the people of Huanggu City. He was captured because he wanted to save me. However, the leader seemed to be very interested in him, so he shouldn't want to kill him for now. However, we have to find him as soon as possible. Xian's expression was solemn and meticulous. Xiaolong was captured because of him, so he had to save him even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil. Huanggu City. It seems that they won't know how big a mistake they have made until they are all slaughtered. Jiang Chen's lips turned cold. According to Monkey, it was fine as long as Xiaolong's life was not in danger for the time being. Moreover, his eternal indestructible body was extremely rare. It would not be easy to kill him. Those bastards. If anything happens to Xiaolong, I will never let them go. De Huang clenched his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Monkey was heavily injured, he would have already killed his way into Huanggu City. Xiaolong's life should not be in danger for now. Monkey, recover your injuries and strength first. We will kill our way into Huanggu City tomorrow. Jiang Qin said and threw an elixir to Xian. Xian threw it into his mouth without hesitation, then sat down with his legs crossed and started to heal his injuries. Dawn had broken, but for the people in the dragon abyss of the deep sea, it was forever dark. Xian opened his eyes and breathed in and out. His injuries were finally completely healed. Jiang Chen's elixir was comparable to a panacea, and his body was extremely domineering. As long as he didn't die, he would be as vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger after he recovered. His strength had also completely stabilized at the peak of the first sky of the Star Lord realm, and he could advance at any time. Bai was still nervous. She couldn't feel at ease while Xiaolong was still in danger. Now that she saw that Xian was fine, she was finally relieved. She was overjoyed and didn't know how to explain it to Xian. That feeling was indescribable, but it gave her an indescribable sense of peace. Today's battle is also full of danger. Xian, you must protect yourself, Bai said in a low voice. Bai said in a low voice. Looking at Xian's stern face, she didn't know what to say. In the past, Xian always had an indifferent look on his face, laughing and scolding without any sense of propriety. However, at this moment Xian also had a mountain pressing down on his heart. His cold and stern side was filled with dominance, causing Bai's eyes to light up. I understand. You too. Xian's simple words made Bai's heart even more complicated. She vaguely felt that Xian had a good impression of her. Why did she care so much about his thoughts and opinions? Bai frowned. She had never been so concerned about any man in the past. Perhaps she was feeling guilty, Bai thought. Let's go to Huanggu City. Jiang Qin scanned the surroundings. There were still dilapidated city walls everywhere. There was a pavilion every 3 miles and a hall every 10 miles. None of them were intact. However, the surroundings were extremely austere, which made Jiang Qin feel even more abnormal. As one of the 3 major forces under the dragon abyss of the deep sea, Huanggu City shouldn't be so peaceful. Where the hell are all the bastards in Huanggu City? Xian said in a low voice as he looked around cautiously. De Huang shook his head and wagged his tail. Could it be that they're all a bunch of cowards? But even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Xiaolong. Before De Huang's words faded, powerful experts surged over from all directions within a 1,000-meter radius. The strongest were led by 4 4th-layer Star Lord experts, while there were several hundred 1st, 2nd and 3rd-layer experts. Bai could not help but wet her lips. Such a powerful force was definitely not to be underestimated even in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. What was even more frightening was that every one of them was holding a broken grade 5 Genesis weapon in their hands. Their imposing auras were overbearing as they slowly approached, eyeing the 4 of them like a tiger watching its prey. Little Qinzi, it seems that we've been surrounded. De Huang chuckled, revealing his bloodthirsty canine teeth as he spoke in a chilling voice. It's not certain who will be the one taking care of who. Chapter 4580. How dare you kill the people of my royal ant city? Little bastards, you must be tired of living. You don't know what's good for you. My royal ant city is not a place where you can behave as you please. If you're courting death, why are we wasting time talking to him? Let's kill him first. That grade 5 Genesis weapon in his hand is a top-grade treasure that our broken battle weapons can't compare to. That's right. If we offer that battle weapon to the leader, Royal Ant City will definitely shine. The other 2 factions will definitely not dare to look down on us. The surrounding 200 initial Star-Lord experts were beaming with joy as they coldly sneered, completely surrounding Zhang Qian and the others. Not long ago they had killed 10 third-layer Star-Lord experts, which had already caught the attention of Royal Ant City. Kill them. Huang Jingyi bellowed. Countless experts swarmed forward, directly breaking through Zhang Qian and the others. The sea of people surged forward in an imposing manner. As the second-in-command of Royal Ant City, Huang Jingyi also had his eyes on the grade 5 Genesis weapon in Zhang Qian's hand. Unfortunately, such a treasure had to be offered to the leader, or he would have to bear the consequences. Come on, hee. Master Dog is going to start a massacre again today. Do it, Black King, kill them all. Zhang Qian's eyes turned cold. 200 initial Star-Lord experts were nothing to be afraid of in Zhang Qian's eyes. With the Black King and the army of 10,000 beasts present, these lowly commoners of Royal Ant City were like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. 9 out of 10 people who had been exiled to this place were degenerates who killed and robbed others. They were devoid of conscience. Only by constantly killing could they survive in this land of exile. In a dog-eat-dog world there was no such thing as mercy. Whoever had the harder fist would live a better life. Huang Jingyi stood with his arms crossed, coldly staring at Zhang Qian. He knew that Zhang Qian was the true protagonist of the group. How could a heavenly source expert with a grade 5 Genesis weapon be mediocre? But no matter how strong he was still only at the heavenly source stage. How much of a storm could the 4 of them cause? Huang Jingyi was personally supervising the battle because he was afraid that his subordinates would stuff their pockets. If a grade 5 Genesis weapon was offered to the leader, wouldn't all the treasures on them belong to him? It was rare to see such a fat sheep. Now that he had caught one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. De Huang and Long Shisan charged into the crowd and went on a killing spree. On one hand they needed to vent the anger in their hearts, and on the other hand they wanted to train themselves. Both of them fought 1 against 10 and their combat strength was astonishing. Mu Yibai was even more so, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. However, seeing how calm and confident Zhang Qian was, Mu Yibai was much more at ease. After all, her teacher's trump cards were not something she could guess. Even though she was much stronger than Zhang Qian, Mu Yibai knew that she might not even be her teacher's match at the heavenly source stage, let alone his subordinate, the Black King. Huang Jingyi's face was flushed and he couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. The fat sheep was finally in his hands. He had mobilized such a large force just for a few brats. It was indeed a little too much. Zhang Qian also charged into the crowd. 4 4th-layer Star-Lord experts surrounded Zhang Qian. They only had one target, and that was the battle weapon in Zhang Qian's hand. It was a dazzling treasure. Zhang Qian did not waste any time. He immediately used the dragon transformation and soared into the sky with the battle sword in his hand. His dragon form was unparalleled, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage against the 4 experts. At that moment, Huang Jingyi, who had been full of confidence, suddenly paled. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 500 early-stage Star-Lord beasts were charging at them from afar. They roared and roared, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was deafening, as if thunder had descended upon the world. The leading man in a black robe was even more powerful. He was no weaker than Huang Jingyi himself, a 5th Heaven Star-Lord expert. Moreover, the beasts were simply too powerful. They almost crushed Huang Jingyi in an instant. Huang Jingyi, who had been full of confidence, was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. What the hell? Why are there so many beasts? Who the hell knows where this guy is from? Isn't this too terrifying? These beasts don't belong to the other two factions. There are too many of them. The hairs on the people of Huanggu City all stood on end. However, the beasts were charging over 1,000 miles with irresistible force. They had no time to waste and were forced to meet them head-on. The Black King's palm was like lightning, and his momentum was like a dragon as he headed straight for Huang Jingyi. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. As long as Huang Jingyi was defeated, they would definitely be utterly defeated. Jiang Qin had great confidence in the Black King's strength. It would not be a problem for him to defeat Huang Jingyi. At this moment, the 4 Fourth Heaven Star Lord experts were also exerting pressure on Jiang Qin. Their terrifying power was in full swing, and Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate them. However, under the dragon transformation with the warship in hand, he became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The 4 Fourth Heaven Star Lord experts allowed Jiang Qin to turn the pressure into motivation. The Genesis Qi in his body continued to rise, and the pressure continued to increase. However, his true dragon's might grew more and more berserk, as powerful as a mountain. The dragon transformation art was fully activated. The Genesis Qi in Jiang Qin's body circulated and soared into the sky, completely breaking through the shackles of the Heavenly Source stage and directly advancing to the Star Lord stage. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes were as sharp as swords. The 4 experts did not dare to give Jiang Qin the slightest leeway. They used all the means they had in their lives to crush Jiang Qin to death. However, the current Jiang Qin was completely out of their control. The divine might of the dragon transformation art was invincible, and his sword Qi soared into the clouds. His imposing manner and power were multiplied. Jiang Qin seemed to have divine help, and the power of his sword was even more terrifying. 26 swords. The divine might of the limitless sword covered the sky. Most importantly, Jiang Qin had broken through to the Star Lord stage, and the Grade 5 Genesis weapon sword was completely unleashed in his hand. The ruthless crushing power and the power of the sword instantly cut off the heads of the 4 experts. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking scene. At that moment, countless demonic beasts trampled the ground, sending the defeated soldiers fleeing in all directions. Although Huanggu City was one of the 3 major forces in the Land of Exiles, they were not as united as an iron bucket. These fellows were all cowards who were afraid of death. Some were dead while others were injured. Of the more than 200 experts, less than a tenth of them survived. The scene was extremely tragic. De Huang and Long Shisan were also having a great time fighting, and their strength was showing signs of advancing. Mu Yibai was at the forefront, cleaving through the wind and waves and killed more than 20 enemies. He looked valiant and extraordinary. As expected of the woman that I, Long Shisan, have taken a liking to. Long Shisan sighed inwardly, but now wasn't the time for him to flirt. He knew that Xiaolong had fallen into a predicament because of him and he had to focus on his own matters. Jiang Qin raised his eyes. Countless experts of Huanggu City had been killed or injured, and the Black King had grabbed Huang Jingyi by the neck like a chick and thrown him in front of Jiang Qin. Huang Jingyi's face was ashen and he was trembling in fear. He didn't have the slightest bit of the domineering aura of a 5th-layer Star Lord expert. Where is that young man? Chapter 4581. Huang Jingyi's heart shuddered. This guy has such a strong aura. Although he's only at the 1st heaven of the Star Lord realm, he can make a 5th heaven Star Lord bow down to him and serve him constantly. He does have extraordinary dominance and power. I don't know. That young man is valued by the leader and was captured to the palace in Huanggu City. I can take you there as long as you don't kill me. Huang Jingyi said uneasily with a lisp. Still not going to lead the way? Dragon Shisan gave Huang Jingyi a flying kick on his face, knocking out a few of his front teeth. Huang Jingyi fell to the ground in a daze and he scrambled forward. Huang Jingyi gritted his teeth but did not dare to say anything. If he continued to be arrogant now, it would not be as simple as losing a few front teeth. As the saying went, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he brought them to the leader, he would still have a chance of survival. These damned guys are too terrifying. That terrifying beast tide is all Star Lord level beasts. I've lived in the Dragon Abyss for decades, but I've never heard of such a force. Under Huang Jingyi's lead, Jiang Qin and the others quickly passed through the dilapidated city wall. The surroundings were still desolate. There were countless broken walls and ruins, but there was no one at all. There were only a few puddles. "Damn it, you dare to fool me?" Long Shisan grabbed Huang Jingyi's clothes and said angrily. He was too worried about Xiaolong's safety. "Sir, can't you at least let me say something?" Huang Jingyi wanted to cry but had no tears. "There's a huge rock weighing 100,000 kilograms up ahead. There's a big hole under the rock. Our leader is at the bottom of the hole." What a sly bastard. I didn't expect there to be such a secret in this small banished land. Jiang Qin looked at Huang Jingyi with a cold smile. Huang Jingyi smiled embarrassedly, his face was filled with bitterness. He stepped forward and lifted the 10,000-kilogram boulder. As expected, a 10-meter square hole was revealed. It was perfectly covered by the boulder. "Teacher, could it be that he's trying to play some tricks and catch us like a turtle in a jar?" Mu Yibai's brows were tightly furrowed. No one knew if there really was another world beneath this small hole, or if it really was where the core forces of Huanggu City were located. Different situations call for different actions. Lord Dog doesn't care. De Huang was bold because of his skills. He was not afraid at all. This guy is already on the brink of death. He won't dare to play any tricks. If anything happens, just kill him. De Huang, I'll leave him to you. Jiang Qin said. All right. De Huang bared his teeth and kicked Huang Jingyi in the face. He tumbled down into the underground cave while De Huang rode on him. Huang Jingyi's heart was as sullen as it could be. The most unfortunate thing in his life was to be exiled to this place. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that a dog would ride on his neck and shit on him. It was simply too shameful. Jiang Qin and the Black King took the lead and entered the underground cave. It was very spacious and orderly, and there seemed to be a lot of experts here. The cave was connected in all directions, but the huge plaza that spanned a radius of 10,000 meters was extremely eye-catching. At the center of the many underground passages, there were even quite a few people cultivating here. But even so, it was difficult for them to withstand the corrosion of time and the pressure of the dragon abyss of the deep sea. Their strength was constantly declining and their vitality was constantly being consumed. Look, isn't that the second commander? Thieves, who are you? How dare you trespass on our Huanggu City's land? Courting death. Let go of the second commander. The square was filled with people. There were more than 200 to 300 Star Lords. Seeing that Huang Jingyi was captured, they quickly surrounded Jiang Qin and the others. Where is your leader? Tell him to come out and die. Jiang Qin and Leng Leng said. Hurry up and call the leader. Huang Jingyi gritted his teeth and said. This time he had lost all his face. A dog rode on his head and acted like a tyrant. The people of Huanggu City also couldn't help laughing, but the spearhead was pointed at Jiang Qin and the others. These guys are obviously not easy to deal with. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to capture their second commander alive. Under Huang Jingyi's shout, everyone looked at each other and hurriedly went to call the leader. No one dared to act rashly. After all, Huang Jingyi brought a lot of people out before, but this time he came back alone. Looking at the monsters behind Jiang Qin and the others, their hearts were also beating fast. Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Long Shisan couldn't bear it anymore. Holding the divine staff in his hand, he instantly rushed into the crowd. Seeing that Houzi had already taken action, De Huang also followed closely behind. The battle was about to begin. The Black King let out a low roar and hundreds of monsters directly flooded over like a tide. For a time, battle cries shook the sky, and the underground square instantly turned into a sea of blood. Not long after, a red figure quickly arrived. Her hair was coiled up on the top of her head, her face was gloomy, and she was as thin as a match. Although she was somewhat good-looking because of her thin figure, she looked very strange. Her sunken eyes stared at the chaotic battlefield. How dare you behave atrociously in my Huang Xiugu's territory? Little bastards, you really don't know what's good for you. Huang Xiugu said with a sneer, the veins on her face bulging. Seeing Huang Jingyi, this disappointing thing, being beaten up so badly, she couldn't help but feel angry. Where is that young man? Jiang Chen's eyes were like lightning, meeting Huang Xiugu's eyes. His eyes were overflowing with anger. So you're here for that young man. It's a pity that he's already been eaten by me. TSK, that was really delicious. Soft skin and tender flesh. I've been feeling sorry for him for a long time. Huang Xiugu's face was sinister as she said with a smile. Big sister, save me. Huang Jingyi's face was ugly and he shouted with a wronged expression. Since you've eaten my brother, I'll kill your brother. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. He raised his sword and did not give Huang Xiugu any time to react. Even Huang Jingyi did not expect that he would die so quickly. All of you must die. Huang Xiugu's body trembled. Who could remain calm when they saw their brother being killed? Her smiling face suddenly changed and she looked like a ferocious ghost. Her long hair danced in the wind, her red tassel trembled, and her murderous aura filled the sky. Jiang Qin was a man of few words and he instantly angered Huang Xiugu. Bastard! You crazy woman, you dare to touch my brother, I'll fight you to the death. Long Xian held the peerless divine staff in his hand and swept it across. He consecutively repelled more than 10 people and went straight for Huang Xiugu. His anger soared to the sky. A bunch of motley crew, you want to show off in my Huanggu city? You're still too young. Chapter 4582. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he grew even more worried about Xiaolong. However, this crazy woman only wanted to infuriate them and throw them into confusion. Xiaolong was an eternal immortal body, how could it be eaten so easily? Roar roar. You bitch, you're courting death. De Huang ran like thunder as he charged at Huang Xiugu. Each time he charged, Huang Xiugu would dodge. Jiang Qin was already prepared for this. The three brothers surrounded Huang Xiugu and began to fight to the death. Get lost. Huang Xiugu brandished her red silk, killing decisively. Even De Huang's head was struck by her, causing him to feel dizzy. He had no choice but to retreat in defeat. However, De Huang and Long Xian did not back down. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. They knew that they couldn't win, but they still fought. They were worried about Xiaolong, and if they didn't get rid of Huang Xiugu, they wouldn't know if Xiaolong was dead or alive. Under Huang Xiugu's lead, the people of Huanggu City also became unusually fierce and began to fight back with their lives on the line. However, the numerous demonic beasts led by the Black King were also surging forward with unstoppable momentum. A battle of life and death, the shouts of killing shook the sky. Jiang Qin wielded a grade 5 Genesis weapon, causing Huang Xiugu's eyes to brighten. She inwardly thought that this kid had quite a few treasures. In the past she would have disdained such things, but in the deep-sea dragon abyss, they were extremely rare treasures. Not only were their strengths continuously deteriorating, even the divine weapons were gradually corroding. As the largest place of exile in the Scarlet Mid-region, this place was even more terrifying than hell. Red silk shakes the heavens. Huang Xiugu roared. 99 streaks of red silk shot out from her hands, completely sealing off Jiang Chen's path of retreat. As De Huang and Long Xian suffered consecutive defeats, Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate them. He immediately activated the dragon transformation and swept his sword horizontally. His boundless sword closed in on Huang Xiugu. However, Huang Xiugu's red silk kept on attacking. Her attacks were extremely domineering, using softness to overcome hardness. Mu Yibai and Jiang Qin attacked from both sides, but Huang Xiugu was simply too strong. She was even more terrifying than Huang Jingyi. Mu Yibai could not catch his breath against a peak 6th-layer Star Lord. In less than 10 moves he was swiftly defeated. His face was flushed as the red silk struck his shoulder. He staggered to the ground in excruciating pain. Jiang Qin was the only one who could put up a fight against Huang Xiugu. However, it was also very dangerous. Even after activating the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin could only defend himself. The gap between the two was too great. However, Huang Xiugu could not defeat Jiang Qin in a short time. The two were in a stalemate. The Black King took advantage of the situation and accompanied Jiang Qin. The two worked together. Huang Xiugu's expression finally turned grave. In her view, the Black King was much stronger than Jiang Qin, who was only a 1st-layer Star Lord. I won't be able to vent my hatred if I don't kill you. Seeing more and more of her subordinates being defeated by the demonic beasts, her situation would be very difficult. Huang Xiugu felt a headache coming on. Right now she had to cut the Gordian knot. Only by stabilizing the situation could she deter these ferocious demonic beasts. Huang Xiugu fought with all her might, but Jiang Qin and the Black King kept on chasing after her. She had no advantage at all. The Black King knew that his master wanted to use her to train her troops. Otherwise, this crazy woman would have been dead a long time ago. Ancient soaring dragon art. Jiang Qin roared like a dragon or a tiger. His strength rose again and again until he reached the third layer Star Lord. At that moment he looked like a divine dragon descending to the mortal world. Isn't this guy too monstrous? Huang Xiugu's heart skipped a beat. At this moment she couldn't hold on at all. If this went on she would lose without a doubt. Jiang Qin was no longer afraid of Huang Xiugu with the domineering aura of the infinite sword. With the help of the Black King, Huang Xiugu was starting to feel a little weak. Her red silk danced in the air, sharper than a sword and sharper than a saber. However, Jiang Qin's dragon might was surging, and the gap between the two was shrinking. Jiang Qin almost instantly turned the situation around, and Huang Xiugu was already in a dilemma. This battle wasn't going to be friendly to her. Jiang Qin stood with his sword, and the infinite sword turned into a charging momentum. The blades were invisible, but they completely tore Huang Xiugu's red silk into pieces. Huang Xiugu retreated again and again, and Jiang Qin followed her like a shadow. His sword not only shattered Huang Xiugu's red silk, but also shattered the confidence she was so proud of. Pooh! Jiang Qin's sword pierced into Huang Xiugu's chest. Although it wasn't fatal, she was heavily injured and blood flowed out. I'll ask you again. Where is that young man? The killing intent in Jiang Qin's eyes made Huang Xiugu shudder. This guy could kill her at any time. Kill me if you have the guts. Huang Xiugu sneered, but she was only putting on a brave front. She spoke she would still die. It seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Jiang Qin twisted the sword in his hand, and Huang Xiugu's flesh and blood were mixed into a ball. Huang Xiugu's body trembled and she screamed in pain. Are you going to speak or not? Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. He didn't care about Huang Xiugu's life or death. Xiaolong's life wasn't something a slut like her could compare to. I didn't expect there to be a devil incarnate in the deep-sea dragon abyss. Interesting, very interesting, hee. An evil laugh made Jiang Qin frown. He looked up and saw a fat old man with a head full of white hair and a big belly. His eyes were squinted as he limped towards Jiang Qin. Sanfan, you heartless bastard. You only came when I was about to die. Huang Xiugu clenched her teeth. Her forehead was covered in sweat from the pain. Me too. Ah, Xiugu, if you were with me we might have been together a long time ago. You wouldn't have to suffer like this. After Sanfan, a skinny old man with a hunched back walked over with light footsteps. The three major forces of the deep-sea dragon abyss? Looks like they're all here today. Jiang Qin's eyes were sharp as he drew out his sword. Huang Xiugu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It seemed that the two peak six-layer Star Lords in front of him had come prepared. Heroes come from the young as expected. What a pity, kiddo. The deep-sea dragon abyss isn't a place you can do whatever you want. Lu Huofei harumphed with pride in his eyes. Even though Jiang Qin had severely injured Huang Xiugu, he wasn't a threat in their eyes. As the leader of the Vile Alliance and one of the three major forces of the deep-sea dragon abyss, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Qin. It's not too late to turn back now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Sanfan patted his stomach with a smile that hid a dagger. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a cold smile. He flipped his hand and nailed Huang Xiugu to the ground. The sword sank 3 feet into the ground and 3 inches into her flesh. Are you courting death? Lu Huofei and Sanfan turned pale. Huang Xiugu almost fainted from the pain. The battle sword had sunk into her bone marrow, sending shivers down her spine. If a single hair on Xiaolong's body is damaged, I'll bury all of you with him. Chapter 4583. Huang Xiugu didn't die, but the pain she felt was worse than death. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. At that moment she was in a state of helplessness. Jiang Qin killed her with a single slash of his sword. That way there wouldn't be any pain to speak of. Sanfan and Bai Huofei's facial expression changed dramatically. They didn't know where this devil king came from, but he was so ruthless. Huang Xiugu was killed so easily in his hands. The forces in Huanggu City had been overwhelmed by the terrifying tide of demonic beasts. Countless of them had died and they were in a passive position. Huanggu City was in a complete mess. It was a scene that made people sigh. Sanfan and Huang Xiugu were like fire and water, and the relationship between Sanfan and Huang Xiugu was even more ambiguous. None of them dared to make any rash moves. But everyone knew that if one of the three major powers were to fall into a passive position or be destroyed, then the situation would become more and more delicate for the other three. Jiang Chen couldn't care less. He only had Xiaolong in his eyes. Xiaolong's whereabouts were unknown, so he naturally wouldn't kill Huang Xiugu. But she could be spared from death, but she couldn't escape punishment. She wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Whoever dares to stop me, kill without mercy. Jiang Chen's cold voice was filled with anger, completely ignoring Huang Xiugu and Hu Sanfan. Looks like if I don't make a move now, Xiugu will really be harmed by you. Brothers kill. Huang Xiugu bellowed and hundreds of experts rushed out from behind him. If Huang Xiugu city fell, then they would also fall into a difficult situation. The reason why the Vile Alliance was called the Vile Alliance was because they didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. There was only one thought in their mind: kill and rob and survive in this dark dragon abyss. However, surviving was much more difficult than killing 3,000 enemies. Hu Sanfan didn't want to be outdone. If Jiang Chen had other ideas, then they wouldn't be able to escape death. If they didn't work together, the next Huang Xiugu could be either one of them. Hu Sanfan and Luo Hufei charged straight at Jiang Chen. The hundreds of subordinates behind them were like a pack of tigers and wolves. They charged towards Jiang Chen and fought with the group of demonic beasts behind him. The scene was extremely intense. Shouts of battle shook the heavens, causing the blood of the spectators to boil. Since you're looking for death, then I won't be polite. Jiang Chen sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the limitless sword. Although Jiang Chen knew that he might not be their match, he would not frown even if he had to die in the battle. Jiang Chen knew that it was impossible, but he would still fight to his death. This was Jiang Chen. In his dictionary there was no such thing as fear. Even if it was the deep-sea dragon abyss, which was feared by everyone in the Red Mid region, or the sunless land of exile, Jiang Chen still wouldn't hesitate. He would do anything for his brothers and no one would be able to stop him. With Xiaolong's life hanging in the balance, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Little brat, you're so mischievous. Today your grandpa who will send you to hell. Hu Sanfan's smile was gentle. A sixth heavenly layer Star Lord. Even in the Red Mid region he would be one of the strongest. At the very least he was comparable to the crown prince of the neighboring country Lin Tianlin. Hu Sanfan was stronger than Jiang Chen by the fifth heavenly layer, so he was naturally fearless. However, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. Even Huang Xiugu was defeated by Jiang Chen, so Hu Sanfan naturally had to be careful. This guy had so many demonic beasts working for him, it was obvious that he was extraordinary. Luo Yunfei also joined in the fray. Although the two of them hadn't fought for a long time, their tacit understanding of each other hadn't decreased at all. A blade and a sword descended from the sky with ferocious momentum. Jiang Chen even cast out his dragon transformation and ancient soaring dragon technique, pushing his strength to the peak. However, these two fellows weren't easy to deal with. Jiang Chen had to exert 120% of his strength to barely stabilize the situation. The limitless sword was like a flying swan. With the help of the dragon transformation, it shone with boundless radiance. Jiang Chen fought his way in and out, facing the two formidable enemies. Although he was forced back by Hufei and Hu Sanfan, he knew that he couldn't back down now. If he lost the initiative, he would be instantly killed by the two sixth heavenly layer Star Lords. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and his eyes lit up. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen immediately took out his trump card. Tornadoes appeared one after another like wind blades tearing through the void. Immortal Wind swirled endlessly, blowing the sand and stones in the air. Even the ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Wherever the eternal immortal wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Huang Xiugu and Hu Sanfan's eyes narrowed. They went all out, intending to crush Jiang Chen with absolute strength. When that happened, Jiang Chen would have no choice but to retreat. You want to use your power to suppress others? You are not qualified. Jiang Chen brandished the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. The sealed top-notch Grade 5 Genesis weapon was like a wild horse out of control, frantically fighting. Spear shadows like bee stings stirred up the world. Hurry up and attack or something unexpected will happen. Huang Xiugu stood with his sword, his pupils contracted. He was determined to strangle Jiang Chen in the cradle. Flying sword shadow. Sky-sharp blade. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he immediately raised his blade. Facing two earth-shattering attacks, even the Black King was shocked. He quickly rushed over, afraid that something bad would happen to his master. But if Jiang Qin didn't instruct him to make a move, the Black King would not make a move. The earth-shattering pressure made everyone tremble, whether they were humans or demonic beasts. Huang Xiugu and Hu Sanfan had used the strongest attack in their lives to crush the entire square, making it impossible for Jiang Qin to escape. Heaven-dominating Dao, who can stop me? Jiang Qin's voice was as loud as a bell. The spear flew over and the shadow of a dragon flickered. The heaven-dominating Dao made the dragon bone battle spear's attack even more powerful. The battle spear swept across, changing the color of the sky. Jiang Qin swung the spear with terrifying power. The shadow of the spear was like a dragon pouncing on the opponent's face. The sword shadows and sharp blades were all crushed by the dragon bone battle spear. The spear was as fierce as a tiger, as heroic as a lion, as mighty as a dragon, and as fierce as a wolf. The sky and earth changed color, and the dragon bone battle spear intimidated everyone with its absolute power. A single spear strike crushed Huang Xiugu and Hu Sanfan's attacks. Both of them were filled with bitterness and shock. There was only one thought in their minds. That guy's aura was too strong. A mere first Sky Star Lord had made them feel tremendous pressure. That pressure came from the depths of their hearts, not from the forces. Although they didn't know what this guy was capable of, both Hu Sanfan and Huang Xiugu felt that it was only natural that Huang Xiugu was defeated by him. Kill! Jiang Qin shouted. His eyes were as sharp as swords, full of killing intent. The Black King's eyes lit up. He received the order immediately and followed up. He was determined to kill Huang Xiugu and Hu Sanfan. Chapter 45-84. Lei Feifei and Hu Sanfan glanced at each other before explosively retreating. His momentum was unstoppable and could not be forced. This guy was too heaven-defying. With his own strength, his momentum soared to the heavens. Even if the two of them joined hands, they were still unable to kill him. They were evenly matched, as steady as Mount Tai. And that black-robed man was like a sharp knife, constantly eyeing them covetously. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throat, making them unable to advance or retreat. Only now did they know why Huang Xiugu was defeated so miserably. Go! Lei Fei already had the thought of retreating, but because of his face, if the two of them could kill him, it would naturally be a good thing. However, the Demons League and Sanfan City's people didn't see the slightest sign of defeat. They could only choose to protect themselves. Otherwise, their ending would be as miserable as Huang Xiugu. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain in Lei Fei's eyes, only a fool would do such a stupid thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since you are here, you want to leave without leaving something? Jiang Qin looked at each other coldly. Black King took the initiative to attack. The two of them, one from the front and one from the back, forced Lei Fei and Hu Sanfan to complain incessantly. There was no room for them to fight back. Black King's strength had reached the 6th celestial layer, which was not inferior to the two of them. Even if it was 1 against 2, it was incomparably easy. Bastard! Don't be too arrogant. At most we'll fight to the death. I'll take you down with me. Hu Sanfan roared furiously. His body was trembling non-stop because he had no way of retreating. If Jiang Qin kept pushing him, he would have no choice but to die together with Jiang Qin. At that time, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Then I really want to see if you have the courage. Jiang Qin sneered. His strength kept rising in this battle and his aura had reached its peak. Ling Tiandao's domineering aura had made him invincible. Even if he was facing a 5th heavenly layer expert who was stronger than him, he was still fearless. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Jiang Qin firmly believed that only when the pressure reached its peak, he would be able to break through the shackles and surpass himself. He already felt that his strength was about to break through, so he kept forcing himself and squeezing himself dry. Only in this way could he carry the burden and complete the transformation. On the other side, Long Shisan and De Huang were also engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them had broken through the 3rd firmament of the Star Lord level, while Mu Yibai had broken through to the 4th. They had fought to their heart's content. None of the experts from the land of exile were weak. They were even stronger than De Huang and the others back in the day. However, they were constantly weakened in the Dark Dragon Abyss, but their combat methods and experience were extremely abundant. De Huang and Long Shisan were having a great time fighting. Only Mu Yibai was struggling, but she lost because of her lack of experience. She couldn't be compared to De Huang and Long Shan at all. However, as the young lady of the Kirin province, her talent was not inferior to Long Shan's at all. Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you bastards. If anything happens to Xiaolong, I'll crush your bones and scatter your souls. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Big Yellow was incomparably indignant. Ironhead was invincible. He rushed into the crowd and was even more terrifying than those demonic beasts. Under his charge, those experts from the three major powers were either killed or crippled. Their eyes were filled with fear and cries could be heard everywhere. Long Shan and Mu Yibai joined forces and attacked from the left and right. It was like a giant will crushing everything in its path. Wherever they passed, the beasts were defeated and it was hard to say whether they were dead or alive. The beast tied behind them was even more powerful. The people from the three forces screamed and screamed. More than half of them were injured or dead. The Black King didn't join the battle immediately because of Jiang Chen's instructions. At this time, the cooperation between him and the Black King was flawless. The Black King was defending instead of attacking while Jiang Chen was leading the battle. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was unstoppable and his fighting spirit soared. The dragon transformation art was constantly activated, and the Genesis Chi in Jiang Chen's body had reached its peak. At this moment he broke through to the second firmament of the Star Lord level. Boom! Jiang Chen felt as if his body was about to explode. Endless Genesis Chi was unleashed, surging like a tide. Jiang Chen was like a tiger that had grown wings. He unleashed the limitless sword, the pinnacle of the sword, causing Hu Sanfan and Luan Feifei to be completely defeated. In just a few moves, Hu Sanfan and Luan Feifei were overthrown by Jiang Chen. No, don't kill me. Hu Sanfan's face was ashen and his whole body was trembling. Jiang Chen's sword fell in front of the two. Lei Feifei's throat tightened and like Huang Xiugu, they all prostrated on the ground like hunched beasts. They were completely different from the arrogant people just now. Speak, where is that young man? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Lei Feifei and Hu Sanfan exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had no way out. Xiugu, has that young man been sent to Old Man Nagasaki? Lei Feifei asked nervously. Don't get us into trouble. Hu Sanfan glared at Huang Xiugu as he spoke. His earlier attitude of showing tenderness to the fairer sex had long vanished. In front of death, everyone was equal. Now that they were meat on the chopping block, they only wanted to preserve their lives. Yes, he must be with Old Man Nagasaki. Otherwise, he would not have instructed the two of us to come to Huanggu City to save him. Lei Feifei suddenly realized something. Old Man Nagasaki? Seems that the three of you are just puppets. The real leader of this dragon abyss is this so-called Old Man Nagasaki? Jiang Chen scrunched his brows. As long as you give him up, I won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Huang Xiugu and the others, a cold light flashing in his eyes. How could the three of them dare to hide anything? Isn't that going against the King of Hell? In the hills 300 miles to the east, that is his nest. Lei Feifei hurriedly said for fear that Jiang Chen would go back on his words. Yes, it's very dangerous there and Old Man Nagasaki's strength has reached the 8th level Star Lord. I'm afraid you, Hu Sanfan smiled and stopped talking for fear that he would say something wrong. I just caught that young man and Old Man Nagasaki said he wanted to use him as a weapon. As for whether he's dead or alive, I don't know. Cough. Huang Xiugu's eyes were full of fear. Her last hope was gone. Lei Feifei and Hu Sanfan couldn't wait to kneel down and beg Jiang Chen, so she had to confess everything. The most important thing was to survive. Whoosh, bang, poof, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. De Huang, Long Shan and Mu Yibai directly killed Lei Feifei, Hu Sanfan and Huang Xiugu. Huang Xiugu was still coughing blood and died. Chapter 4585. What are you looking at me for, little Chinzi? These guys deserve to die. So be it if they're dead. You promised not to kill them, but Master Dog didn't. De Huang said proudly while wagging his tail. That's right. Xiaolong's fate is unknown. Everything happened because of these bastards. Killing them is already letting them off lightly. If it weren't for the fact that we were pressed for time, I would have pulled out their tendons and skinned them alive. You don't have to blame yourself, little Chinzi. You didn't go back on your word. I killed them. Long Shan said with a smile. He didn't hesitate to kill Hu Sanfan with a single blow of his staff. They're both right. Mu Yibai blushed and giggled. Jiang Chen shook his head. He wasn't angry and he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. These people were all vicious people. The number of people who died in their hands was at least 800 if not 1,000. These people deserved to die. He just didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face so quickly. Even the Black King was stunned. But it wasn't hard to see that the three of them hated these people to the bone. Because everyone was worried about Xiaolong's safety. There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place quickly. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. The most terrifying thing now was the so-called Nagasaki old man. It was said that the guy's strength had reached the 8th sky of Star Lord. For them this news was quite troublesome. Even the Black King might not be his match. The Nagasaki old man's methods must be extraordinary to be able to command the three major forces of the land of exile. Xiaolong would most likely die in his hands. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. After exiting the underground cave, Jiang Qin, Long Shisan, and the others hurried to the hilly area 300 miles east of the land of exile. That was the Nagasaki old man's lair. Although Jiang Qin didn't know what the outcome would be, he wouldn't allow Xiaolong to be in any danger. Mu Yibai and Long Shisan were both feeling guilty. They were more anxious than the other and couldn't wait to find Xiaolong. The group of four arrived at a hilly area several hundred miles to the east. The terrain was strange and unfathomable. There were countless hills and hills, but there was no sign of human habitation. Jiang Qin knew that this fellow's nest was definitely still in an underground cave, just like Huanggu City. But as to why it was so he didn't know. This place is desolate and uninhabited. Those guys wouldn't lie to us, right? Mu Yibai said in a low voice. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and looked around with clear eyes. I don't think so. Who would take their own lives as a joke? At that time they would have a slim chance of survival. Lying to us would only make them die even faster. Jiang Qin said. Just you wait. Lord Dog will help you look. De Huang shook his head and said proudly. When it came to treasure hunting, no one could compare to his dog's nose. He had long since lost the excitement he had in the past, so he was no longer keen on searching for treasures. But Jiang Qin knew that De Huang's nose was very accurate. Well, will it work? Mu Yibai asked doubtfully. Don't worry. That damned dog has no other skills, but his nose is very sharp. He dared to pat his chest and guarantee that he won't make a mistake. Long Shisan said confidently. Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest and silently stared ahead. However, no one knew how anxious he was right now. Not long after, Big Yellow ran back excitedly with a proud look on its face as it said in a loud voice. I found little Chinzi. He's just 2 miles away from us. But the aura there is indeed terrifying. 8th Heaven Star-Lord. I'm afraid that guy didn't lie to us. I didn't dare to go deeper, fearing that something might happen, so I came back first. Let's go. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we still have to go. Jiang Qin said. This Lord Dog has been waiting for you to say that. Sco. Big Yellow's eyes lit up, and it quivered as it expressed excitedly. Long Shisan and Mu Yibai also smiled. It seemed that De Huang's nose was really sharp. When the four came to a hidden underground cave, they found that the place was indeed surrounded by an extremely terrifying aura. Jiang Qin knew that this must be the Nagasaki old man that Bai Yunfei and the others had mentioned. Jiang Qin took the lead and entered the underground cave. He found that the underground plaza here was even bigger than the one in Huanggu City. 3 words were written on the entrance, Shou Ko Cave. There was no one around. The spacious underground plaza was quiet, giving people a very strange feeling. As he proceeded forward, he saw rows and rows of broken weapons scattered all around him. Some of these broken weapons were high-grade Genesis weapons, but they had either been corroded or broken by the passage of time, resulting in them being discarded here. There were over 1,000 of them, a sight that would make one click one's tongue in amazement. Who are you? Tell me your name. Just as Jiang Qin and the others reached the center of the plaza, a thunderous roar reverberated in the void. A tall and thin middle-aged man holding a long spear said arrogantly. Faster, thief. You scared this Lord Dog. I'm also your grandfather. Big Yellow scolded with a sullen look on his face. Nonsense, stupid dog, you're courting death. The middle-aged man scrunched his brows, holding the long spear in his hand, and thrust it straight at De Huang. Get lost. Long Shisan bellowed, directly forcing the other party back with a heavy punch. The middle-aged man's expression was ugly. He was a fifth-layer Star Lord, but he was forced back. This was the first time they had exchanged blows, but he already felt great pressure. You have to look at the owner before you hit a dog. Long Xian said Lung Lung. Motherf ***. You damn monkey, how dare you take advantage of me? I think you deserve to be beaten more than this blind bastard. De Huang said fiercely, gritting his teeth. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. You bastards, only this girl is somewhat good-looking. It's not bad to kill you and make some dishes with wine, the middle-aged man said with a cold smile. The middle-aged man said with a sneer. He swung the spear in his hand and 9 silhouettes appeared in all directions of the square, surrounding Zhou Xian and the others. Oh, looks like this Lord Dog is quite good. So many fifth-layer Star Lords all at once. Hee. I'm going to start a massacre today. De Huang narrowed his eyes. These 10 people were all fifth-layer Star Lords. They came in a menacing manner, each with a strong murderous aura. They were determined to encircle Zhou Xian and the others here. Master has ordered that anyone who trespasses Zhou Ko Cave will be killed. The middle-aged man bellowed and the 10 people swarmed forward. Another bunch of people who are not afraid of death. Zhou Qian's expression was the same as usual. He was not afraid even when facing 10 fifth-layer Star Lords. The Nagasaki Elder must be here. Otherwise, even the gatekeeper wouldn't be so strong. Black King, do it. Chapter 4586. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, Zhou Qian was filled with murderous intent. He did not let down his guard at all. Under the dragon transformation he fought against 4 opponents at the same time and did not lose the upper hand at all. A great battle began. The top 10 experts were all at the 5th sky of the Star-Lord realm and possessed extraordinary combat ability. However, Zhou Qian and the others were not careless either. Apart from him, De Huang, Long Xian and Mu Yibai were also fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. The Black King did not join the battle, but as long as Zhou Qian gave the order he would definitely lead the beast-tide army and charge out. Zhou Qian wanted to hone his combat skills, especially against these experienced Star Lords. These fellows' combat strength was far greater than this. The land of exiled had weakened their strength continuously, but they were still far stronger than the Star Lords of the same level. This was what Zhou Qian valued the most. Eternal Immortal Wind. Zhou Qian waved the heavenly dragon sword and unleashed wind blades. The 4 experts did not expect Zhou Qian to be so terrifying. Under the dragon transformation he was like a diamond, unleashing one attack after another. The limitless sword defeated the 4 experts in a row. Zhou Qian walked in the air as if he was invincible. The 4 of them were completely defeated by the heavenly dragon sword. Zhou Qian took the opportunity to chase after them and unleashed one heaven-piercing sword after another. The 4 were all killed by the heavenly dragon sword. When Zhou Qian looked back, Big Yellow was also grimacing in pain, kicking and stomping. Although it didn't look elegant, the 2 5th heavenly layer Star Lords were completely crushed. They weren't Big Yellow's match at all. Their skulls were crushed by the impact of Big Yellow's iron head, and they died on the spot. Long Xian and Mu Yibai became more and more familiar with each other. They were able to fight against the 4 of them with ease. Damned monkey, stop acting cool. You 2 are really shameless. De Huang snorted. Mu Yibai's face was flushed and his heart was pounding. This De Huang dog was too good at talking nonsense. There was nothing going on between him and Long Xian. Although Long Xian was quite interested in her, he had not said anything yet. The 2 of them were just lacking in cooperation, which made it easier for them to fight. You talk too much. Dragon Xian glared at Big Yellow and continued to make hand signs with his Battle Saint technique. Together with Mu Yibai's 3 ultimately fire techniques, they complemented each other and killed the 4 experts one after another. There was no room for negotiation. Little Chinzi, there's no time. Let's go and take a look. Big Yellow said impatiently, but Zhou Qian was even more anxious than him. The 4 of them nodded and went deeper into the square without hesitation. There were huge stone platforms in the surroundings and bonfires were lit on them. The blazing flames made one feel even more confused. However, before they could pass through the plaza, the thousands of broken Genesis weapons in the surroundings began to vibrate. They floated in the air and continuously revolved around Zhou Qian and the others. Although the thousands of Genesis weapons were broken, they still possessed extraordinary spirituality. They gathered into a flood of Genesis chi that no one dared to underestimate. What a bunch of trash. Looks like even Aunt Xiao and the others have lost to you. A low voice reverberated in the sky above the square. The sound lingered in the air, seeming to carry a huge pressure, giving off an aura of slaughter. Deliberately mystifying things. Hurry up and come out to die. Old B** starred, hurry up and hand over the little dragon. Otherwise this master dog will beat you into a Nagasaki old turtle. De Huang shouted angrily. He cautiously stared at his surroundings. The origin of the voice was unfathomable. However, his strength was definitely above everyone else. A mere pug dares to strut around in front of me? What a dog that doesn't know what's good for it. Eerie laughter filled everyone's ears. De Huang was so angry that he was a complete mess. Come out if you have the guts, you old turtle. Let this master dog see exactly what you're made of. What's the point of just talking? When you show up, see if this master dog will shatter your turtle shell. De Huang was not to be outdone as he roared again and again. You guys don't have the qualifications to fight with me. If you want to see me, you'll have to first break my 10,000 soldiers formation. Elder Nagasaki's voice disappeared into the depths of the plaza. However, the thousands of broken Genesis weapons in the surroundings had already begun to revolve, floating around Zhou Xian and the others. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, cudgels and wolf fangs were all present. However, all of them were broken weapons. If they were genuine grade 5 Genesis weapons, Zhou Xian and the others would likely not be able to withstand such a formation. Trying to play with formations? Humph, I'm afraid that you don't know how powerful this master dog is. De Huang excitedly said, clearly itching to give it a try. However, Zhou Qian's expression was extremely grave. These broken Genesis weapons were not completely useless. The thousands of broken Genesis weapons had gathered together to form an extremely complex offensive and defensive formation. In other words, these thousands of broken Genesis weapons could be seen as the foundation of the formation. There was only one way to break this formation, and that was to destroy all the Genesis weapons. This was the simplest and crudest method. However, these were all grade 5 Genesis weapons. Destroying these broken Genesis weapons and breaking out of the formation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. De Huang tried several times, but all of them ended in failure. Blade after blade of sword chi filled the sky, and they could only struggle to deal with them. The power of so many Genesis weapons was unimaginably dangerous. As time went by, in less than a quarter of an hour, the injuries on Zhou Xian and the others became more and more serious. Although the wounds on their bodies weren't fatal, they came and went unpredictably. Wherever they went, there was no opening for them to attack. Damn it, I don't believe this. De Huang's anger soared to the heavens. He was extremely unconvinced in his heart. Forget it, Big Yellow. This 10,000 soldiers formation is the simplest. You don't have to think that it's too complicated. However, it's precisely because of this that it's difficult to destroy so many soldiers. It's truly too difficult. Zhou Qian said. Blade after blade flickered indeterminately. Even he could not escape unscathed. No matter how the heavenly dragon sword slashed out, the 10,000 soldier formation did not change in the slightest. Long Shisan and Mu Ibai could only run for their lives. If they stopped, they would definitely be hacked to death by the 10,000 soldier formation. Although the grade 5 Genesis weapons were no longer as powerful as they were in the past, there were simply too many of them and no one could stop them. We can't just sit here and wait for death. De Huang lowered his head and sighed. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death. This old tortoise is simply 2F** King Sinister. Chapter 4587. Black King, do you have any good ideas? Zhou Qian asked. Master, I do have a way, but I may have to pay a huge price. The Black King said hesitantly. Hurry up and tell me. Long Shisan couldn't wait any longer. Any more delay would put Xiaolong in a more dangerous situation. Using the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda as an attack, we should be able to charge out of the 10,000 soldiers formation. However, we will lose more than half of the demonic beast. The Black King said with a serious expression. This was the only way he could think of. No, demonic beasts are also living beings. Since they are following me, although I can't guarantee that they will be safe for the rest of their lives, I, Zhou Qian, am not willing to use their lives in exchange. Zhou Qian shook his head. The Black King's heart was filled with gratitude. It was his honor and fortune to follow a master like Zhou Qian. Then what should we do? This 10,000 soldiers formation is extremely domineering. In another half an hour, We may all be wiped out and become ghosts in this formation. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. We can only rely on this. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and gently stroked it. The heavenly dragon sword had accompanied him for countless years and was already like his life. Ever since he entered the eternal world, the heavenly dragon sword had reached its limit. It was at most equivalent to a grade 5 Genesis weapon. If it wasn't for the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword, it would most likely be inferior to the sealed dragon bone spear in his hand. At this moment Jiang Qin could only rely on the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword. Only a battle between the strong and the strong could he completely change the no-beginning formation and kill his way out. Buzz buzz. The heavenly dragon sword constantly emitted a low buzzing sound as if it was cheering and eager to fight. But to Jiang Qin, it was an unimaginable sorrow. Even Empress Lin's sword could not allow Jiang Qin's infinite sword to fuse perfectly with the heavenly dragon sword. Using the suppression of the sword soul to exterminate the tens of thousands of soldiers was the only way to break the formation. Jiang Qin's eyes were like torches. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly as if he was afraid that it would leave him. However, at this moment he had no way out. Jiang Qin was incomparably resolute. He started to cast the limitless sword again and again. Only the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword could suppress these thousands of broken weapons. However, the sword soul was constantly being consumed. The heavenly dragon sword was no longer the invincible weapon in the divine world. Because of the sword soul, the heavenly dragon sword and Jiang Qin were incomparably compatible. The fusion of man and sword was something that no other combat weapon could compare to. Jiang Qin was like a god of war. De Huang and Long Xian followed behind him. They could feel Jiang Qin's determination. However, there was no other way. Jiang Qin's attainments in formations were not below De Huang's. He had comprehended the no-beginning formation and learned the 108,000 formations. Even he could only choose the simplest and most direct way to break the formation. It was easy to imagine that they were in a dangerous situation. Does teacher have the confidence? Mu Yibai was nervous. He was not afraid of death. Since she had followed Jiang Qin into the deep-sea dragon abyss, she had no regrets. When she saw Long Xian, she was relieved. Her only worry was the little dragon. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she was much calmer and happier when she saw Long Xian. Definitely. I believe in little Qinzi. Long Xian said firmly. Long Xian and the others followed closely behind Jiang Qin to defend against the attacks from the surroundings. The 10,000 soldiers formation was getting stronger and stronger. Once the Genesis weapons were activated, the formation would be invincible. As the saying goes, a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. When these broken Genesis weapons were piled up, it was unimaginably terrifying. The pressure that Jiang Qin was under was unimaginable to De Huang and the others. Even the Black King could not break the formation and could only help Jiang Qin to deal with the attacks of these unpredictable Genesis weapons. Above them and in all directions there were Genesis weapons. This tide of Genesis weapons forced everyone to retreat. Only Jiang Qin took the lead and attacked with his sword spirit. The heavenly dragon sword crisscrossed and slashed at the broken Genesis weapons one after another. However, he suffered a great deal of damage. The power of the sword spirit was indeed terrifying, but the heavenly dragon sword was at most equivalent to a grade 5 Genesis weapon. This constant consumption of the sword spirit caused cracks to appear on the heavenly dragon sword. It was a ghastly sight. The limitless sword was invincible. With the support of the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Qin advanced with every step, displaying his killing intent. Broken Genesis weapons were constantly being destroyed. Everyone was both happy and worried because Jiang Qin was using the life of the heavenly dragon sword to break the formation. One could imagine the pain and difficulty involved. The heavenly dragon sword was like his own life to Jiang Qin, but for the sake of everyone's safety, Jiang Qin was resolute and did not hesitate at all. A series of clanging sounds seemed to strike Jiang Qin's chest. Rays of awe-inspiring sword qi destroyed the sky. Hundreds of broken Genesis weapons were completely destroyed by Jiang Qin. The heavenly dragon sword spirit also grew weaker and weaker. The consumption was so great that the sword spirit was almost destroyed. His blood was boiling and the flames of battle raged, but the sword spirit was gradually extinguishing. Using the heavenly dragon sword in exchange for stability made Jiang Qin feel incomparable pain in his heart. However, he had no other choice. Ah, Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder as he charged forward. The perfect fusion of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword made him invincible. However, the heavenly dragon sword had been greatly consumed in this battle. To destroy these broken Genesis weapons, he could only use the sword's spirit to suppress them. Time passed minute by minute, but to Jiang Chen it felt like a year. Every ray of sword chi caused the heavenly dragon sword's sword spirit to tremble continuously. 22 swords. 23 swords. 26 swords. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was like a tiger that had grown wings. Sword chi surged and countless Genesis weapons were shattered by Jiang Chen from thousands of miles away. One strength could overcome 10,000 swords, and one sword could resist 10,000 swords. The 10,000 soldiers formation was finally broken by Jiang Chen. On the heavenly dragon sword there were cracks everywhere and it was riddled with holes. It had long lost its splendor. With a loud bang, 10,000 Genesis weapons fell. The heavenly dragon sword had also lost its former majesty. The sword's spirit had completely collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chapter 4588. The formation had been broken, but the Sky Dragon sword had become a useless sword. It did not have its sharp chi power and it did not have its former glory. After the last buzzing sound, the Sky Dragon sword seemed to have its soul sucked out, and the candle turned to ashes and dried up. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The past was still vivid in his mind. The heavenly dragon sword had accompanied him to travel across the three realms. Even in the eternal world it had never disappointed him. However, this time the sword's soul had been exhausted and the heavenly dragon sword had become a broken weapon. He could feel the aura of the heavenly dragon sword's soul lingering in the sky. He could feel the heartache of the heavenly dragon sword being broken. He and the heavenly dragon sword had already merged into one. At this moment it was no different than cutting off one of his arms. Clang! The heavenly dragon sword was broken into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Jiang Chen's hand even trembled a little. To others it might just be a sword, but to Jiang Chen it was more than a brother. The heavenly dragon sword was broken and his heart seemed to be broken. He held the broken sword tightly. Complicated feelings flowed in his heart. However, Jiang Chen knew that he could not stay here for too long. He had not achieved his goal. He suddenly opened his eyes and his body trembled. He knew that he had to move forward. He still had to save Xiaolong. There was no time to waste. Little Chenzi, De Huang said in a low voice. Jiang Chen waved his hand and chuckled. I'm fine. Let's get out of here quickly. We still have to find that old turtle. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan looked at each other. Mui Bai might not understand, but how could they not understand? The Sky Dragon sword was broken. This must be the eternal sorrow in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen's group continued to walk deeper into the square. At the end of the square, a black-robed old man was sitting cross-legged with his back facing them. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. Only his back could be seen, but his strength was extremely robust, causing Jiang Chen to feel a great pressure. De Huang and the rest were breathing heavily, for they could vaguely make out the thin figure lying in front of the black-robed old man. It was the Xiaolong that they had been thinking about for a long time. Elder Nagasaki, you old bastard, you coward, hurry up and accept your death. De Huang's face was full of anger. What was this guy doing? Right now, Xiaolong's vital signs were extremely weak. Even with his eternal indestructible body, he was barely breathing. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and didn't say a word. He held the dragonbone battle spear in his hand and swung it horizontally. Master, be careful. The Black King couldn't help but warn. This person's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Black King couldn't catch up to him. Insignificant skill, what's there to be afraid of? It's like throwing an egg against a stone. Hee hee. A deep and cold laughter echoed in the square. Jiang Chen's dragonbone battle spear was directly aimed at Elder Nagasaki. However, at the moment when the dragonbone battle spear was about to reach Elder Nagasaki, an invisible airwave was formed. Jiang Chen was directly pushed back a dozen steps and his face turned pale. This guy's divine protection skill was really not simple. He wasn't even afraid of the dragonbone battle spear. It was enough to imagine how powerful this guy was. Little Chenzi, I'm here to help you. De Huang and Long Shisan followed closely behind. Mu Ibai took advantage of the situation, and the Black King stayed at the back, keeping his eyes and ears open in all directions for fear of any threat. Even with everyone's joint efforts, they still couldn't break Elder Nagasaki's divine protection skill. Bang! 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 De Huang and the others fell to the ground one after another. Elder Nagasaki, an 8th Heaven Star Lord, made them feel powerless. Jiang Chen's mind spun and his gaze turned solemn. This guy still hasn't made a move, so he must have something more important to do. Or perhaps he couldn't split himself at the moment. Otherwise, why would he let them attack without retaliating? I don't believe I can't break your divine protection skill. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered and a gust of wind rose from the sky. Eternal immortal wind tore through the wind, causing the sky to change color. Astral winds flickered like sharp blades, clanging and buzzing, but still couldn't break Elder Nagasaki's divine protection skill. Damn it, this guy's divine protection skill is harder than a tortoise shell. De Huang said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen's attacks were to no avail. Although they had the initiative now, no one knew if the moment Elder Nagasaki turned around would be their doomsday. Again. Jiang Chen roared. The Black King and the others once again followed Jiang Chen's attack. Limitless Sword. Sword 26. Jiang Chen used all his strength just to break Elder Nagasaki's divine protection skill, but it still didn't change. However, Jiang Chen could feel Elder Nagasaki's ruthlessness. Although he couldn't break his divine protection skill, Elder Nagasaki seemed to be unable to bear it. At this time, a series of rumbling sounds came from the underground square. The momentum was so great that it made people feel pressure. What's going on? Long Shisan looked up and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Don't waste your energy. Humph. Elder Nagasaki's feminine and strange voice once again appeared in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. While everyone was puzzled, the entire underground square suddenly began to crack. In less than a few breaths, there was an earth-shattering noise. The dome of the underground square instantly collapsed and endless seawater poured in. The huge underground square was directly suppressed by the seawater, penetrating through the entire underground square. Zhou Cave was also directly destroyed. The ruthless pressure of the seawater caught Jiang Chen and the others off guard. This pressure directly caused different degrees of injuries. Zhou Cave and even the entire land of exile had completely turned into a vast ocean. This was the real deep-sea dragon abyss. At this moment, Elder Nagasaki was still sitting there silently. His divine protection skill helped him block the endless seawater and pressure around him. He looked calm and composed. In the face of this endless pressure, it was fortunate that the physiques of Jiang Chen and the others were 1 in a million. Otherwise, they would definitely be destroyed by the water pressure and not even their bones would be left. At that moment of life and death, Long Shisan desperately stood behind Mu Ibai and helped her resist the water pressure that could tear a 6th or 7th Heaven Star Lord apart. Mu Ibai's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. His eyes were incomparably complicated but also incomparably warm. At this moment of life and death, Long Shisan did not hesitate to stand behind Mu Ibai and prop up his strong back, just like his broad chest firm as a rock. Chapter 4589. Thank you. Mu Ibai's face reddened as she bit her red lips. The Lin Kingdom was filled with experts and geniuses. There were 4 prefectures and 1 camp and there were countless monstrous geniuses. Even the crown prince of the Lin Kingdom, Lin Tianlin, admired her. However, Mu Ibai had never felt the slightest bit of affection for anyone. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that her heart would beat even faster in front of this glib-tongued yet responsible man. I finally understand why this place is called the Deep-Sea Dragon Abyss. However, Mu Ibai still couldn't hide her nervousness. Her face was ashen. The unimaginable water pressure weighed tens of millions of kilograms, and it was easy to imagine the pressure they had to endure at the bottom of the sea. They already knew that it was easy to get in but difficult to get out. The higher they went, the more pressure they had to endure was enough to crush a Star Emperor expert to death. Jiang Chen and the others were enlightened. The so-called deep-sea dragon abyss was just like this. This place was originally a deep sea. No wonder the people of the 3 major powers were all in the cave, but there was no one on the surface. It turned out that they were trying to avoid danger. Otherwise, when the boundless sea water poured down, the water pressure was comparable to the Star Emperor's nightmare. Almost no one could survive it. It was just like a tide, there would be a time when it would recede and there would be a time when it would come back again. At this moment they were coincidentally caught up with the tide, and all of them were injured by the boundless water pressure. If it wasn't for the three of them having their own physiques, they would have already died. There was a deep sea above their heads. Who could withstand it? Not good, the seawater has the effect of decomposing the Genesis chi in the body. Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly ugly. The group was trapped in the deep sea. The deep sea dragon abyss was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. Enter the Buddha prison pagoda. With a thought from Jiang Chen, De Huang and the others quickly followed Jiang Chen into the Buddha prison pagoda. Only then did they have a chance to catch their breath. Why is that old guy so fearless? Damn it, this isn't fair. De Huang continued to complain. The reason was none other than Xiaolong's current situation. They couldn't even break through the old man's protective divine art. Xiaolong was in great danger. He also needs to resist this boundless water pressure. It's just that he's stronger than any of us, so it doesn't look that strenuous for him. But right now he should be at his weakest. The Black King said with a gloomy expression. Perhaps this is the best chance. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he jumped out of the Buddha prison pagoda. Little Chinzi, come back. De Huang glared at them and roared like thunder. But in the Buddha prison pagoda, Jiang Chen was the master. They couldn't leave this place at all. Motherf asterisk cur. Little Chinzi, if anything happens to you, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Long Shursan's eyes were gloomy and his body trembled. He roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to fight side by side with Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't want them to take the risk. Because he had the heaven and earth technique, he could escape at the crucial moment. But they didn't expect it. Teacher Yu, Mui Bai was also panic-stricken and his heart shivered. Jiang Chen was planning to face the old man alone. Wasn't this the same as going to the mountain knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain? Jiang Chen turned around and smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Wait until I get rid of this old turtle, then we can drink and chat merrily. When Jiang Chen turned around, his face was filled with determination. At the last moment he had the Heaven Ascension stairway to escape, but De Huang and Long Shursan couldn't. So he had to take a gamble. What I hate the most is this guy trying to be a hero in front of me. De Huang scolded, but in his heart he was extremely worried. The terror of the old man was definitely beyond their expectations, but he was going alone. In the deep sea their situation would only get more and more difficult. Teacher, will he be in danger? Mui Bai asked nervously. He won't die, but this guy is afraid that we will be killed by the old man. Do I look like such a weak person? De Huang gritted his teeth and said. Jiang Chen didn't want to take the risk. Xiaolong was already on the brink of death and he didn't dare to gamble with the lives of his brothers. This time he had to break this guy's defense no matter what. He couldn't let his evil plan succeed or Xiaolong would be in danger. Jiang Chen and the Black King attacked at the same time. In the sea, the water pressure was heavy, and Jiang Chen didn't know how deep or how terrifying the tides were. However, Jiang Chen had the 5 elements divine fire in his body, and also had the myriad qi body, so he wasn't afraid of the poison of the seawater. Therefore he didn't have to worry about his yuan qi being corroded. Every step Jiang Chen took was difficult. The water pressure increased the pressure on him, but this was his only chance. He was under a lot of pressure, but the old man wasn't any better. It was just a pot calling the kettle black. The limitless sword was indomitable, and the sword moved gracefully, showing its magnificence with the power to destroy the world. Rays of sword qi were like shadows, constantly slashing at Zhang Qizhenren's back. His body protection divine art rippled unceasingly, showing traces of loosening. Under the pressure of thousands of caddies of water, it had become extremely difficult for him. He had the Buddha prison pagoda in his hand, but he could only rely on his own strength to withstand the water pressure of thousands of caddies. It seemed easy, but in fact it was unbearably painful. Jiang Chen held the sword in his hand, but the sky dragon was no longer there. At this time his limitless sword was filled with ruthlessness, anger, and tyranny. He couldn't wait to cut the old man into 1,000 pieces, not only to save Xiaolong but also for the sky dragon sword. The Black King and Jiang Chen cooperated. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than a 5th or 6th heavenly layer Star Lord. With the support of the limitless sword, his strength was almost equal to the Black King. The two of them desperately attacked, just to break the old man's defense. Bastard. It seems that if I don't get rid of you first, I won't be able to refine it with peace of mind. The old man suddenly turned his head, and a cold light shot out from his pair of eagle eyes. He faced Jiang Qin directly, like a wolf staring at an eagle. Murderous aura surged, making him look like a demon. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth rose slightly. He knew that this guy couldn't hold back anymore. Even if the old man didn't make a move now, he would break the old man's protective divine art later. At that time it would be even more unsightly. Only now did Jiang Qin discover that the old man was actually refining a weapon. In front of him there was a divine weapon that was about to be completed, and at this moment the old man was using the blood of Xiaolong to refine it. Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiaolong's face was extremely pale. The eternal immortal body's recovery ability was terrifying, but this old man was using the blood of Xiaolong to refine a divine weapon. Chapter 4590. You're courting death. Nagasaki old man held a 7-foot heavy sword in his hand, slashing across the sky with boundless chi. Jiang Qin raised his sword. His strength under the dragon transformation was extremely terrifying, but when his sword collided with Nagasaki old man's, Jiang Qin still felt numb all over his body. That kind of incomparable overbearingness and spirit, the pressure of the heavy sword was simply too strong. The suppression of their strength made Jiang Qin's eyes turn solemn. This was an irreversible situation. Jiang Qin was forced to take a dozen steps back, looking rather embarrassed. The Black King had been waiting for an opportunity. He had already reached the 6th sky of Star Lord, but he still seemed inferior to the Nagasaki Elder. The Black King roared and charged at the Nagasaki Elder. The Nagasaki Elder was also fearless. Neither Jiang Qin nor the Black King was a match for him. The difference in strength was irreparable. Ancient soaring dragon art. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth and increased his strength again. He had even reached the peak of the 6th sky of Star Lord, which was even more terrifying than the Black King. The two of them attacked one after another, but the Nagasaki Elder's pressure was even stronger. Every slash felt like the world was falling apart. If it weren't for the fact that he was under the sea, which limited his power, the Nagasaki Elder's attacks might have been even more terrifying. Jiang Qin also advanced bravely. The limitless sword broke through the Nagasaki Elder's attacks with tricks. Although he could stop the Nagasaki Elder's attacks, it would be extremely difficult to defeat him. The limitless sword was powerful, but the Nagasaki Elder was even more monstrous. The Nagasaki Elder's strength had far exceeded Jiang Qin's expectations. He didn't look like an 8th sky of Star Lord at all. His strength and experience were even close to the Star Emperor level. Bang! Bang! Sword after sword smashed against Jiang Qin's sword. Jiang Qin's flesh and blood were trembling. A 2nd sky Star Lord like him definitely couldn't withstand such pressure. Even if he used dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon art, his combat strength would only increase a lot at most. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist an 8th level Star Lord like the Nagasaki Elder. The Black King roared again and again, his sharp claws rampaging. The Tiger King mark between his eyebrows was faintly discernible. He did his best to protect and escort Jiang Qin. However, the two of them were still unable to compete with the old man Nagasaki. In addition to being passive, even the Black King was deeply trapped, struggling to move forward. True Dragon Body. Jiang Qin's body changed again. He turned into a 100 zhang tall dragon. The body of a true dragon coiled around the seabed like a fish in water. Under the deep sea, Jiang Qin's unparalleled dragon might was fully displayed. Not bad. It's no weaker than the eternal indestructible body. Kid, you really make me excited. I wonder if my eternal indestructible sword can evolve again with your blood. Old man Nagasaki's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Qin's true dragon form. Jiang Qin's 300-meter-long body was shining with dazzling golden light, making him look like the descendant of the eternal dragon. If he could kill Jiang Qin and fuse him with the blood of the eternal immortal body, he would be able to refine a peerless combat weapon. Then he would have the hope of leaving this damned place. Escaping was the goal that the old man Nagasaki had been working for all these years. He had already been exiled for 1,300 years. In this place where there was no daylight, if he died he would feel uneasy in his heart. But if he didn't die, it would be like an eternal prison and it would be hard for him to escape. Only by refining his divine weapon and breaking through the boundless pressure would he be able to fight for a chance of survival. I want your blood, I want your blood. The old man Nagasaki's eyes flickered with excitement. He seemed to have seen the light of dawn. He could see the sunlight that hadn't shone on him for 1,000 years outside the dragon abyss. Hope was right in front of him, fleeting. He must not let it go. The eternal indestructible body and the eternal dragon, these two peerless physiques. The essence of their blood would surely allow him to soar. Jiang Chen's dragon body spiraled in the air. His terrifying figure stirred up whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. With a shake of his body, the Black King transformed into a 30-meter-tall black tiger. He charged forward with irresistible force, sandwiching Nagasaki Old Man in the middle with Jiang Chen in front and Nagasaki Old Man behind him. However, Nagasaki Old Man's eyes flickered, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. The old man Nagasaki brandished his sword. The Black King pounced forward with all his might, but he couldn't block the old man's sword momentum. The Black King was forced to retreat again and again. Jiang Chen twisted his body and swung his tail. In the deep sea, the true dragon body seemed to have the help of the divine god, causing his strength to rise once again. However, he was still forced back by Elder Changqi's sword. One after another, the heavy sword slashed down, increasing the injuries on Jiang Chen's body. One after another, the dragon tail flew across the sky, but all of them were dodged by old man Nagasaki. His strength made Jiang Chen feel helpless. This bastard was just too strong. Puff! After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Chen stretched out his palm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His facial expression became even uglier. Even though the myriad chi body was able to recover at an astonishing speed, his chance of winning was not high if the battle continued. Even Black King had suffered a severe injury and was on the brink of death. A mere second sky of the Star Lord wants to fight me? Brat, you're still too young. I was a Star Emperor in the past. If it weren't for this damn deep-sea dragon abyss that trapped me for more than 1,300 years, how could I be in such a sorry state? My strength has been declining. Now I need to go all out to fight a Star Lord like you. The old man Nagasaki's feminine face had a hint of mockery. His wrinkled face was full of malice. He coveted Jiang Chen as if he was looking at his own treasure. For him, Jiang Chen was the key to leaving the deep-sea dragon abyss. That's not necessarily true. Old fart, I'll fight you to the death today. Jiang Chen gripped the combat sword in his hand tightly. He couldn't leave yet. Little Dragon was lying on the ground, his vital signs were extremely weak. If he left just like that, it would surely become a shadow in his heart that he would never be able to get rid of. He could fight again, he could fight again. Everything should be over. I don't have time to play with you. The old man Nagasaki's body was like a rainbow shadow. Even in the deep sea he was still unstoppable. He clashed with Jiang Chen several times, causing several cracks to appear on Jiang Chen's sword. A grade 5 Genesis weapon couldn't withstand the old man Nagasaki's heavy sword at all. The continuous pressure made it difficult for Jiang Chen to breathe. However, he relied on the limitless sword for his last attack. Chapter 4591. Jiang Chen used his body as a sword. Although this sword could not reach the perfect harmony between him and the heavenly dragon sword, the direction of the sword had been completely released. Especially in the deep sea, the sword technique was like a fish in water. It allowed Jiang Chen to have a deeper understanding. The limitless sword, constantly changing, constantly attacking like a growing life, never stopping, always moving forward, this was the true meaning of the limitless sword. If the limitless sword stopped advancing one day, then it would no longer be the limitless sword. Because the sword had no limits, the sword technique had no limits. Jiang Chen's sword was no longer an ordinary sword, it was the life of the sword intent. The limitless sword had a myriad of changes, the pinnacle of the sword technique, the myriad of changes of the heavens and earth, the manifestation of the myriad of phenomena in the world. The limitless sword started from the ever-changing and endless changes of the sword technique. Jiang Chen used the same method to deal with the myriad of changes, using one sword to break the myriad of swords. Although Nagasaki Elder's attack was obvious and completely blocked his path of advance and retreat, Jiang Chen was like a fish in the deep sea, playing in the deep sea, the changes of the sword reaching the pinnacle. Limitless sword, 27 swords. Jiang Chen's heart and sword as one, the 100 changes of the sword familiar with the heart, the limitless sword, the path of attack was a matter of course. Under the deep sea, the sword chi flowed. 10,000 swords returned to one sword. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, 27 swords, advancing, breaking the wind and breaking the waves. What kind of sword technique is this? Elder Changqi's facial expression changed dramatically. His mind was shaken and he was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had been cultivated to the extreme. It was unimaginable. Even Elder Changqi was frightened, because he could feel the unparalleled power of the sword in the 27th sword. It was so shocking that he didn't know how to defend against it. He had been practicing the sword all his life, but he was shocked by Jiang Chen's swordsmanship. Not to mention Nagasaki Elder, even the Black King was completely dumbfounded. His original strength was much more terrifying than Nagasaki Elder. He was already shocked by Jiang Chen's 26 swords. In his opinion, he was already at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even in the eternal world, he estimated that only a few people could reach this level. At this moment, Jiang Chen's 27 swords had completely shocked Black King. His heart was filled with waves of shock. Only someone like him who had once stood at the peak of martial arts knew how terrifying that sword technique was. It wasn't just limited to the strength of the sword, but the sword technique itself is like a growing life. You would never know what kind of changes it would undergo. This was precisely the most terrifying part of the limitless sword. It was endless and endless. 27 swords blocked all of Nagasaki Elder's retreat with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Under the deep sea, the sword chi traversed. The impact of the 27 swords washed away. Nagasaki Elder's pupils constricted. He retreated in order to advance. He changed from attack to defense. But everything was too late. Jiang Chen's 27 swords had already locked him. Even if he went to the ends of the world, he would absolutely not be able to escape the blockade of the limitless sword. Rays of sword chi flowed, piercing through Nagasaki Elder's body. In the end, he was completely cut into a pile of meat paste. 27 swords had finally broken the shackles of Jiang Chen's sword technique. Jiang Chen also knelt on one knee. The battle sword in his hand had completely lost its spirituality, Genesis Chi, and had almost become a useless sword because the 27 swords was too powerful. Even a grade 5 Genesis weapon battle sword couldn't bear the terror of the 27 swords. At that moment in the Buddha prison pagoda, De Huang and Long Shisan were incomparably excited. They weren't surprised that Jiang Chen had turned defeat into victory, because this was Jiang Chen, a man who would never admit defeat. However, Mu Yibai just stood there in a daze, because Jiang Chen's sword had completely exceeded her understanding. She couldn't even imagine how strong it was. It was like the stars in the sky, too far away from her. She was destined to never be able to catch up to the power of that sword in her life. Jiang Chen's sword was something she couldn't imagine. Little Chinzi really didn't let Master Dog down. De Huang grinned. He had always been worried that if Jiang Chen lost, it would mean that Xiaolong would most likely die under Nagasaki Elder's sword. To them, Xiaolong was like a little brother, not to mention that he had saved his and Long Shisan's lives. Jiang Chen took a look at Xiaolong's injuries. It wasn't a big deal, but he had lost too much blood essence, which had caused him to lose consciousness. Even the eternal immortal body couldn't withstand such a loss of blood. At this moment, De Huang and the others were released from the Buddha prison pagoda by Jiang Chen. De Huang and Long Shisan rushed over, and when they saw that Xiaolong was fine, their worried hearts finally relaxed. "You brat, you've become a hero again. Master Dog really admires you from the bottom of my heart." De Huang glared at Jiang Chen and said angrily. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was thinking for him, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Was Master Dog someone who was afraid of death? Jiang Chen smiled. This De Huang dog was still unforgiving. However, there was no anger between the two of them. It was just that De Huang was still worried about Jiang Chen's safety. "Little Chinzi, what do you think? This sword embryo is so powerful." Long Shisan looked at the blood-colored sword embryo in front of Xiaolong. It was 7 feet long and its entire body was blood-colored. However, it was obvious that the sword embryo had yet to be formed. However, the formless and terrifying aura circulating around it was frightening. It's indeed a good sword. It's a pity that it hasn't been formed yet. If this sword embryo could be completely forged, it would definitely be a peerless sword. Mu Yibai couldn't help but sigh. This was forged using Xiaolong's blood. That old bastard even made Xiaolong lose more than half of his blood essence. Long Shisan stomped on the minced meat on the ground, and his anger was slightly relieved. Mu Yibai also couldn't stop laughing. He didn't expect Long Shisan to have such a cute side. If this sword embryo was successfully forged, it would very likely become a grade 7 Genesis weapon. That guy wanted to break through the void and escape from the deep-sea dragon abyss. Unfortunately, he was one step behind, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. However, at this moment, the broken sword in his hand began to tremble unceasingly. It was the broken sword of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Qin frowned and his heart skipped a beat. The sword embryo was trembling as well. Could it be that this was an opportunity? Jiang Qin couldn't believe it. The destruction of the heavenly dragon sword was a huge blow to him. But at this very moment, the incomplete sword embryo that old man Changqi had left behind could actually resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. Although the sword's spirit had collapsed and the sword was broken, Jiang Qin felt that the heavenly dragon sword's spirit was still present. It was no longer an ordinary divine weapon. It had followed him for thousands of years and had long become spirit. Chapter 4592. What the hell, little Qinzi, do you want to fuse this sword embryo with the heavenly dragon sword? De Huang said excitedly, his face full of smiles. He had already seen the light in little Qinzi's eyes. The previous lifeless look in Jiang Chen's eyes had made him quite worried. But since the sword embryo could allow the heavenly dragon sword to be reborn, it would perhaps be a new transformation for both the heavenly dragon sword and Jiang Chen. I can give it a try, Jiang Chen said in an incomparably solemn voice. Regardless of success or failure, he had to give it a try. Now that the sword embryo had resonated with the broken blade of the heavenly dragon sword, wouldn't he be struck by lightning if he missed it? Does teacher also know how to refine weapons? Mu Yibai covered his mouth in disbelief. He glanced at Long Shisan and De Huang. That was a sword embryo of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Even a Star Emperor expert might not have the means to refine such a peerless weapon, right? He knows everything except for not being able to give birth. Long Shisan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mu Yibai's face turned red, rolling his eyes at Long Shisan. But the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed for a long time. Teacher's mastery of swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle, rare ores. And when he gave me some pointers, it was as if he had transformed into a dragon. And now he was able to mercilessly kill Changqi old man who was 6 layers above him. And now he even knew how to refine weapons. You're right. Little Qinzi knows everything except for not being able to give birth. De Huang patted his chest happily. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. Without any distractions, he began to prepare to refine a weapon. More than half of the grade 7 Genesis weapon had already been refined by old man Nagasaki. If they were any later, Xiaolong would have lost his life. Once the grade 7 Genesis weapon was refined, the deep-sea dragon abyss would no longer be able to trap him. Even Star Emperor experts could not imagine how difficult it was to refine a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Jiang Qin did not know, but in order to recast the heavenly dragon sword and fuse the sword embryo with the broken blade, he would not hesitate to sacrifice half his life. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He took out the myriad chi cauldron, fused the heavenly dragon sword with the sword embryo and began to refine it. The 5 elemental divine fires continued to intertwine and merge. Jiang Chen's Genesis chi continued to pour out. Fortunately, the myriad chi was so powerful that it directly fused the sword embryo with the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen's face was incomparably solemn. He took out the storm hammer and the refining method appeared again. The weighty hammer technique continued to forge and refine. Ding, ding. The sound of iron striking continued to spread. The deep-sea dragon abyss had once again faded, turning into a swamp ruin. Everything remained the same, but the people had changed. But the sound of iron striking never stopped. In one day and one night, Jiang Qin struck out 99,999 times. The grade 7 sword embryo and the heavenly dragon sword were finally completely fused. The 7-foot ice edge emitted a cold light and a chilling feeling arose. Even De Huang and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Jiang Chen's last clang sounded, the heavenly dragon sword was finally successfully reforged. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and a roar originated from the sword. It was like the roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, and the cry of an ape. The Black King stared blankly at his master, who always shocked him. Even he who had experienced great storms and waves, couldn't help but sigh deeply. The aura of the heavenly dragon sword was shocking, and the sword soared into the sky. Suddenly the clouds in the sky parted, revealing an incomparably bright rainbow. However, Jiang Chen's face was extremely ugly, because the reforged heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. Even he was shocked. Compared to the dragon bone battle spear, it was even scarier. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to be about to fly out of his hand. The sword chi was too strong and it was dazzling. Jiang Chen's strength was not on par with the heavenly dragon sword at all. The heavenly dragon sword was like a wild horse that wanted to fly into the sky. The sword chi fluctuated, and even Jiang Chen himself was injured by the terrifying sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and it splashed on the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment the heavenly dragon sword became even more dazzling. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Jiang Chen's blood completely fused with the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword that was not long ago had completely turned into a sword with a blood-red radiance. It carried the arrogance and unruliness that attracted the attention of the world. The sword chi that was so dazzling that it really made Jiang Chen feel what was terrifying. However, when Jiang Chen's blood fused with the heavenly dragon sword, he finally sighed. Although the heavenly dragon sword could be used by him, it was completely different from the previous heart and sword unification. It seemed to reject Jiang Chen just like a newborn calf. If the heavenly dragon sword was said to be a mature and stable uncle, then the current heavenly dragon sword was an unruly youth. Jiang Chen grew increasingly excited. He had not felt such a feeling for a long time. Although the heavenly dragon sword had yet to fuse with him, it had been reborn. For him this was already enough. However, he still needed to slowly adapt to and tame this incomparably powerful youth. However, the only thing that Jiang Chen felt regretful about was that the heavenly dragon sword's sword spirit had shattered. Although the current heavenly dragon sword still had its domineering aura and charm, it lacked a sword spirit. Even so, the current heavenly dragon sword had already reached the level of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Moreover, it was a true pinnacle combat weapon. Such a peerless sword would make even Star Emperor level experts jealous. Mu Yibai was already dumbstruck. His teacher was simply an unrivaled hero in his heart. He was like a god that could be watched from afar and not played with. Master's really amazing. Only now do I know how short-sighted I was. The Black King said with a bitter smile. Compared to his former master, the Black King felt that the current Jiang Chen was more like a rising superstar. Congratulations, little Chenzi. Congratulations on obtaining a battle sword. This time, the heavenly dragon sword's transformation seems to be even better than before. De Huang said with a hearty laugh. This time it was more daunting than dangerous. Fortunately, little dragon is fine. Let's quickly leave this place. I don't know what's the situation in the Lin Kingdom now. The Crown Prince may not be able to defeat the sinister and cunning Demon Empress by himself. Long Shisan said with a solemn expression. Yes, let's not delay any further. Let's go. Jiang Chen said. The old man Changqi was dead, and the battle sword in Jiang Chen's hand was already modeled. However, the interspatial ring in the old man Changqi's hand attracted Jiang Chen's attention because the sapphire on the ring was extremely dazzling. He picked up the old man Changqi's interspatial ring and erased the spirit imprint on it. When he opened the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be surprised. 18 grade 6 battle swords. It was a great harvest this time. Chapter 4593. Your Highness, all our spies in the imperial capital have disappeared. We can't contact any of them. Your Highness, all the loyal officials and generals in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp have chosen to leave our camp to protect themselves. Your Highness, the left general of the Black Wind camp was killed last night. He died in the line of duty at the border. Your Highness, the Grand Council's Mo Yunfan has gathered more than half of the officials in the imperial court to impeach you after the ceremony in the main hall in 3 days. Your Highness. In the pitch-black and cold palace, the candles flickered and the breeze blew gently, but it was chilly. The news came in one after another, and all of them were grievous news. Lin Tianlin's face was extremely unsightly, and his hands were trembling slightly. He lay on the jade bed and felt as if his soul had been sucked out of him. His heart was filled with incomparable grief. Enough. Lin Tianlin's expression was extremely cold. The news was like a bolt from the blue to him. It made him extremely indignant. In the past all of them were obedient to him. At the banquets they were full of distinguished guests. However, when he was in danger they left him one by one. Those loyal officials and generals who followed him were also framed. Lin Tianlin felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He didn't need to think to know that all of this must be the work of the high and mighty demon empress. He had already encroached on her interests. If he was still the fallen crown prince, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster today. But now she was like a thunderbolt, faster than he had imagined. In just a few days she had caused the collapse of all his forces. For Lin Tianlin, this was no different from taking drastic measures to remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. He had completely become a commander without an army. Looking around, there were only a few people he could trust, including his trusted subordinates. Lin Tianlin was prepared to give the demon empress a head-on blow. However, he didn't expect that the result would be so miserable. The demon empress attacked him in just a few days. It was unbelievable. All the forces that he had managed were destroyed in just a few days. Lin Tianlin didn't even dare to think about it because he knew that the demon empress had already spread her tentacles deep into the Lin kingdom. To destroy the Lin kingdom, all she needed was a suitable opportunity. Lin Tianlin, the crown prince who seemed to be endlessly glorious, was actually a mere figurehead. He didn't have any real power, let alone a future. Lin Tianlin gritted his teeth. His face was as gloomy as water. However, he had to face it. At least he still had a glimmer of hope. He hoped that his teacher could return safely. Although the deep-sea dragon abyss was the most terrifying place of exile, his teacher seemed to be able to go anywhere in the world. Perhaps only his teacher could bring him a turning point. The reason why the demon empress hadn't taken any action was that she was most afraid of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. They were the true mainstays of the Lin kingdom. The masters of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion didn't obey any forces because they only obeyed His Majesty. The elites of the world were gathered there. Even the demon empress, who had great power, didn't dare to act rashly. That was because the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were too powerful. If there was any mistake, the demon empress' efforts over the years would be wasted. Therefore, even though the crown prince's henchmen were eliminated, the demon empress still acted cautiously. However, Lin Tianlin didn't have enough power to threaten the demon empress. Although he was unwilling, what could he do? He didn't expect that his hard work for so many years would go to someone else. If it wasn't for teacher Jiang Chen, he might not have known that his mother was the mastermind of the Lin kingdom's biggest conspiracy. The woman who could cover the sky with one hand, the woman who killed his birth mother. He wanted to tear her into pieces even in his dreams. However, this idea was obviously unrealistic now. Lin Tianlin was determined that he wouldn't back down even if he had to die. He had experienced so many things before. Life and death were just fleeting clouds. Lin Tianlin wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that his death wouldn't be worth it. He was afraid that his death wouldn't be worth it. He was afraid that his death wouldn't be worth it. If his death could bring peace to the human race and peace to the kingdom of Lin, he would be duty-bound to do so. As the crown prince of the kingdom of Lin, he had to be willing to sacrifice himself. That was the only way he could take on such a great responsibility. However, he wasn't in the mood to think about that. The safety of the Lin kingdom and the people of the human clan were the most important things in his heart. Lin Tianlin was destined to be unable to take care of himself. No one knew what his difficulties were, and he had no one to rely on right now. His Majesty Father had been in seclusion, the Grand Council was in charge of the politics, and the Demon Empress occupied half of the empire. The current situation wasn't optimistic and he didn't have much time left. However, Lin Tianlin knew that he could only wait. Without teacher Jiang Chen, it would be difficult for him to do anything. If he made a mistake, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. Right now, his identity could still be a temporary shield, but if the Demon Empress was ready to attack, no one would be able to escape. The safety of the Lin Kingdom was hanging by a thread. Right now, the human clan was on equal footing with the Feather Clan and the Fairy Clan. Once a civil war broke out, the Lin Kingdom would definitely be sacrificed and become a ghost under the iron hooves of the two clans. Although the human clan was large, it might not be able to resist the alliance of the Feather Clan and the Feather Clan. Moreover, there were internal and external troubles. "Teacher, I don't know when you will come back," Lin Tianlin murmured. Jiang Chen was his last hope. Now that the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions was imminent, he had already received the news. This time, the Demon Empress would definitely let his people get first place in the competition, which would be crucial for him to control the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions. Stabilizing the army's morale was the most important thing. Therefore, the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions was extremely important to the Demon Empress. She wanted to gradually infiltrate the 4 prefectures and 1 battalions, and this was the best opportunity. Just when Lin Tianlin was sighing in his heart, another figure walked in from outside the palace. "Reporting to your highness." "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Lin Tianlin frowned. He was already in a bad mood because of the bad news. Every piece of news was like adding snow to snow. "Yes, the eldest lady of Kirin province and young master Zhou Xian have returned to the imperial capital," the person said in a trembling voice. He was afraid that if he angered the crown prince, his life would be in danger. Lin Tianlin suddenly stood up. His eyes were burning with passion and his heart was filled with excitement. "Teacher, you're finally back." Chapter 4594. "Xiaolong, it looks like your complexion is recovering well. This Lord Dog's body is a little weak. Why don't you give me some more blood?" "Ah." De Huang shook his head as he spoke, beaming with joy. "You shameless dog, do you think Xiaolong's blood is a tonic?" "Faster, Xi." Long Shisan scolded him with a smile. "Big brother De Huang, if you want, I can put a bowl of blood in for you," Xiaolong said with a serious face. "You're such a cheeky fellow. Xiaolong doesn't know what to do anymore because of you." Jiang Chen slapped De Huang's head. Xiaolong was an upright person and didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he was still young. He was confused by the old fox De Huang's teasing and didn't know what was going on. Mu Yibai smiled and didn't say anything. During this period of time, she gradually understood the fun of Jiang Chen and the others. Every one of them had a fiery passion and were as close as brothers. Every one of them had unique skills. Even though they didn't seem to be famous, they had swept through the entire deep-sea dragon abyss and the land of exile as they pleased. Now Mu Yibai understood why Jiang Chen, who was the weakest among them, could become their leader. It was because he was always the one who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. This time, Mu Yibai also felt Long Shisan's feelings. However, she and Long Shisan hadn't reached the stage where they could live and die together. As the future leader of Kirin province, she had to face things that she couldn't even imagine. After leaving the deep-sea dragon abyss, they rushed back to Kirin province. After all, the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition was imminent and they had to prepare well. As soon as they returned to Kirin province, Lin Tianlin rushed over before they could even take a sip of tea. Lin Tianlin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chen and the others return safely. Especially Long Shisan's return, Lin Tianlin was even happier. If one were to point out the cause of this incident, it would definitely be him. If it wasn't for his eagerness to get rid of the Demon Empress's forces as soon as possible, this wouldn't have happened. However, the result was worrying. Putting aside the fact that he gave himself away, the Demon Empress was prepared in advance and even harmed Long Shisan and his brothers. If something were to happen to Long Shisan, Lin Tianlin would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. The pitiful thing was that Lin Tianlin had also lost his absolute initiative and his strength was constantly weakened by the Demon Empress. Now he was like a general without an army. In the entire Lin kingdom there were only a few forces that he could mobilize. This was all because of Lin Tianlin's carelessness. He didn't have enough caution and preparation. One wrong move and the entire game was lost. Fortunately, he still had a chance to catch his breath because he still had Master Jiang Chen. "This matter isn't your fault. Your Highness, you don't have to blame yourself." Long Shisan waved his hand and said. He was captured and narrowly escaped death because he wasn't careful enough and his strength wasn't strong enough. Lin Tianlin's matter was just a small matter. Moreover, Long Shisan wasn't the kind of person who blamed others and the heavens. Since the monkey said that it's fine, then don't blame yourself anymore. "What brings your Highness here?" Jiang Chen said. Lin Tianlin's face was filled with bitterness. He sighed in his heart and didn't know what to say. However, this was his family's matter and he really didn't know how to face it. "Teacher, you don't have to call me Your Highness. Just call me Tianlin. If I'm not wrong, your forces should have been eradicated by the Demon Empress, right?" Jiang Chen said faintly. When he left the Lin country, he had already expected this outcome. To be able to silently attack Long Shisan under the eyes of the Crown Prince without him knowing, This was too terrifying. All of Lin Tianlin's confidence had disappeared. His arrogance had also been slapped in the face by reality. Only now did he realize that he still had a lot of things to do. At least for now, he wasn't a match for the Demon Empress. Looking at Lin Tianlin's bitter face, Jiang Qin guessed that it was because he was too hasty and asked Long Shisan to help him eliminate the dissidents and weaken the Demon Empress' strength, which led to the Demon Empress counterattack. This moment was his final outcome. Although it was miserable, it was the best portrayal of impulsiveness. The Demon Empress was so powerful that she had dominated the Lin Kingdom for so many years. Even His Majesty, who was at the level of Star Emperor, didn't notice her. Her henchmen were something that the Crown Prince couldn't even imagine. How could he, who had just escaped, defeat that old demonic woman? In the end, it was just as Jiang Qin said. Lin Tianlin couldn't help but give teacher Jiang Qin a thumbs up in his heart. What an abominable fellow. It seems like this is the calm before the storm. If the Lin Empress makes a move, I'm afraid that the entire Lin country will be shaken by the wind and rain. Long Shisan said emotionally. This Demon Empress is really all-pervasive. Even the Crown Prince is in such a difficult situation. Mu Yibai couldn't help but say in a low voice. Lin Tianlin's sigh had already explained a lot. Teacher is wise. Right now Tianlin is indeed being attacked from both sides. All his forces have been destroyed and he no longer has anyone to rely on. We can only hope that teacher can lend a hand to Tianlin. Only then can we help the human clan to get out of this predicament. After killing the evildoer forest, we can nip the problem in the bud. Otherwise, when the Demon Empress grows stronger, the human clan might be destroyed by the Feather Clan and the City Clan. Tianlin isn't afraid of death, but the people of the world are innocent. The people of the Lin country are innocent. Teacher, for the sake of the people of the world, please eliminate the Demon Empress and restore justice to the world. Lin Tianlin's face was solemn and gloomy. He knew that this was his last move. Apart from this, he had no other choice. For the sake of the people of the world, Lin Tianlin didn't care about his life at all. When he knelt down, Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Qin with hope. He was kneeling for the people of the world and for the future of the human race. Lin Tianlin didn't feel wronged at all. Your Highness, Mu Yibai didn't expect Lin Tianlin to be so resolute, so persistent and so righteous. He didn't put on the airs of a crown prince at all. He didn't even care about his dignity. Get up. If I don't help you, I'm afraid I'll be too petty. That's right. You're not kneeling for me. You're kneeling for the people of the world. I, Jiang Qin, won't stand by and watch the rise and fall of the human race. I must eliminate the Demon Empress. Chapter 4595. Thank you, teacher. Lin Tianlin was overjoyed. The smile at the corner of his mouth was even more obvious. Don't worry. Little Qinzi never fails to keep his promise. That Demon Empress will definitely be punished. Before Jiang Qin could say anything, De Huang had already patted his chest and guaranteed. Unrighteousness brings about its own destruction. One day I will catch that old witch with my own hands. Long Shisan said fiercely. His eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for that old witch, he wouldn't have fallen into Ling Long's trap and almost caused the little dragon's death. We still have to consider this matter at length. It isn't possible to eliminate that Demon Empress in a short period of time. It won't be too late for us to discuss it after the 4 prefectures and 1 camp tournament. Mu Yibai's expression was stern. She was as valiant and heroic as a man. Long Shisan's eyes were filled with little stars, full of admiration. The competition is in 7 days. Teacher, I heard that this time's competition will be very cruel. It will be held in the minor cosm world. You must be extra careful. Lin Tianlin said. Yes, I heard that too. This time's competition is different from the past. I'm afraid we have to be prepared. Mu Yibai said solemnly. Even though she was the prefecture lord's daughter, she had no right to know the content of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition. Teacher, your travel worn. Tianlin will not disturb you any longer. I will definitely come to support you in 7 days. After saying that, Lin Tianlin bowed and left Kirin province. Jiang Qin also immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. This time he fought Elder Changqi and refined the heavenly dragon sword again. This trip to the dragon abyss in the deep sea was also fruitful. The 4th floor of the dragon palace had already opened. He didn't even have time to look at it. At this moment he could finally relax and cultivate. After this battle, Jiang Chen's strength had already reached the peak of the second sky of Star Lord. He kept devouring origin stones, refining and cultivating, and the dragonization art was like a dragon in the sky. It was only a matter of time before he reached the third sky of Star Lord. During these 7 days, Jiang Chen was completely focused on breaking through to the third heavenly layer of Star Lord. He used up most of his origin stones. His hard work paid off and he finally broke through. The third heaven of Star Lord was much stronger than before. At this moment, Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly dragon sword again and gained more understanding. Although he still could not fully control the sword, he could already control more than 30 to 40% of it. At least it would not be as difficult to control as before, and he might even be devoured by the sword at any time. With the growth of his strength, Jiang Chen believed that it would not be long before he could completely control the Sky Dragon Sword. He would definitely be able to dazzle the world and be invincible. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was like an untamed beast. It still possessed an unparalleled wildness, but once it was completely subdued, its potential would be thousands of times greater than the Heavenly Dragon Sword before. A Grade 7 Genesis weapon was something that even Star Emperor experts would fight over. It was not easy for Jiang Chen to wield such a sword with his current strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Dragon Sword had an irresistible connection with Jiang Chen, it would have been a long and arduous journey for him to conquer it. Jiang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. His body and mind were incomparably carefree. At this moment he finally thought of the Buddha prison pagoda. However, Jiang Chen was both surprised and afraid of being disappointed. In every level of the Dragon Palace, there were extremely rare Dao laws. However, these Dao laws were like chicken ribs to Jiang Chen. They didn't have much value to him. Of course, they were extremely useful to others. However, he couldn't always be selfless in doing good deeds and give all the benefits to others. If that happened, Jiang Chen would be disappointed in the Buddha prison tower. "Don't let me down again," Jiang Chen murmured. He held his breath and began to open the 4th level of the Dragon Palace. When Jiang Chen opened the 4th level, he found a golden leaf. The golden leaf was very dazzling, suspended in the 4th level of the Dragon Palace. Besides that, there was nothing else. Jiang Chen could reach it and directly grabbed the golden leaf. There were 3 big words written on the golden leaf: Astral Pole. On the back of the astral pole was a paragraph of words. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn as he read it seriously. The extreme of the universe, the astral pole. The changes of heaven and earth, the bewilderment of the 6 paths. The primordial destruction of all things, the lightlessness of the star phoenix. Jiang Chen read it word by word, his heart filled with shock. The extreme of the universe, the astral pole. What a domineering astral pole. Jiang Chen had never thought that the horror of the astral pole was completely beyond his imagination. This was a secret cultivation method, a real supreme divine skill. It was full of the analysis of the great way of heaven and earth. Even all things would be crushed and even the brilliance of the stars would be erased. The horror of the eternal world, Jiang Chen knew that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. And the real horror of the astral pole was that it could refine stars. However, it could only be refined by experts at the level of Star Emperor. That was just the initial threshold. It was conceivable that once the astral pole was put to use, the sky and earth would change and the stars would lose their brilliance. To be called the extreme of the universe, there must be something really horrifying about it. It can even refine stars? This is simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, but the passion in his eyes was unstoppable. Refining a star, extracting its core and refining it into steel. Incredible, incredible. Jiang Chen sighed. Even though he had been in the eternal world for so long, and even had seen the glory of countless eternal worlds on planet Crimson Afterglow, he could not compare to 1/10,000th of the astral pole. Just how strong was the master of the Black King back then? The astral pole was created by myself. It was a pioneer in the universe, reaching the pinnacle of all things and changing the rules of the eternal world. That was the true transformation of the stars, the movement of the stars, and the true invincibility of eternity. It's a pity that the Eternal Lord was too strong. I could not reach the pinnacle of the astral pole and I was already destroyed. I hate it. If I had another 10,000 years, just 10,000 years would be enough. I would definitely be able to surpass the Eternal Lord, and I would definitely be able to massacre him. The words on the gold leaf were bold and forceful. revealing the indignation and unwillingness in their hearts. The Eternal Lord was the ruler of the eternal world, and the astral pole was a peerless divine palace created by the master of the Black King. It could defy the heavens and change fate, and it had already become a threat to the Eternal Lord. Moreover, the terror of the astral pole made the Eternal Lord fearful, and he coveted it. He wanted it for himself. If one day someone is fated to obtain it, he must avenge me and must refine the astral pole to its pinnacle. He must, for me, see what lies at the end of eternity. Chapter 4596. What is the end of eternity? Zhou Xian repeated that sentence over and over again. He was quite curious. What was the end of eternity? The power of the everlasting world was boundless. If he wanted to find the root and the true meaning of life, the end of the everlasting world might be able to tell him. However, to reach the edge of the everlasting world and search for the existence at the end was definitely not an easy task. Even if countless people and thousands of powerful people searched for countless years, they might not be able to find the root. This matter was still a long way to go. Zhou Xian carefully kept the astral. This was a peerless divine technique that allowed one to refine the core of a star, turning it into a part of one's body for cultivation. The eternal world and the countless stars could all be used by the cultivator. Moreover, the cultivator could also understand the myriad of stars. Even the Eternal Lord felt threatened by such a terrifying technique. One could imagine how powerful the dragon Futu was in the past. However, Zhou Xian was still unable to refine it. He could only cultivate it when he reached the Star Emperor level because the threshold of the astral pole was too high. When Zhou Xian walked out of the 4th level of the Dragon Palace, he was beaming with joy. The Black King was also quite surprised. In the past, his master seemed to be uninterested in the Dao laws. This time, on the 4th level of the Dragon Palace, what did Long Futu leave behind that made Zhou Xian so excited? Master, you look so happy. What was left in the 4th level of the Dragon Palace? The Black King couldn't help but ask. The astral pole. Zhou Xian didn't hide it because he knew that as a trusted follower of Long Futu, he must know about the existence of the astral pole. Based on this point alone, Zhou Xian didn't need to hide it from the Black King. Moreover, he controlled the Buddha prison palace, which meant that he controlled the lives of all of them. The Black King, who was absolutely loyal to him, would never betray him. What? The astral pole? Black King's body trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, just like what Zhou Xian had guessed, he must have some understanding of the star astral and feared it as if it was a god. I never imagined that master would actually leave astral stars on the 4th level. If not for the fact that astral stars caused fear in the Eternal Lord, master wouldn't have died in the Yellow Springs. Say, congratulations, master. The astral pole is the supreme divine skill that studies the changes of heaven and earth. Congratulations. Desolation flashed across Black King's eyes. Only by assisting Zhou Xian would he be able to live again and become an indomitable existence in this world. It seems that I have to work even harder in the future. If this astral pole helps me rise, even the Eternal Lord can't do anything to me in the future. Although he did not know who the Eternal Lord was and how strong he was, Zhou Xian was very confident in the astral pole. By the way, Black King, how is your strength recovering? Zhou Xian asked. Thank you for your concern, master. I've recovered to the 7th heaven of the Star Lord level. Now in the entire Dragon Palace, there are nearly 1,000 beasts that have surpassed the Star Lord level, and more than half of them have surpassed the 3rd heaven of the Star Lord level. The Black King reported with great familiarity. Zhou Xian was shocked. These powerful backing really shocked him. These were all super experts who used to be all-powerful in the past. Now that their strength had plummeted, they were reduced to this state. One day when their strength fully recovered, they would definitely be an extremely terrifying force. Even so, this force was probably not inferior to the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. This was Zhou Qian's trump card, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Besides, there weren't many people who knew that he had such an army, and the most important thing was that they all improved faster than him. This was the scariest part. When Zhou Xian walked out of the room, De Huang and the others were already waiting for him. Not bad, little Qianzi. You broke through again? Unfortunately, you're still 1 step behind me. I'm already a 4th heaven of the Star Lord level. De Huang said with a smug expression. Zhou Xian smiled without saying anything. Bullsh**t. Try fighting with little Qianzi if you can. Long Xian winked at Jiang Qin. He was eager to start a fight between the two so that he could watch from the sidelines. However, Long Xian was not weak either. After this battle he had reached the 4th heaven of the Star Lord level. The Eternal Ape's inheritance had improved his strength by leaps and bounds. What surprised Jiang Qin the most was that little dragon had also reached the 2nd heaven of the Star Lord level without anyone noticing. He seemed to be as strong as Long Xian and De Huang. Piss off. I don't want to be beaten up. De Huang said angrily and glared at Long Xian. You obviously want to see this master dog get beaten up. Look at that gloating look in your eyes. Do you really think I'm a stupid dog? Humph. Jiang Qin and Long Xian looked at each other and smiled. Teacher, the people of Kirin province are ready. We can set off at any time. Can we go now? Mu Yibai looked at the two who were laughing and scolding each other and felt helpless. She respected Jiang Qin a lot. Especially after fighting with Jiang Qin a few times, she could feel how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Although he was not as strong as her, she might not be able to defeat her teacher in a fight. That was why she respected Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin had fought the crown prince alone. Even her father admired him. Jiang Qin was already quite famous in the 4 constabularies. Okay, let's go. Jiang Qin nodded and left Kirin province with De Huang and the others. However, there were already hundreds of disciples of Kirin province gathered in front of the gate. All of them were unhappy. He's overestimating himself. Who does this Jiang Qin think he is? How dare he make us wait for him? That's right. He really thinks he's someone important. Does he think he can dominate our Kirin province just because he killed Zhu Chongqing? Even Brother Kuang and Brother Kai are not so rude. They made us wait for him for so long. I think they most likely went through the back door. I really don't know what our Manor Lord is thinking. A dog, a monkey, and an arrogant young man with a puppy that hasn't even grown its fur yet. With such a lineup, how are we supposed to win? Compared to the other 3 constabularies, we're definitely at the bottom. The experts of the Qilin mansion said in a weird tone. When they saw Jiang Qin walking out from the Qilin mansion, they couldn't help but raise their voice, and it was filled with mockery. Jiang Qin couldn't help but furrow his brows, but he didn't say anything. To him, the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition was just a trial. If it wasn't for Mu Yibai begging him, he wouldn't necessarily participate in it. Chapter 4597. What's the fuss about? Are you all so damn bored? What's wrong with asking you to wait for a while? The sun hasn't even reached your buttocks yet. Without Little Qin, do you really think you can become the champion of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion competition? Pfft, De Huang said disdainfully. In his eyes, these people were all good-for-nothings. There was almost no one who could compare to them. It seemed like the so-called geniuses of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were just as a... Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Are you looking for a beating? Aren't you just Jiang Qin's dog? A Qilin mansion disciple with a fat figure and a fierce-looking face sneered as he spoke, opposing Goldie with equal harshness. F***CKU. Big Yellow's gaze turned cold and in an instant flames of anger surged. He took a big stride forward, and his incomparably hard metal head knocked the 4th Heaven Star Lord away. He spun a few rounds before falling to the ground. He was in an extremely sorry state and his eyes were filled with fear. In an instant, all the Qilin mansion disciples gasped, and their expressions changed. What the F***CK? Is this De Huang dog that powerful? Li Baojun is one of the top experts in Kirin province. He's a 4th Sky Star Lord, but he was knocked down by this De Huang dog. That's insane. Damn it. You can't judge a book by its cover. Even dogs can't be judged by their cover these days. Sigh. Li Baojun has really embarrassed himself this time. A dog took care of him. Who would dare to touch Jiang Qin now? The mockery and disdain were all gone at this moment. Only a few whispers could be heard, but no one dared to speak rudely to Jiang Qin and the others anymore. A dog also wants to be a hero in my Qilin mansion? Get lost. With a shout, a green-robed youth shot out like lightning, directly punching De Huang's head. Not to be outdone, De Huang let out an angry roar and the two of them collided. Both of them took 2 steps back and De Huang shook his head. He felt a bit dizzy but he was fine. The green-robed youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and composed but his eyes were extremely solemn. Zhang Wangjing enough. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. Zhang Wangjing was a star lord of the sixth heaven, and a true genius disciple of Kirin province. He was one of the Qilin duo, and even Mu Yibai was no match for him in terms of strength. Not bad, young man. Your fists are very hard, but I haven't had enough yet. De Huang bared his teeth. Although the heavy punch forced him 2 steps back, it wasn't enough to anger De Huang. Could only be said that this guy was very strong. Jiang Qin didn't look around. If De Huang was in any danger, he wouldn't hesitate to kill this Zhang Wangjing. Everyone fell silent. Although De Huang's strength wasn't top-notch, after knocking away Li Baojun and fighting Zhang Wangjing, no one dared to look down on Jiang Chen's group anymore. At least they had received the respect they deserved. Strength was the best proof. De Huang could make Zhang Wangjing one of the Qilin duo fight, so who dared to say anything? If they weren't convinced, they could only try De Huang Dog's iron head. At least no one dared to fight Zhang Wangjing head-on, but this De Huang Dog had taught them a lesson. I just wanted to see how hard this dog's head is. Seems like it's just so. Zhang Wangjing said faintly. However, at this moment, only he knew that if it wasn't for his face, he would have already grimaced in pain. His head could be broken, blood could flow, but he couldn't afford to lose his face. Moreover, there were so many people watching. Even if it was just a show, he had to go through with it. If any of you still have any objections, just come at me. The chief has personally approved that Jiang Qin and his group can participate in the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition. If you're not satisfied, I, Mu Yibai, will accompany you to the end. Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. This Zhang Wangjing was really too despicable. However, this was also what everyone else thought. After all, Jiang Qin was still inexperienced. Letting him represent Kirin province to participate in the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition was just a joke to many people. However, after the confrontation just now, they also saw how powerful De Huang Dog and his group were. To be able to make Zhang Wangjing fight, it was enough to shut everyone's mouths. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be let out for a walk. A voice filled with arrogance shocked everyone. Even Mu Yibai's expression changed slightly. This person's status in the Qilin mansion was higher than hers. He was the #1 genius of the Qilin mansion, Murong Tianxi. You're right. However, we'll only know who's the mule and who's the horse after the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The two stared at each other, but Murong Tianxi didn't seem to be interested. He was just too strong. A star lord at the 7th sky. Jiang Qin was just a star lord at the 3rd sky. Jiang Qin was nothing compared to him. Why would a strong person bother with the weak to gain attention? In Kirin province, he was already the #1 in everyone's eyes. Irreplaceable. Senior brother Murong. Mu Yibai nodded slightly. Yibai, after this competition, I'll go to the prefecture lord and ask for your hand in front of everyone. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Murong Tianxi was wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan. He looked gentle and elegant. However, at this moment, Long Shisan's eyes were extremely cold. Wow. Senior sister Mu is so happy. Yeah, I didn't expect senior brother Murong to be so domineering. I love him. This is what a strong person should be like. Senior brother Murong is mighty. I can't wait anymore. Senior brother Murong will definitely come out on top in the 4 prefectures 1 battalion grand competition. Only such an outstanding and talented senior brother, Murong Tianxi, could be a good match for Mu Yibai. This was what a peerless beauty should be like. Mu Yibai blushed and averted her eyes, but it was obvious that she didn't agree and wasn't happy. Mu Yibai didn't know why, but she peeked at Dragon Shisan secretly. Did she really care about him? This reminded Mu Yibai of the time when Long Shisan used his body to hold up the sky for her in the dragon abyss in the deep sea. Shisan wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin shook his head. It was meaningless to argue with Murong Tianxi right now. The competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was just around the corner. Only the one who had the last laugh was qualified to say such words. If Murong Tianxi was beaten like a dead dog at that time, he wouldn't be able to say anything. He is not worthy to be your opponent. Those who are truly capable will act first and talk later. However, he talks first and acts later. What if he gets slapped in the face? Don't you think it'll be miserable? Chapter 45-98. Big brother is right. Brother Shisan, you must hold on. I think Big Sister Mu will definitely like a mature and steady man like you. Xiaolong made a solemn vow as if he was serious. Mature and steady? You probably haven't seen through him yet. That's called shameless. Little brat, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Ah. De Huang laughed unscrupulously, mercilessly mocking Long Shisan. Even after being kicked by Long Shisan, he didn't stop laughing. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want everyone to see the excitement of our Kirin province? Internal strife has already broken out. If you lose badly this time, let's see how you can live up to the Lord's nurturing. Vice Lord Yang Che said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold, scaring the disciples of Kirin province into silence. They were ready to head out for the 4 mansions and 1 camp competition. The East City Square was flat and vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. All the experts of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were gathered here. The winner of this competition would surely receive a lot of attention and become the new leader of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. When Jiang Qin arrived, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Kirin province was the last to arrive, but it wasn't too late. The people of the 4 mansions and 1 camp were also waiting there. Hundreds of Star Lord level experts had solemn expressions on their faces. They were all very confident in their geniuses. So many people. Are they all here to participate in the 4 mansions and 1 camp competition? Jiang Qin asked. No, because not everyone has the ability to do so. However, I heard that the rules this time are very strange. It's very different from the past. Mui Bai said. With Big Brother here, we will definitely win. Xiaolong said with a face full of fighting spirit. His heart was filled with unyielding fighting spirit. This little guy was the most excited one. He was a typical battle maniac. When he grew up, he would surely become a bloodthirsty and ruthless person. Is there a need for you to say that? I, Lord Dog, am wise and mighty. How could these fellows possibly do anything to me? De Huang said fearlessly. These people are not weak. Be careful, you might get stabbed in the chest. Long Shisan said with a smile. F*CKU. I, your father, am invincible. Just wait for a good show. De Huang and Long Shisan bickered non-stop. As long as the 2 of them were together, they would never stop chattering. Most importantly, no one was willing to give in to the other. Every time they fought, there would be a winner and a loser. Look, it's the mansion lord. That's right. I didn't expect the palace master and the others to arrive so early. Everyone's gazes were gathered at the end of the square. 5 middle-aged men with calm auras slowly walked over, almost suppressing everyone present. No one dared to speak loudly, no one dared to be disrespectful, and no one dared to speak nonsense. Azure Dragon Manor Murongjia. Black Warrior Institute Xianxia. By Bijiang of the White Tiger Residence. Kirin Province Mu Tianheng. Vermilion Bird Camp Qin Hongmin. 5 Great Star Lords, 9th layer Heavenly Layer powerhouses. That kind of unparalleled domineering spirit and boldness instilled fear in others. The 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition was related to everyone's glory. As long as one could stand out in the 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition, everyone would look at that person in a new light, becoming a true genius of the human race. Geniuses of the 4 battalions and 4 battalions, I am the Vermilion Bird Camp's battalion commander, Qin Hongmin. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Next, let me unveil the grand competition for you. Qin Hongmin said with a faint smile, his eyes gazing at the several hundred Star Lord level geniuses. These were the rising stars of the Lin country, truly outstanding characters. In the future, the Lin country would have to rely on them to stand among the 3 clans. Everyone stared unblinkingly at Qin Hongmin. The other 4 leaders nodded silently, indicating for Qin Hongmin to continue. This time will be different from the past. We've tried many times, and after much discussion, we've come to a decision. Each side will select 10 people to enter the minor cosm world for a month, and whoever acquires the most figs will be the final victor. That's right, Bai Xiaochun said. The fig fruit tree is a tree unique to the minor cosm world. Each tree will only bear 1 fig fruit. How many you can obtain will depend on your luck. Of course, you can rob each other, but killing is forbidden. Once discovered, you will be severely punished. Each of you will be given a spatial talisman. If you admit defeat, you can crush the spatial talisman and leave the minor cosm world. However, doing so will be equivalent to forfeiting. At that time, your team will lose an arm. I don't think anyone will want to leave until the last moment. but only one side will be able to become the final victor. Qin Hongmin's words startled everyone. This wasn't just a grand competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. It was a battle of blood and fire, a battle of life and death. Other than being used to refined pills, the flowerless fruit didn't have much use. It was just a gimmick. The big shots of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion just wanted them to fight each other. Only then would they be able to test who was the true expert and who was the true leader. This wasn't just a battle, it was a test of human nature. Who was superior and who was inferior would naturally be determined. Whoever could laugh in the end was destined to attract a lot of attention. No one knew how this battle would develop, but once they entered the microcosm world, even Mu Tianheng and the others couldn't control the situation. They could only rely on themselves. Whoever stood out would naturally be regarded as an elite by everyone. This wasn't just an individual battle, it was a battle that concerned the reputation of the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. Isn't this too exciting? Doesn't that mean we can fight as we please? We can use any means we want. As the old saying goes, it doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. It seems that this time it's finally my turn to show off. Although it sounds cool, it must be very abnormal. The microcosm world is like a cage. The experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks enter the cage to fight and there are no rules. Whoever can win will be the final winner. Seems that we have to be more careful. There might be all kinds of scums. If they use all kinds of sinister and ruthless means, they won't be easy to deal with. That's right. It seems that it's not that easy to stand out. This kind of battle should be able to see who is the true expert. It's not only a test of strength but also a test of wisdom, scheming, leadership, and the heart of the strong. In this battle, it's very likely that people will die, and it won't be as simple as 1 or 2. That's right. Without supervision, without rules, they will definitely cross the boundary. Moreover, you never know when your enemy will stretch out a knife to kill you from behind. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Some were happy, some were worried, but most of them were supportive. After all, this was a test of their teamwork. Most importantly, it was impossible for no one to die in this battle. Chapter 4599. Why do these guys look so excited? Kikik, looks like this Lord Dog is going to show off again. There are no rules, I like it. De Huang looked at the excited faces around him, his eyes burning with passion. If it was an ordinary one-on-one duel, he would lose a lot of interest, but this was different. Once they entered the microcosm world, wouldn't they be like fish in the ocean, birds flying in the sky? At that time, the real slaughter would begin. Don't celebrate too early, everyone here is a top-notch expert. This time we need to give it our all. Mu Yibai glanced at De Huang. This guy seemed to be gloating, he didn't seem worried at all. Don't worry, leave this guy to me. If there are any problems, I'll take responsibility. Long Shisan gave Mu Yibai a determined look. Mu Yibai blushed slightly, silently nodding his head. De Huang felt disgusted watching this. These two were too shameless. Not only were they flirting right in front of his eyes, they even wanted to step on him. Scram. Fram. Scram. De Huang rolled his eyes at Long Shisan as if saying, if it wasn't for your marriage, Lord Dog would have smashed your monkey head. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, he didn't feel anything. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir, this was his preparation. Not to mention which one of them was easy to deal with. Long Shisan, De Huang, and even Xiaolong? Wanting to make them submit to him was harder than ascending to the heavens. Looks like this time's 4 battalions' grand competition is to temper their spirit and will. Jiang Chen said. This kind of group battle often highlighted the strength and charisma of an individual. Who could surpass the others, their overall strength was clear at a glance. Are the preparations almost done? Each side will choose 10 people, starting with my Vermilion Bird Camp. Chen Hongmin said with a smile, the corners of his mouth revealing a meaningful smile. Vermilion Bird Camp, Zhu Wuxin, Li Qiqi, Xiao Yunting, Black Warrior Mansion, Shen Qiling, Mu Jianxing, Yang Zijing, Azure Dragon Manor, Ting Yunwu, Ting Shan Zhouing, White Tiger Residence by Liu Baizhe. All of a sudden, all the experts stood up. Among the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, the weakest was still a super genius at the 6th heaven of Starlord Realm. These people were almost as strong as the elders of the mansions and even the deputy mansion masters. It was not hard to imagine that after this battle many of them had completely matured. By then all of them would become pillars of the nation and stand at the top of the pyramid of the kingdom of Lin. Compared to those who were more experienced, their talents were the most important. In the future they would definitely shine brightly among the human race. Holy shit. Even the weakest of them was a Star Lord at the 6th firmament. Wasn't this a little too powerful? Seems like we can only watch helplessly. That's right. This kind of strength is enough to sweep away any small force in the human race. It seems that the geniuses of our 4 prefectures and 1 battalion are really unparalleled. This grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks seems to be the perfect test of their strength. If they can pass this test, their future achievements will be unimaginable. Then let's see who can leave the microcosm world alive and unharmed. The people from the 4 battalions were whispering to each other, each with different opinions. However, it was undeniable that the enthusiasm in their eyes was unimaginable. Although many of them were just here to watch the excitement and didn't have the qualifications to participate in the grand competition, it didn't affect their enthusiasm in the slightest. It wouldn't be long before the genius who would represent the 4 battalions in the grand competition would be one of them. Kirin Province, Murong Tianxi, Zhang Wangjing, Mu Yibai, Jiang Chen. When Deputy Prefecture Master Yang Che read out the name list of the participants of the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion in Kirin Province, everyone burst into laughter. They were not stingy with their smiles, which made Yang Che a little embarrassed. However, among these people Jiang Chen and the others were indeed not strong enough. The weakest among them was a Star Lord at the 6th firmament, but the weakest among them was that young man at the 2nd firmament, followed by Jiang Chen at the 3rd firmament. Even Long Shersan and that De Huang dog who were slightly stronger were at the 4th firmament at most. No wonder the experts of the various prefectures and camps all burst into laughter. I Yi Liangchen never laugh at others unless I can't help it. Isn't this a little too weak? What kind of lineup is this? They want to achieve something in the grand competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion with this? I'm afraid they'll be at the bottom, right? I originally thought that it's important to know one's own limitations. But after seeing their Chilean manner, I know that this thing called self-knowledge isn't something that everyone has. Sai, why do you have to do this? These repulsive people will only cause trouble if they go up. If it was me, I might as well withdraw from the competition. That way I can still save some face. This kind of standard is really unbefitting of Kirin Province. After so many years I thought Kirin Province had become stronger and stronger. Who knew that they'd become more and more shameless, hee. Facing the mockery and disdain of the crowd, Jiang Chen remained calm. No matter what you say, I won't budge. However, in the eyes of others, this shameless look made countless people sneer. Is there no one else in Kirin Province? They actually sent out such a group of weak people, barely making up 10 people. Not only will they not get a good result, but they'll also be laughed at by the other prefectures and battalions. Many people in Kirin Province were indignant. Many 6th Heaven Astral Lord experts didn't get selected, and Jiang Chen's group, whose strength wasn't enough, actually took over the place, making them sit on the bench instead. Who could stand this? There were many people in Kirin Province, but everyone knew that it was decided by the Prefecture Lord after discussion. It wasn't something they could change. Brother Mu, it seems that the people in Kirin Province aren't very strong. Aren't you worried? Hehe. Murong Jia of the Azure Dragon House said with a smile. He glanced at Mu Tianheng. The two of them had been enemies for many years. How could he not take advantage of this situation to insult him? Even though they were 9th Heaven Astral Lords, they weren't above the common people. Brother Murong is right. It seems that there will be many dark horses in Kirin Province this time. Chapter 4600. Perhaps. Brother Mu already has a card up his sleeve. Qin Hongmin said calmly. Mu Tianheng was still smiling calmly. He didn't know how strong Jiang Chen and the others were, but he firmly believed his daughter's words. How could Jiang Chen, who could walk out of the dragon abyss, be a nobody? Mu Yibai had even dared to promise him that if Jiang Chen made a move, then they would most likely win the competition between the 4 capitals and 1 camp. For Mu Tianheng this was undoubtedly a huge gamble. If he lost, he would definitely be criticized by others. Even in the entire Chilean prefecture, there would be people who would be very dissatisfied and ready to cause trouble. However, if he won, then the Chilean prefecture would be even more powerful in the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. His status as a leader would definitely be highlighted. Even if there were people who were dissatisfied, It would be understandable because they would be recognized by the entire Lin country and even the entire human race. This glory was too important for Mu Tianheng. It was related to the future development of Kirin province, related to their status in the Lin country. In these years, Kirin province could only be considered average. The strongest were the Azure Dragon Manor and the Vermilion Bird Camp. These two behemoths occupied almost half of the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Therefore Mu Tianheng had to take a gamble. Even if he had to face the criticism and arguments of the disciples of Kirin province, he didn't hesitate and stood his ground. He wanted Jiang Qin and the others to take part in this competition. But if he did so, he would definitely be criticized and would very likely become the laughingstock of the other 4 mansions and 1 camp. Risk and reward were always equal. The surrounding people, especially the people of Kirin province, even felt that there were some people in the other mansions who didn't raise their heads. Sarcasm and disdain for Jiang Qin filled everyone's nostrils. But Jiang Qin, who was at the center of the storm, didn't care at all. De Huang and Long Shishan were even more so. As for the youngest second heavenly layer Star Lord Xiaolong, he seemed to have a naive face and a silly expression, but in reality he was a little guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only Mu Yibai knew how terrifying this young man was. Teacher, please forgive me. We people of Kirin province have no ill intentions. Mu Yibai was worried that Jiang Qin and the others would have a change of heart, so he couldn't help but say in a low voice. It doesn't matter. Everyone lives once and I don't live for them. Why should I force myself to smile and curry favor with them? Just stay true to yourself. Their words mean nothing to me. Jiang Qin shook his head with a smile. Yes, as if they were nothing, as if they were farts. Don't worry, we don't care about such doubts anymore. Thick-skinned people can eat as much as they want in the world. Master Dog's heart is as still as water. De Huang pretended to be mature and said, That's you. Little Qinzi and I are different from you. Long Shishan was too lazy to care about him. This guy was just here to show off. Even little Qinzi's limelight was stolen by him. How is this thick-skinned and good attitude? You're just shameless. Me too. Xiaolong said timidly. What the f***ck? Little bastard, even you betrayed me? Don't you know how good Master Dog is to you? De Huang glared at him. Hurry up and stop for a while. Don't tell me you want to eat Xiaolong. Jiang Qin slapped De Huang's head. De Huang mumbled a few words and wagged his tail unwillingly. Jiang Qin didn't care about the doubts of countless people. What he wanted to do was to get the first place and give everyone a slap in the face. Although victory was important, in his eyes, experience was the most important. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Following a loud and clear shout, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Over 100 guards were lined up in a row, looking mighty and domineering. The person in the middle was wearing a light yellow robe with golden silk and jade embroidery, looking incomparably luxurious. He exuded a domineering aura. He didn't need to be angry to show his might. Qin Hongmin and the others quickly rushed over and bowed. Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince. Dispense with the formalities. I'm here today just to see what kind of amazing talents have emerged from our Lin country's younger generation. Lin Tianlin said lightly. In the crowd he found Jiang Qin at a glance and nodded slightly. In fact, he was here today just to see Jiang Qin alone. Your Highness is so busy. It's our honor to see you take some time to watch the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. Qin Hongmin said with a smile. Your Highness's arrival brings light to my humble dwelling. Next will be a 1-month trial. The experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp will all participate. It will be at least a month before the final saint will be revealed. Mu Tianheng said. There's no hurry. I have plenty of time. I hope my appearance didn't delay you. Lin Tianlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly spoke. Although his wings had most likely been cut off, he still did not retreat at all. At least, even the people of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp did not dare to slight him in the slightest. This was because the people of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were only loyal to His Majesty. Apart from His Majesty, the only person who could possibly take over the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was the Crown Prince. The people of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp had never participated in the struggle between factions. Those who disobeyed would be executed immediately. This was something that everyone in the Lin country knew. However, the young disciples did not know. At least on the surface, No one dared to disrespect the crown prince. With the crown prince watching the competition, the young disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were even more eager to try. Once they became the best of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp and gained the recognition of the crown prince, wouldn't their future be smooth sailing? There's no hurry. Your Highness, please. The Lord of the White Tiger Prefecture by Bijiang raised his hand and said. All right. Lin Tianlin looked at Zhang Chen. He believed that his teacher would definitely be able to stand out in this 4 prefectures and 1 camp competition. I heard that Jiang Chen of the Kirin province is very outstanding. This time I also want to see if the Kirin province can be a dark horse and charge forward. Lin Tianlin's words made the other prefecture lords slightly stunned. They did not expect the crown prince to come for the Kirin province's Jiang Chen. Could it be that there was some relationship between the two? As soon as he said this, many people suddenly understood. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to stand out among the many geniuses of the Kirin province. It was because he had the support of the crown prince. Would the people of the Kirin province dare to object? See, I told you that Jiang Chen was born to be a piece of unpolished jade. He just needs to be sculpted properly. That's right. Jiang Chen's future achievements will definitely be limitless. With the crown prince watching, Jiang Chen will definitely put in 120% effort and will not disappoint the crown prince. Jiang Chen fully deserves to represent the Kirin province in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp competition.